2025 New Zealand National Scrabble Championship. I'm Josh Sokol, joined here with Josh Watt. How's it going, Josh?
It's doing great. How are you?
Good. Just trying to get the chat up. I want to see what you guys are saying, and then we can begin a beautiful third ever New Zealand broadcast. Super exciting to see how far people have come. Right now, Jake is the one handling the broadcast, but the person that handed the baton to Jake, Alexander, is going to be featured in our first game of the day, of the morning. So that's cool. Do you think he's going to be a bit stressed out about the stream while he's playing? I hope not.
Yeah, look, I would be.
But yeah, Alexander is going to be playing Jason Simpson, and I think they're probably pretty much ready. I'm imagining they're just going to take some time to get the tiles in the bag. But yeah, we see the screen there. Beautiful red tiles, and we have an extra thing for you guys today. You say hi. Got some telestration going on. So every single stream, things are improving. More features are being added, and this historical tournament is going to see a lot more viewers than before, and I'm really excited. All right, so Alex is going to be first. Have you played both of these players online at all, Josh?
No, I've played neither of these players.
So I'm not actually entirely sure the exact level that Alex is at, just because he's been behind the screen most of the time. So I'm really excited to see his chops, see what happens in this game. But we do have some bios.
We do, yes.
So yeah, if at any point you'd like to add anything to what I'm saying, feel free. So you see EEIORRS, is that right?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so that's the first rack for Alex. And both players seem pretty close to something, but I'm not sure if we're going to see a bonus yet.
Yeah, it's almost a matter of philosophy here. I don't know how many tiles you play if you're Alex.
Oh, there is a bonus. Rosier takes an E.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yes, Rosier.
Okay. I actually didn't know that word. So that would be a really great start. It's a little bit... so when you start off playing, lots of players will study words by probability. And I would say Rosier, just because it has 2 R's and 2 E's, might be a little bit outside of the range of somebody who's like currently really getting into Scrabble, which Alex is. So I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't seen this word before. But yeah, it's also kind of a tough one to see. It's got some weird formulations. So exchange OE, very interesting. I'm a fan of that play. Normally don't want to keep 2 R's, but I think in this case, it might increase his chances of a bonus for next turn. What do you think?
Yeah, I probably would have played all ORE, or even just played the OE as opposed to changing, but that's personal philosophy.
So you say personal philosophy, and I like to hear that because, yeah, I agree that some positions it's really about like, okay, do I want to play a little bit longer, a little bit shorter? Because everything seems very close. If you do analysis of the positions, you score a little more, but you score a little less next turn, for example, on average. So I like this idea of personal philosophy because Scrabble is far from being solved as a game. So there are situations where just your own creativity can come in. So we see weighted by Jason. This seems like a good play. I would have been a little bit hesitant to make a play just considering the small exchange, but I think the defensive nature of this play and the 28 points, probably fine. I would just be expecting to get hit next turn for sure.
Yeah. I'm happy with weighted. I wouldn't have changed to play short with something like wad or wad.
Yeah, maybe slightly better to play whaled instead to keep the
For
T,
sure.
which is a slightly better tile. And
And
also,
doesn't give
it
away
wouldn't have
the
set up
weighted hook.
exactly the A hook here. So let me change my color. Change it to
So
black.
it looks like
A
Alex
hook.
has seen fritters.
Yeah, fritters looks good. There are a number of bonuses available here. Fritters is one of them, and that's more, I guess, the most common word, and it's a food word, so we always love to see that. Slightly better would be through the A, fratries, which is an interesting word that, again, is maybe a little bit too, I guess, low on the probability list for someone that might be starting off learning their 8 and 7 letter words like Alex's. So he's just choosing the position. In either case, you'd be putting a vowel right below one of those triple letter scores. In this case, he's making a very strong spot for a Y under the F for FY. So maybe, I mean, there's also the SH possibility if you move the S over one. So I think in either case, there's some issues. And, pick your poison.
Yeah.
So yeah, back to Jason with ADILNR blank, who spotted Islander very quickly, I think. He's going to have a number of options with that blank.
And he's also got things like Darling, making awaited.
Yeah, that's a matter of whether he spots the hook that he's just set up. So one of the things that I like to stress with Scrabble is just always taking a moment to think about what the last play has changed. So even your own play, you might not spot a hook that you've created immediately, but if you think about it again, maybe you'll say, "Oh, awaited, that's a word," and then you'll spot the hook. So we'll see if that's the case. I would be looking through the A of weighted for one of those potential double doubles, and even through the R of fritters and through the S of fritters. So there are 3 spots I'd be targeting here first and foremost, even though playing with a weighted would score similarly. It looks like Islander, which is the first thing Jason saw, is going to be his choice. There were 2 double doubles available through the A, lanyards or Dalian. Not the easiest finds. And sometimes your gut or your instinct shows you something and you just want to follow it. So Islander, great play. Could have gotten a little bit more, and we'll see if either of the players is going to make a play with a weighted later on, or if we'll see something like outweighted come down. So this moment is very interesting for Alex. So he's got a deficit here. He's played 1 play to Jason's 2, but he's drawn that amazing Z letter, which is probably the best letter in Scrabble. Probably better than the blank, probably better than the S.
Love Z.
And yeah, his rack is EEMNORZ, and he spotted the play of zone, but he has this incredible option here of playing a word I don't even know if I would have seen, Meserion, through that E of Islander. So MEZ Arion was available for over 100 points. And that, my friends, is a very improbable word. One which I don't even know if any of us listening or watching or playing will have the chance of playing in their lifetimes.
That's a word, interestingly, that I did see, but that's because I've seen Nigel play it before.
Oh,
I believe as
I
an
see.
extension of Metzer.
It is, yeah. Have you studied all of Nigel's plays or all of Nigel's bingos? That's probably a good thing to study.
well, they're just so cool.
Yeah, Mazirion. I feel like I think I've played Mazirion as well once, but again, that's the sort of word that just doesn't come up. It might come up, as you said, as an extension of Medze. But other than that, the likelihood of drawing that as a bonus is just so slim. And if you don't know it, you don't know it. I mean,
Oh, exactly.
I think if Alex looks back at this game and he knows the word, he's going to be very upset. But if he doesn't know the word, he can't be too upset. But yeah, back to Jason with QUIDHIO. What do you think?
He set up Quid on his rack, but he actually has it available through the Eye of Weighted for a lot of points.
That's true. It's a huge spot that is just waiting for him, but he's gonna miss it. It's maybe another instance of Jason playing a little bit quickly. I think if he had thought about this play a little bit, maybe looked for something somewhere else on the board, he would have seen a gigantic Quid play through the Eye of Weighted, but was not to be. And back to Alex, who's got a lot of consonants. CKGEXMR. And he's going to take quick control over that spot that was just missed with X for 52.
Yeah, smiles from Jason. You have to wonder if he just noticed.
Yeah, that's true. Could very well be. He's like, oh, that should have been my spot. But that's going to put Alex ahead by 38. We'll see what Jason draws to his HIO leave. So Alex has found a vowel, which he desperately needed with that 5 consonant leave. So Huia, HUIA, OEI. So we're seeing players with opposite issues, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So where might
so it plays to the right of
played?
Islander.
Okay.
Making
That is
AH.
pretty nice. But I think I spot a play through the Q that might be really, really nice. Of Hike. Looks like Jason's seen it as well. Very, very nice play. I think by far his best play. 44 points. And we have our answer. That A hook on weighted. Not happening.
Very improbable now.
So, yeah, that's a nice score. Bringing Jason back into the lead. Back to Alex, who has CKGMNOR on his rack. So he's still got the options through the E of Islander to get rid of a lot of his consonants. What spots are you looking at here, Josh, for these clunkers?
Yeah, look, I would be looking through the E of Hake, because that's created a hook, I believe, that you don't have. Also the E of Islander. I'd also be tempted to just leave them both open and just play Mock through the O of Zone as well.
Yeah, and I think maybe Mocker would be possible as well. But the CH hook coming in handy here. We could have seen Mock CH and KA, but we're seeing Grok instead, which honestly doesn't seem that much worse. It's creating, it might even be better. It's not creating as huge of a threat on the top triple. So yeah, that's a nice play, I think. Nice adjustment by Alex. And yeah, the issues for Jason are compounding here. He's gotten rid of 4 vowels. He's drawn 3 back and 2 U's to go with it.
Oh, jeez.
So that's not great. Wondering where to even start. Yeah, the engine is suggesting a crazy play here of Oidium.
Yeah.
Threw the ID on the board. I don't think we're going to see that. That would be incredible.
What do you think of something like Alzo?
Yeah, we could play down here through this set. The problem with that is placing the O here would create some issues. But it does get rid of a lot of our issues ourselves, and it does score a nice 13 points. So I'd certainly consider that move, especially given the state of the board, Josh. Like, look at all these openings. There's the S hook on Hake. There's the triple up top. I wouldn't be as worried as normally about just opening a big scoring spot, given what's already available. Yeah, this is the sort of board that I feel like a player like you, Josh, you'd thrive on this board, not having to worry about a darn thing, just powering through whatever racks you've got, right?
Yeah, there's always the best player somewhere. You just gotta hunt it down.
So we're seeing an exchange instead, which is very reasonable, keeping a lone R, really trying to rush to draw one of those 3 S's remaining in the bag, but keeping that R because the R is just a good tile to have on hand, especially given there weren't that many to duplicate left in the bag. So back to Alex, who, yeah, maybe he's going to want some of those vowels that are just thrown in. But I'll still have some nice options like WEM, like WEMB. But do you play that through the E and Islander or through the E and Hake? If you play that word.
I would play it through the E of Hake again because I'm not confident that I'm the first one to hit the hook.
Yeah, I'd like to agree with that and raise you 2 points because the E and Islander is blank. We're getting 2 points less off of the double. But instead we're seeing Womb through the O, also quite reasonable. That's a few point sacrifice. But yeah, nice way to get rid of some of the clunk.
I suppose the consideration of Womb is that with the last blank, Alex would think that he's a good chance of bingoing, so leaving both E's open is probably a good idea.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sometimes when you have the blank, it's good to sort of be safe and eliminate threats since the blank is so versatile, but it's always also beneficial to you, more so than your opponent most of the time, to leave everything open. But Alex hasn't gotten any help. He's drawn 3 more consonants, including an S. So he's going to want to play, I don't know, at some point you're going to play all of the consonants in the bag, right? And be able to draw a couple vowels. And Alex got to feel pretty good with the blank and a nice lead here.
Yes.
So AILORRS for Jason. And so he's going to wonder if he should use that S hook immediately. You could play something like Razor. Why am I pronouncing words so weird today? Razor, which isn't valid. Okay, that's why I'm pronouncing it weird, because it's not a word. Yeah. RSOR, not a word. Razorial is a word. That's what I was thinking of. Wow. Yeah, I guess you could consider playing Razor, but you might lose your turn. You could play Sailor. Sailor and Hakes, and that's 40 points. I feel like that's pretty nice, hitting that triple.
Yeah, I feel like if I counted 40, I'd play it.
Yeah. Given you're not down so much, I think the times where Alex has an S and he scores 40-50 as well on Hakes is there are enough times where that happens that you might want to just take the spot yourself and live to see another day. We see Zoa instead keeping RILRS, which is a pretty ugly combination, but that E and Islander is going to help that leave a whole lot if it stays open.
Yeah, I would have liked a rolls to the Z.
Oh, that's nice.
If we're going to play to it.
and tasty as well.
Hmm.
Arroz being the Spanish word for rice. See, I'm cultured sometimes. So yeah, I think we're just going to see a play of mend. And again, is it going to be through the E of Hake, E of Islander, keeping CNS blank? Now that you have the S, I'm liking playing through the E of Islander.
Yeah, as am I.
But it doesn't appear that anything that Alex does is going to stop Jason from getting Lori's down. Unfortunately, LOH not a valid word yet. I feel like one day LOH might be a word. That would be a tremendous spot for Lori's. Keep hoping. But there is one. Oh wow, there is one bonus available.
Oh.
As we see Damn come down. But Condemns is available through the E of Islander. Alluded to in the chat. Welcome, chatters. But yeah, Damn leaving everything open. Again, with that blank, it's really going to help your chances of bonus next turn. Ooh. See a funny draw there. I wonder if Alex is going to spot the word picnics.
It's a difficult one.
Anyways, back to Jason with Lori's on his rack. If he plays that with Islanders, that will be a great way back into the game for him. Other than that, he will not be bonusing unless he plays a phony. So he spotted the word. Maybe thinking whether re-Oilers is valid, or maybe he hasn't spotted that he can hook that S onto Islander. Feels like the action is so contained on the top-ish part of the board that just like even thinking about hooking an S onto the only play that's in the bottom right is kind of not the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah. Yeah. But he's definitely saying
it does look
so
like
you'd want him to play it.
Yeah, it really just looks like he's having some tunnel vision. Just because he's considering hooking onto Hakes. But yeah, first game of the day. I don't know about you. I mention this all the time. First game of the day, I always play just dreadfully bad. And I feel like if you're right that Jason noticed that he missed quid through the eye if weighted, that can weigh on you as well and sort of compound into future moves.
Oh, for sure.
He's considering,
especially at a
bunch
major
of stuff.
tournament like this.
Yeah, first game of the tournament, first game of the day. Got to get all your nerves out of the way for sure. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he ends up spotting the hook. And if you're Alex, you have a blank, so you really want to be trying to iterate. But it feels like his tiles have been in that order for the better part of Jason's turn.
He did briefly
line a shuffler.
Nitpicks.
Oh, that's cool. That'd be nice if it played. So we do see loser come down, tying the score, pretty much. And yeah, back to Alex, who's going to be looking probably primarily through that E that he left open. He's got some plays hooking Islanders as well. But they're kind of not the most obvious. I feel like most likely is we're going to see something like spicing come down, making wombs.
Yeah.
Seems pretty findable. Yeah, so he's probably already seen it. And that's why he hadn't been moving his tiles. He was just waiting, hoping it wouldn't get blocked. So spicing for 82. We're going to assume the blank is a G.
Yes, I think so.
And yeah, it'll be back to Jason. It's gonna be down 83. He's not found. It looks like he's found great letters, but that U is actually just completely annihilated his chances of playing a bonus. So yeah, crazy enough. Racks like these, I double check, triple check, quadruple check. I don't know about you, Josh.
Yeah, no, I would for sure. Luckily on this board, there isn't actually that many floaters available.
That's true. So if you're familiar with your high probability words, you know that this is what we call a dead rack, AEIRSTU. It's one of the few combinations that resemble this that do not contain a 7-letter word. But there's something about knowing that and confirming that in your mind, because we don't have notes, right? We don't have like a list of words next to us saying, oh, don't take too long on this rack or something like this. So we might see some time taken. We did see a lot of time taken last move. But in the end, I don't really know what to do with this. What do you think?
Yeah, look, it's difficult because you're already down 80. So anything you have to do will leave yourself a chance of bingoing and keep the board open.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So maybe you play PU. PU would play right down from that P. Keep AERST, which is very strong. But if we look at this board, yeah, like you said, there really aren't that many floaters. So it's quite incumbent upon Jason to notice that S-hook on Islander eventually. But if he does that again, psychologically, like he knows that he had lorries on his rack.
Yes.
So if he notices that, he might not be so thrilled. But he kind of has to notice it. See maybe a longer play from that L. Not really seeing anything great though. Lutea, Lutea, to score some points because, like you said, 80 points. That's a pretty big deficit. So scoring 10 and then getting maybe 70 next turn is not often going to cut it. So in the meantime, Alex is going to have 2 turns to score some points. So not a great position here for Jason. Feels like a similar situation to when an opponent opens with a bonus, right?
It does, yes.
And there's just so many things you kind of want to be able to do. You can usually not do all of them at once. And looks like the U, he separated the U from his rack. He's just going to want to play it off maybe for 4.
Well, you can play it for 6
something like
just
that.
play UR up top.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Just drop it here. In doing so, he's preventing Alex from getting big overlapping points up there. So I actually like that option a whole lot.
I think that's where I'd land, but I wouldn't be happy with anything here.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are going to lead to a bonus quite often, but are not going to score that much. So you are trying to maximize his chances next turn, and also the added benefit of trying to slow Alex down from padding his lead. So good play.
Yeah, another thing we had available was Tau, T-A-U, just because there's 3 T's, 4 A's I'm seeing, or 4 T's, 4 A's.
So in the same spot, TAU.
Correct. Yeah,
to score some extra points, and that actually also opens that lane down here. So
Mhm.
could have been a good one as well. So we're seeing Love here, which is a very nice play by Alex, scoring some points and taking out that triple. I think that's a great play. And oh my goodness, the J draw. Now that you play off one tile, you're like, okay, what tiles can kill my chances? When you draw one of those tiles. But at least Jason's going to be able to play something down through this E of Hake, Jete or Jet, or G or a G. He's got a host of options that will help him stay in this game.
Yeah, maybe Jete.
Now, if you think about... Go ahead. What was that?
I wouldn't keep 3 vowels here, not with even vowels and consonants remaining. As we always say, we start with more consonants. So if they're ever level, that represents an imbalance in favor of the vowels.
Yeah, so he could start running into similar troubles. As we know, he already threw 5 vowels back into the pool earlier. So yeah, there's a slight imbalance there. So maybe you do want to play off the E, but that E is also quite good for your chances. So it's tough. Not sure what I would have done.
It is. Yeah, with 4 E's, no, I think you have to tack it on.
I think I agree. I wouldn't be happy with it either way. All right. AT was the draw for Jason, so hopefully we'll be able to find a number of options. Yeah, if not, variates will play from the V.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least. So back to Alex with BGI LPVY. Unless that's an E. Is that an E or an L? No, that's an E. He had an E from last round. So PIE BGVY. So what are your first thoughts?
I am drawn to Pervy through the R of Islander.
So Pervy. Yeah, that's a nice way to score. Eliminate some space.
And it takes out the A of Loaf as fingers.
And there we go. Just as you mentioned it. There are also some options. Hooking the Y onto ER, which didn't address any of the threats on the board. But would have scored a little bit more. Pervy now. For Alex, who's taking an almost 100-point lead. So, yeah, if you're Jason, you're going to need some help here. There's 16 tiles left in the bag. So he's going to have a couple of turns after the bonus here to try and bonus again. But it's going to be really hard, especially given there are no premium tiles left. So among Atresia, Asteria, Aristae, there are many, many possible placements of each of them under the PE of Pervy. And if I were Jason, I'd try to choose one that kept the most options for next turn. So Atresia is going to potentially allow plays underneath here and also through the E in Loaf. So I think he's not quite dead here. After this play. But maybe if you'd played Asteria, I don't know, this is like really very small details, just making it a little bit hard to underlap.
Yeah, I maybe would have played a risk one to the left. But again, that just probably makes it too easy for Alex to underlap and take it out.
So 341, 368. I guess there's also the chance that Alex is struggling and is not going to be able to score anything this turn. And Jason can get a huge score somewhere on this board. But it's looking pretty good. It's looking a little bit dangerous still, of course, if you're Alex. But A, B,
Yep.
E, E, G, I, T, that's pretty balanced. It's going to have a number of options to score in the 30s and hope to stay in the lead. So our eyes, of course, are drawn to this part of the board. Maybe trying to put either the B under the A or the G.
Something like
Looks like
beige.
something, yeah. Beige looks quite nice. That scores 37 points. That's, I think, Alex's best score available. And of course, I would be worried if I were Alex of a bonus somewhere like here, like we mentioned. But given what's unseen to him, A, C, E, F, G, H, L, L, N, N, O, 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 T, U, Y. I mean, that's a lot of letters for you to think about at home, but those letters aren't very good. So you got to feel pretty good taking out that big scoring spot, especially because if you leave it open, Jason can get an even higher score there. So yeah, we'll see how this plays out, but Alex is looking pretty good right now, especially given Jason's draw.
Yeah, it looks like he set aside Hint to play underneath the SH. But he can also just play Hunt, making the PU hook from earlier.
Ooh. Yeah.
And that's 44.
Nice. So that is a pretty nice score. So if we expect something like beige or biga or baggy under there for Alex, and then we think about Hunt, the problem is if Alex plays 5 tiles and Hunt comes down, bag will be empty. So it might be the case that if Jason does spot that cute underlap, he might allow it to play Hun instead. HUN, keeping the T. Leaving one in the bag. But it all depends on what Alex does here. This is an important position. He's taking his time. He's got a nice time advantage.
Yep.
And these are the positions where you want to use that.
Yeah, definitely correct to take time here.
So yeah, if he doesn't spot, oh, he does spot it.
Yeah.
Never mind. Nice. Sort of like the reverse psychology gambit, right? You ever waiting for a bus and you're just like, okay, bus isn't coming. You start walking. The bus always comes.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens. So Alex up 405 to 341. Jason with a 60-point deficit. That's a bingo size deficit. I wonder if you think about leaving the spot under the SIA of Atresia open, but pretty sure he has to play HUN and just hope to get the perfect draw, or for some shenanigans. Because if Jason leaves one in the bag, it's up to Alex to make sure there are no threats or that he handles the threats on the board, and that's not a guarantee. There are many, many things that can go wrong, especially when there's still a little bit of a fog of war. I was playing a game on Wednesday, and I managed to win by 5 after my opponent mistracked the final letter on my rack and didn't challenge off my phony word as a result, thinking he was winning by 1. So it can happen. And that opponent is a very strong player who I will not mention. So it looks like, I mean, the PIU, so we see the H on the board for Jason. That PI to PIU feels extremely difficult to find. I mean, that was a great find by you, Josh. Much more natural to put an E under there, but that's going to really damage Jason's chances of drawing a bonus if he doesn't spot that U, which it looks like he's put down HEN. He's wondering if he should tack the T on or not. He has tacked it on.
Hmm.
So that is a very nice score. You could have played then for a couple more. That won't change really much of anything. This endgame, he really just needs to draw a bonus that plays in 2 spots. And he's going to draw GLOO to his FUN leave. Alex has AACLOTY. Bag is completely empty.
Yep.
So I think save for some crazy word that I don't see, that Alex doesn't see, that Jason sees. Looks like pretty much anything will win here for Alex. Maybe there's some full word, or maybe you want to try and block something just in case. I know that not knowing all of the words in the dictionary causes some trouble in these situations where, like, well, what could possibly be valid for my opponent? Maybe fungolo, making geo at the top. Maybe I want to just block that since I can afford to. We'll see how.
Koya to the ER.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, COIER is possible. We know that Alex is home free, but he doesn't know that. When you're sitting in the hot seat, you first need to make sure your tracking is correct. Second, need to make sure that there's not something you're missing. Third, you need to wonder if you need to block something preemptively just in case there is something you don't know or that you're missing. So it's not the most stress-free position to be in.
Yeah, I think my philosophy is pretty simple in these situations. If I'm in a big tournament and I'm at the end of the game and it's a matter of does my opponent have a bingo or not, and I don't think that they do, I'm going to play somewhere else, because if I then concede a bingo, that's just my fault. Yes, I just shouldn't have won that game. So I would be playing with YER here.
Right, and it's also the case that every point of spread differential between all your games can matter. It is possible that winning by 20 or some odd more by playing fearlessly rather than paranoidly can also affect your results in the tournament, and furthermore affect your psychological, just affect your confidence, right? Oh, sorry, someone's ringing my doorbell. I will be right back.
Sure. Yeah, I would be playing Coley here, like Alex has lined up. Looks like he's just still doing his due diligence. So 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 32 points.
My apologies.
No, all good. So it looks like Cole has 32 points.
Yeah, Coley for 32 is among Alex's best plays. TALCY, Talkie, is a little bit stronger according to the endgame engine, leaving Alex with slightly better options for his 2 remaining tiles. But yeah, either of those 2 plays will win pretty handily for our ex-producer of the stream, who up until the final minutes before game 1 was making sure everything was in order for Jake and everyone behind the scenes. So yeah, hugely thankful for Alex for really pioneering what you're seeing right now. It's a privilege to be here.
Yeah, I suppose one of the benefits of Talkie is that it leaves ABO through the V of Curvy to go out.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. But yeah, it could be that nerves are settling in, and Alex just wants to play something he's 100% sure of. Clay is that, which is actually equivalent, according to the engine, just as good as Coley. So Clay for 30, keeping AOT. And as mentioned in the chat, there's 1, but also 2 plays for Jason that play with GU and GO, Fungo and Fogu, which are his top options here.
Yeah.
But they will come up short. So yeah, nice game 1. Definitely feels like Jason had some chances early on and mid-game that he could have utilized, but he missed a couple key things, and Alex was able to get off to a very nice lead after spicing. So in round 2, let's see if I can find this. Who are we going to be featuring? Looks like if I scroll down, round 2 is going to be Joanne Craig versus Lewis Hawkins. Oh, that's going to be a banger.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, very, very much looking forward to that game. But I think this is Alex's stream debut, or at least tournament stream debut. So he can be very, very proud of himself, I think. So FOU or FOG being played, which is not as good as FOU because it gives Alex a spot for TAO right up top, making Toyer, Ag, and GO. So that's kind of sick. Just making sure they have the right scores. So it looks like final score for Jason will be 416. Very reasonable score. And we're going to see Tao not in the top spot, but in the bottom spot for 12, bringing Alex to 455 to 416. Good game. Well played.
Very impressive.
Alrighty. So that'll be our first round. It feels like the players, they use their time very nicely. So we'll probably have a quick turnaround for round 2. But in the meantime, I'd like to interview. We should interview the winner.
Yep.
So yeah, if you guys in the chat, welcome to everybody watching. Have any questions about the game? Alex will be on the hot mic shortly to discuss. I'd definitely like to ask him about his opening rack for sure. That was a very interesting decision. And maybe be the bearer of potentially sad news about the play of zone. But yeah, we'll have a few minutes or a couple of minutes and be able to talk to the man himself. Yeah, definitely a respectable losing score, 416.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So there's some background as well for each of the players. I don't even know. Is this tournament? This tournament's taking place in Auckland, right?
I can find out really quick.
Yeah, we should find out. I should have done my homework. All right, seeing the headset. Hello.
Kia ora. How's it going?
How are you feeling, Alex, after that first game?
Pretty good. I mean, we've been here since 6:30 a.m. Setting up the stream, so I'm feeling a little frazzled. But it's a pretty good game, I think, for me specifically. Yeah. What did you guys think? What did I miss?
You don't appear to be frazzled, Josh. You can, if you'd like to ask or reveal.
Can I
something,
wait? Can I ask a question first?
Right
Is there a natural 7 in FRITERS in?
Rifters good? I don't think Rifters is good.
Oh, I could have done Drifters off the D. Yeah, true. I know Fristing is good, but I didn't know if Frister was good.
Yeah, there's no 7-letter word in that rack. So that was, you actually had an opening bonus.
Oh, please.
Of Rosier. I'm not sure. I mentioned how it's probably a little bit lower probability than you might have studied.
Yeah, and I actually learned that at club this week because I played a phony at club, and then Liz told me that I should have played that one instead. Damn it. Rosier's with an E, right? So ROSIERS. Yeah. I was looking at that. I was like, I think there's something in here, but I felt like there was such a strong leave that I didn't really mind the change because I was going first, But you're still right. I should have done that. I should have known it. Rosier's. Well, I wrote it down.
I mean, your exchange was really cool. I like the keeping the 2 R's. I thought it was pretty creative.
Yeah, cool. Great to know. But otherwise, I just sort of felt like the tiles fell my way a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, you did well to do well with what you had. One thing to mention was the zone turn, Josh.
Go on, yes.
Tell him.
Please. Oh, no, what did I do?
Yeah, there was a very cool bingo available. I believe it was through the eye of fritters.
No, it's through the E, wasn't it? It's through the E of Islander.
Because I had Remozen on my right. REMOZEN. What was the?
Yes,
Nezerion
in the same spot.
I don't know that one.
Wait, which one don't you know?
The one that you said. Say it again.
Okay. Nezerion. So Josh told me that's one of Nigel's plays of all time.
Right. Well, yeah, I should have known that. I guess should have known it.
I don't know. I feel like sometimes Scrabble players are like, oh, don't you know that this player played this in 2010? Like,
yeah.
Don't you remember? It's like, come on.
No, I don't.
But no, honestly, you played super, super well. Your first appearance.
First appearance on stream, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really like the way you played. So congrats.
I will say I was mostly just proud of my time management because I was worried about that. I was worried that often.
Yeah, that was superb.
So Yeah, I feel like it was an alright one. It's close enough. Kept it kind of interesting. So I've got Joanne waiting behind me, so I should probably wrap it up.
Sounds good, Alex.
Sure.
Well, thanks for talking to us.
Sweet as. Thanks so much.
Good luck in your next game.
All right, cool. See you guys back here, I think, sometime this afternoon.
Right, thanks, Alex.
Perfect.
Okay, bye.
All right. So that was the victor of Game 1 of the 2025 New Zealand National Scrabble Championship, the 45th of its name, Josh.
Yes.
That is a legacy.
Yep. Longest continuous running tournament in New Zealand.
And this year it's in Hamilton, according to somebody in YouTube chat, whom I should trust. I mean, yes, people, New Zealanders, Kiwis, they're pretty trustworthy in my experience, my very limited experience. So yes, next game, you'll take my word for it. Yeah, Canadians, trustworthy as well. I don't know about Australians though.
Hey.
Just kidding. So yeah, next round. Next round is like we said, it's going to be Joanne versus who did I even
Lewis.
say? Lewis, yes, the whiz kid. So they're going to be getting set up. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot to say about this tournament. If you have those notes, feel free to take it away. But I'd like to talk to you guys about what's going on here.
Yeah, well, it's a lot different to our Australian nationals, just in the form, which we should speak about. The Australian nationals is split up into 2 divisions, which normally have about 50 or 60 players. But I know in New Zealand, they group them in 12s. So that match we just brought to you was from Division B, or Grade B, which has 12 players. Now, Joanne Lewis is Grade A. So the winner of Nationals is the winner of Grade A. So there'll be a double round. Everyone will play each other twice. And then there'll be 2 rounds of King of the Hill to finish off at the end.
Yeah, that is a really interesting format, and I'm excited to see how it shakes out. I think Josh and I will be commentating this morning and tomorrow morning's games. Is that right?
That's correct.
So yeah, we'll be at, I guess, the tail end of the first round robin. So yeah, it's very interesting. I like the format, actually. Maybe we should use something like that. But yeah, let me reset those scores. So it looks like Joanne will be going first against Lewis. And we'll get them going whenever they're ready. We'll need to dawdle around. Alrighty. And yeah, I mean, what to say? Both of these players are pretty well established in their own ways. Lewis, because of his history as a youth champion level player, and Joanne, who's won the Nationals 3 times, 2009, 2017, 2022. She's won the Australian Masters, New South Wales state championships. She's won the World Seniors in 2017. Yeah. I mean, you know more about her than I do, but just, accolade after accolade.
Yeah, she's a very frustrating opponent to play. She knows a lot of words. She's very canny. Doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, and Lewis, who lives in New Zealand, is currently 11th rated. So a little bit lower rated than Joanne. And yeah, he's gone to 4 World Youth Championships, and he's had a 760 point game in 2017. Man, I just scored a 740. I just feel very small right now. It was like my highest score ever. Anyways.
Well, my 720 has just gone down the toilet.
So Joanne's first rack, Joy, L-E, QR. Looks like she's narrowed it down to just playing Joy. Can't be happy to keep that cube at 26 points. Pretty sure this would be the correct play. I don't think there's much else to think about.
Looks like mention for Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis with a very good start. He'll be able to play mention in a variety of different positions. I assume that you just want to play it making J-O and O-N. But you can double the M both ways and play with M-Y, which would be 73 as well. I think they're both 73, but this seems a little bit more reasonable defensively. And it comes down without much hesitation. Both players having taken less than a minute on their opening plays. So we're talking about with Alex, time management is a very important thing to get right, especially at expert level. I think people don't talk about it as much as they should. But if you make the same play within 30 seconds that you make in 2.5 or 3 minutes, I feel like it adds like 300 rating. Like just playing that much faster is worth that much. I don't know what you think about that.
Oh, we've got players here in South Wales that if you leave them just unlimited time, they're really good players. But under tournament conditions, if you fast play them or whatever, things can go to pieces.
Yeah, and just training yourself, trying to make moves within a certain time period. Like 1 minute is a good baseline. I think can really provide you with a lot of improvements. So we see Deb, is that right, coming down? Keeping QRRL, which you kind of hate to see that leave, but I think covering that triple and just maybe hoping to draw something next turn makes a lot of sense. Because if you leave that open and you exchange, Lewis plays there, he'll be up bonus score and you'll have somewhat random letters. So I think I understand that decision for sure by Joanne. So back to Lewis with ACEEPT. Seems decent. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking about untriplicating my E's and getting rid of either one of the C or the P or both. But I'm not seeing a great way to do it immediately.
Yeah, it feels like you would have some good options here, but the good options depend on seeing a number of things. First thing being the E hook on DEB. And then seeing one of the two 6-letter words that hits one of these doubles. And so the engine is giving PECTEN, PECTEN, or TENAS through the N as top options. But if you miss that, you can just play PEE underneath EM and BE, which isn't ideal given that it opens triple for Joanne, but the leave is quite good. There are other options as well, so we'll see what Lewis comes up with. So between PECTEN, which scores 4 more than TENAS, between those two plays, I think I would take the points. But I'm not really sure. But yeah, this play is very reasonable. Really keeps the best 4-tile leave you can in this position. And Lewis is going to take a 40-point lead. Back to Joanne, who I think is going to play relatively, instantaneously quickly.
Yes.
QS for 46. Your letters are bad, but you can score 46 points. Really, no need to think at all. And suddenly she's in the lead. So Lewis has filled up his rack with 3 consonants, A, C, E, G, H, R, T. And is that a word, Gatcher? Am I making that up?
I wouldn't be comfortable.
Yeah, Gatcher and Gercha are words, and Gercha actually
Gercha.
fits. Gertcha. If Lewis finds that, I will be stunned. That is really weird, really low probability. He's going to play Chatter, it looks like.
Yeah.
48 points. Definitely plays human beings can find.
Did you see the definition for Gercha?
Does it just mean gotcha?
It's defined as get out of here.
Well, I wonder what dialect that's from. I imagine it's not an Australian one, or you letting me know. Huh. If anybody knows what dialect that is from without looking it up, we'd love to hear it. Yeah, some funny definitions. So back to Joanne, who I think has started to play a little bit too quickly. She was going to play Zori and QI, which is a great play, but she does have a better option underneath the JO and ON of Rons, which would score 9 more points and keep a vowel and not open. Big potential comeback plays for Lewis. So maybe a little bit hasty there. Is it?
Yeah, it's rest of New Zealand.
Oh, is that what that means?
I believe so. That up.
Man, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so culturally ignorant.
Oh, yeah, rest of New Zealand in relation to Auckland.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love it. Because in Canada we have ROC, but I'm pretty sure ROC is not defined as rest of Canada.
No, I don't think
Pretty sure it's something else. But anyways, back to Lewis, who's up 5 points, and he's just been gifted a fantastic spot for his ex. And yeah, when we think about making a mistake and getting punished for it, Zori, not that big of a mistake over Rons, but Fax and Ox and Za, I mean, that is a huge benefit, that opening. So yeah, this is big punishment for Joanne. 55 points. Looks like Lewis's best option by far. But we've seen the first blank, but it's still only 1 vowel for Joanne. And the board isn't so nice.
No.
And what has Fax done to this board, Josh? Some danger.
Yeah, it's created a spot next to the ZA, but you need to have really specific letters to hit it. And Joanne actually doesn't have any specific letters to hit it.
Yeah, so you have to be scared that either Lewis had a letter to hook the Za or has drawn one in his 3-tile pull. So it looks like maybe John's found a 9-letter word of womanlier, which almost fits through the ON of mention. But yeah, I would be a little bit concerned with that. I'm not sure if I don't think I would play something like Frau from the F to try and deal with that threat, because that would open a threat of its own. But I'd certainly be a little bit concerned. But maybe I'd just end up playing like Warn underneath Zhao, making Zhao and Ono, keeping ML blank. That seems pretty good. You could also play Worm for many more points and keep the LN together, which is never great. I don't like keeping those two at the same time, but probably worth the points. So there's one option here through this I, pretty hidden. MIL, what do you think?
Oh yeah, I like that. I like it a lot.
Would you keep the W for that?
Oh, for sure.
Because it does feel like, I mean, usually we don't like W's unless it means that we won the game. But it does feel like you'll be able to get a bonus down pretty often in the same spot as Warren was played. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Preserves the O for Oxo.
Yeah. So you see worm, right? It's hard
Yes.
to make out whether that's an M or an N. Okay. Good. Yeah, preserving the hooks. Preserving the O for Oxo is also pretty good. So it's a big benefit. All right, back to Lewis. EGHIIRT. Seems like do you think righty is a word? Like IE? I think that's a word, right?
I've phonied with this rack so often, I couldn't tell you.
No, it's not. It's just with a Y. Yeah, I would have maybe played that. Because LEFTIE is a word, but not RIGHTIE. That's confusing.
I know you can have
Lewis has
rightier.
drawn. Yeah, rightier, righties. But Lewis has drawn a G to hook on that spot, so he's going to use it despite keeping two I's. I feel like this is definitely worth doing. 39 points. By far his best score, that or TEG, but I feel like keeping the TH together is slightly better. And Joanna has not found much help from the bag, drawing VODD. And she's already ready to play nil, in the same spot she could have played mill last turn. The engine suggesting either dropping the V for 13, which is a terrible play, I think. Engine is wrong. Or Voddy, VODDY with Chattery, just burning the blank for only 38. Just demonstrating how poor her position is. I think I like this. 24, keep the blank. Hopefully you draw a couple vowels or something. Draw RE for proved or something like that. And just slowly inch your way closer to the bonus.
Yeah, she didn't need to pick up the same tile she put down.
Oh my goodness. Oh no. That never feels good, does it? Unless they're two good tiles and you set up a spot to bonus with them. I remember when I was a kid, I missed the word aneroid, which is one of the highest probability words in Scrabble, and then I drew the same two letters and played aneroid the next turn. I felt a lot of different things at that moment. Yeah, look at Lewis's letters. HIIITTU. So I am not happy. I exchange here. What about you?
Yeah, I would exchange.
Maybe think about playing hit next to the CHA. That's what he's looking at. It does score 24, doesn't open anything. Continues to cushion a lead, but it feels like you're getting so far away from being able to maintain that lead with the leave. But 24 points. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of, is IITU worth -24 or not?
Yeah, and I think it's also sort of about what are the threats on this board? What are the letters you kind of want? So from Lewis's perspective, if he exchanges and we see maybe a play down from the P, it's going to be a close game. If he exchanges and he sees a bonus, he'll be much better off in responding to that bonus, but will that bonus be opening dangerous spots that will suffer if he doesn't have the letters to use them? So there's a lot to consider. The engine thinks it's very close, giving a slight edge to playing through.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it could have gone either way. Yeah, now, same options as last turn, except NIL, not possible anymore for Joanne. So you might see her exchange. Looks like she's separating VDL, keeping NOD blank. Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
I feel like I wouldn't keep the D just because this D in Deb is like my primary spot that I want to bonus in.
Yeah, I agree.
But you can still bonus with 2D. It just feels a bit less likely.
Like with ogenated.
Is that good? I don't like that. Okay. Got me there. So back to Lewis. Both players playing relatively quickly on this complicated closed board. Lewis has IILLSTU. He's got the lead, but he's also got time disadvantage and not so great tiles. But he has set up a spot with CH. He's set up a spot for an I. So we might see TUI come down or something of that nature. I would want to get rid of one of my L's.
Yeah, maybe just LI, so no front hooks.
Oh, there's an awesome option here. Engine finds Tullibee, TULLIBEE, which has got to be Lewis's best play. Scoring a nice 22, but really getting rid of all of the problems on the rack at once.
Tullibee.
Not opening much in return. That is really cool.
Yeah, well, we talk about low probability. That's not very high, is it?
Yeah. So we're seeing Lewitt instead, which is slightly better on points and leave, but does open a big spot.
Yep.
So obviously can't blame him for missing Tullibee.
Yes. Although I'm adding it to my card box now, so I'll never miss it again.
Okay, whatever you say. But yeah, like we said earlier, those low probability words, they may only come up once in your life. Got to play a lot of Scrabble to play the majority of the words you know.
Yes.
That's one of the existential sadnesses of our game, is it not? You might learn all these words and never get to use them.
Yeah, especially when you get into the nines and you just think, oh, is this all pointless?
So Joanne's found one of her two bonuses, Canoodle. But she actually did have something to the D of Deb on loaded.
Yes.
Which would have scored 14 more points. So a miss there, missed opportunity. But getting back on the scoreboard is Joanne Craig. Score is now 256, 277. And Lewis has not drawn a scoring tile, so we'll see some respite, I think, for Joanne.
Yeah, I can't help but think that Joanne is making a conscious effort to play fast here.
Yeah, it seems so. I mean, more than half of the game has already gone by, and she's only used 7 minutes, 50 seconds of her clock. So definitely feels like there's some rush going on, and it could just be, like we said, playing faster, even if you're making mistakes, can lead to better results than playing slowly and making fewer mistakes.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously blank bingos very, very hard, especially when you have a D and doesn't look like you have anything playing to D on the board. But I think Joanne certainly knows the word onloaded and would find it 9 times out of 10.
Oh, for sure.
So Lewis plays tills. This makes perfect sense. Play
Yeah,
lilts
love
or
it.
tills in that same spot, keeping ST, scoring well, and just putting the ball back in Joanne's court.
And we've also
Drawn
done
ACD.
what we like to call a right angle block. So by putting the words chatters and tills at right angles, we've blocked everything to the right of that.
Yeah, let's illustrate. Love to see the maths of Scrabble.
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely a very good thing to do when you're ahead. Just sort of eliminate space in that way. So Joanne with ACDEI PV, and I'd be looking, I guess, through the C and canoodle. It feels like we're close to double C words.
It does, but I think Veep is just very good.
Oh, nice. Yeah, beautiful. Veep for 43. Pretty much tying the game up. And Lewis, who's drawn datives.
An avidist.
Yeah. Either of which are going to fit on this board. So one of the, I guess, negative aspects of playing defensively is potentially not giving yourself a spot for your own stuff, but sometimes you're happy with the result. You know, there wasn't really anything he could have done last turn that would have given him a spot for these bonuses, except leaving the Chatter's hook alive, which I really don't think he should have done.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Vista'd as well. He's seen it, doesn't fit. Yeah, I think Viced maybe through the C and Canoodle, just take away that triple, score well. There's a really cool option of Tsadi. TSADI.
Tsadi.
For 42, but I don't actually think that's the right play. Using up a lot of good stuff and opening some danger. So yeah, I'd like to see something like Vice. The problem, I guess, for Lewis is he's got an A. I'm trying to point to that A. There are 5 A's remaining. So he might want to play VAC for 15 instead, or something using the A.
Yeah, I'd be worried only scoring 15 points.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, the pressure of opponent being so close in score now certainly leads me down the path of wanting to score myself. But I do know that I have good tiles. There are a couple places you can still bonus. You can bonus here, you can bonus here. So keeping 5 good tiles, maybe playing Rav, maybe playing VAC, could lead to a lot of nice things next turn, but could also whiff and leave you at a deficit after John's next play. So it's a very interesting spot for Lewis, who's definitely down on the clock now. Joanne playing fast and accurately, and Lewis has to sort of worry about a multitude of things now.
Yep, Feist comes down.
Yeah, we like this play. And back to Joanne, who has A, B, C, D, E, I, N cabined lined up. Again, no spot for a majority of 7-letter words that you might have. And what a draw for Lewis.
Great draw.
To his AST, he's drawn ERR blank, so there's no stopping him next move. And if you're Joanne, you're not even trying to stop anything here. You're just trying to stay at level, I think.
Yeah.
But what do you do? Board's closed, scoring spots are gone. I mean, you can always play from the R for a small score. You can play through the O. Ideally, I'd want to play through the PT if there is something there. But yeah, kind of a position where I would like to play quickly, probably, but there isn't really anything great to do. So you might want to take your time. Would you be trying to open the board here if you're Joanne, Josh?
I would be trying to get rid of one of the C or the B, and also one of the A's, just because those unseen A's look very dangerous. Also,
Yeah.
I would be looking for that last blank.
So are we thinking maybe we make a play under the M? Like
Yes, yeah.
ABID. So, yeah.
Yep, something
A
like that.
bid. Setting up an E hook. Setting up a lane, playing 4 tiles, sort of creating some dynamism
That's
on
it.
this board. She's looking at maybe a bed or Scion. It's hard to tell. Maybe she's thinking of playing Scion through the O. Maybe she's thinking of playing a bed. I think she's playing down there. You want to play a bid for sure. Yeah, a tough position for Joanne, who's definitely behind in this position. Like you said, blank unseen, 2 S's unseen to her as well. A 30-point deficit.
Mm-hmm.
Can see something like Tabby, Tabi. Yeah, Joanne knows better than pretty much anyone in this room how to deal with any given Scrabble position. So it'd be very, very interesting to see what she chooses here.
Yeah, these are the hard moves in Scrabble, because probably the best player for Joanne brings her back to 50% to win. Whereas, you can very easily see a play losing 10 or 15% equity if you don't open something up, or if you triplicate a tile like is possible with the A's.
That's right. So a lot of things to think about. Like you said, looking into the unseen letters to see if there's an imbalance. We do see that there is, I think, once again, a lot of vowels.
A lot of vowels.
5, 7, 8, 10, 13 out of 26 unseen tiles are vowels. So I think I'd be wanting to play at least two of my 3 in this position. And it looks like she is considering a bid, making MA. Yeah, definitely not the most fun play to make, just opening so much for an immediate counter by Lewis. There are also 3 U's unseen to Joanne, and if you know anything about Scrabble, it's that you do not like U's. So yeah, very important key position, key draw for Joanne after this. What we know is that Lewis is in fantastic shape with his blank and S. He's unstoppable, so Joanne's going to need a lot of help, no matter what. But definitely still a game. There's still some game to be played. Even if we think about Joanne playing 3 or 4, and then Lewis playing a bonus, I think Joanne's going to have at least 1 or 2 more moves to try and consolidate her position and bonus to win.
Yeah, it looks like she was briefly considering tabby, which I think would be a response to the overabundance of vowels. But
I like this better. I really do, just considering the fact that the C is a great bingo tile, but only on an open board. So I like this idea of opening spots for a potential bonus with the C. But tabby would have been a great play as well. Ooh. Okay, that's not a great draw for Joanne. But she has avoided those U's, so if we imagine Lewis using all of his tiles now, he might draw something very unappetizing in his post bingo.
Yeah. I've seen a play that I like for Lewis, and that would be to play erratas underneath.
Nice.
Opening nothing.
Stopping one short of the triple. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's a killer move for sure. And he's found serrate, which is
Does the same thing.
Yeah, just as good. Erratas, yeah, they both score the same. I think Errata's slightly more defensive.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he plays serrate underneath, it's going to be really hard to imagine Joanne getting close. Yeah, a number of options that you might find that score well, but that float an S in the middle of danger zone. But yeah, something like erratas or serrate, it's just perfect. Or serrati even. That might be what he's thinking, because serrati takes only, it takes nothing, takes no hook at all. So it will be important if he does play SERRAT blank to know whether it's blank E or I.
I wonder whether he was looking at the S hook of Zag and not at the underlaps.
That could be, yeah. That could very well be. Okay, looks like serrate or serrati coming down. So if we could have our producer Jake let us know which.
Looks like Lewis just
what
told
he's
him.
made the blank. Very nice. Then I'll be able to.
There we go. It's an I.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, great play. And Joanne's down 90 points now. There's 8 in the bag, which might seem good. This might mean she has some time. But the problem with that is she's going to get a playoff, but so is Lewis before emptying the bag.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be very, very hard to win this. Engine suggesting a very good play here of Wendigo. What that does is it creates a big threat. S hook here, scores well, leaves only 3 in the bag. So if Lewis is going to want to deal with that threat, he's probably going to have to empty the bag. Also leaves a little bit of stuff open. But what we do see now is that alongside 2 U's, which we were worried about for Lewis, he has drawn that final S. So even if Joanne manages to find this amazing option, amazing resource, I think it's going to be very difficult to imagine that leading to a victory. But yeah, she does have time. She's played this game with a nice time management, but all the time in the world is not going to solve this position. She really just has to hope for the best, no matter what she finds here. So, yeah, what to say? I mean, both players playing incredibly well. Definitely saw one of the small mistakes take a huge toll, and that was the play of Zori giving back 55 points.
Yeah.
But I think both these players, played one heck of a game. I feel like Joanne's letters, that NL draw after playing NL was just brutal. I feel like if you tallied up the games where that happened, where you played off certain letters and drew the same letters, you'd probably lose like most of those games.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it
I
looks
feel
a
like
bit
that
grim.
might be the most accurate depiction of, right? People are like, oh, blanks drawn? No. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, I was just gonna say, I noticed on the video you posted yesterday, that was the first time I've heard anyone refer to the number of 4-point tiles in a game. So you drew 9 of the 10 4-point tiles. I'd never heard that before.
Yes. Yeah, that was an interesting one. So EW comes down. This was her best play on equity. It scores very well. It opens a big threat of fuse coming down to the triple. As we know, Lewis does not have to worry about that threat. He has the final S. So he's probably more interested in just scoring some points here, not opening anything tremendous, and maybe using the S hook later. You might use it now. But I don't really see a great play with it now.
No, and I think a consideration here is that the tile bag still just sucks. So I wouldn't want to be playing a lot of tiles. It doesn't look like there's many, if any, threats from Joanne. So maybe just something, playing just a YU somewhere or an FU somewhere. Yeah, just trying not to, or even in funk. I don't know. Yeah, just you don't really need to do anything.
Right. The board is such that really, from Lewis's perspective, feels like the only legitimate threat is down to abide.
Mhm.
And at the score that we have here, it feels like he can deal with that threat and still win the game. But he might be thinking to block it anyway. But I think in this position, he doesn't need to do that. There's 6 left in the bag, so if he just takes the score and play Takey, TAKY for 33, that does seem a bit dangerous, opening a couple marginal spots for Joanne, but it really does feel like there's not much to worry about. But you want to be as sure as possible that you're going to win this game, so maybe something short, like you said. Just playing off one of those U's is good. I see FY as a possibility as well, making diff. What that does is it sets up another S spot for Lewis.
It does.
And scores pretty well while keeping the K for potential scores next turn. We could see something crazy like EUK. What do you think of this play?
I really like it.
That would be just a very cold Scrabble play.
Yeah, it's the sort of play I really like because, Joanne's focused on bingoing, and then all of a sudden she just got this threat that she just absolutely has to address. And then by the time she addresses it, the game's over.
So we see YU, NY, and OU for Lewis, which really does seem good enough. He's up 80 now. There's 4 in the bag, so Joanne is going to get one more chance. And she's considering what I think is a very good option of Taco from the T in Tills. That's 18. And it does something really, really nice, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
So it leaves one tile in the bag,
Right. Yes.
scores 18, and
Opens
sets
two
up
more
another
lanes.
lane.
Yeah.
So making it impossible for Lewis to block everything at once. So it might actually be a little bit worrisome. I wonder.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out whether there's anything that she's threatening.
Right. I mean, she has to be looking at the 11 tiles and trying to find some combinations that work for her. I think she might be looking at a go, trying to draw that S maybe for Itas, or make a play with a gone. It's a very sort of desperado type move.
Yeah, with
So
no
yeah, I
ease.
guess that's.
Sorry, you
Go ahead. No.
I was just going to say she needs to preserve the E for abide.
Mhm.
I'm liking Taco more and more.
And like you said, it really is about what can I draw, and there is an I left that would pair nicely with the G after Taco, the NG. And so it really does feel like opening that stuff up just has to be the correct option. And she's going back to it now. She can score more points with something like Potage, but like you said, got to keep the E for abide, and you don't want to empty the bag fully. There's 4 tiles in the bag. It'll give Lewis perfect knowledge. So unless you draw something in 2 spots simultaneously, it'll be over.
Yeah.
So Taco comes down, and suddenly Lewis has drawn, I think, another U. So he's drawn UA. And he's got to be a little bit worried here, but I think actually drawing that second A is going to help him out, because Joanna's no longer threatening anagoge and abide. But it's also conceivable that Lewis will have enough if he plays EUKS for 24. It's conceivable that that might be enough to win. But it all depends on if he's giving something back, and he is. So if he plays EUKS, which feels like scores a lot of points, look what Joanne's lined up, seagoing. And that for sure should be enough for her to take this game. So Lewis with low time is actually, he has to be a little bit careful here.
Seagoing. Yeah, very nice.
So yeah, engine suggesting KAAS, which is a beautiful play. Score 40 points.
Yeah, very nice.
Which probably beats everything. But barring that, the best that Lewis can score is 24. So I'm quite worried. I guess not super worried, but there's definitely some room for disaster here if you're Lewis Hawkins.
Yeah, and with tiles like that, he's going to have to make at least 2, maybe 3 plays in the end game. So he needs to leave himself some time to think.
That's for sure. And Lewis being up 62, 1 tile in the bag. He needs to be looking at the tiles left from his perspective. So from his perspective, Joanne's letters are what she has plus another N. So he's probably looking, if there's something
so,
like...
yeah, so she's threatening Ganawine and abide.
All right. Ganawine is a threat from Lewis's perspective, and he's going to have to do math. He's going to have to do a lot of things if he wants to ensure victory here. Maybe Cadiz?
It's the most likely rack that she has.
Yeah, it is. So if he plays Cadiz, which he might be thinking, and he's going, oh man, he's at 10 seconds here.
Yeah, look, I suppose it doesn't really matter if you go over, because as long as you ensure that she doesn't bingo, you win.
Right. That is true. But the pressure, you really see the time pressure taking its toll here. And yeah, Lewis, if he lets, at this point, if he lets Ganoin happen, I think he's losing. So
True.
yeah, maybe he saw Cadiz, Kadis, and I think that would eliminate all the threats. But he looks to be playing Skua and Seratis, which is not a word. Oh my goodness.
Mm.
Serati does not take that S. That is coming off the board. And Joanne with a chance here. Oh my goodness. If Joanne plays off her G, sets up a second spot for Ganoin, I feel like it's over. Wow.
I really hope she finds that.
What a turn of events. So Joanne, knowing there's one tile left in the bag, has the option here of playing off one of her tiles and trying to draw something in 2 spots. And with Lewis's time pressure, she might not even need that. He might further fall into a hole here after her next play. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, 4 minutes to go.
She doesn't even need to set up Ganoin in 2 spots, because if she plays off the G, she's got canoeing.
Oh my goodness. And she already has it separated. And she knows that the N could be out there. Lewis hasn't played an N in his last play, so there's only a 3 in 4 chance that he has that final N. Those are great odds. Those are fantastic odds. Is there anything else? I think that's the only option that she's going to be able to find. And she has 3 minutes to find it. So yeah, all she has to do is play off a G, and she is winning this game, I think, given Lewis's time situation. Even I think if Lewis plays for 40 next turn, I believe Joanne will still have enough after all is said and
There's
done.
not a single place she can play the G that doesn't win.
I'm looking at it. So if she plays reg for 12 in the top right, and Lewis does find KAAS, she will win by 8 because of time. Holy mackerel. So all she needs to do is score 5 or more with her G, and it's over. This is insanity, Josh.
So if she plays GIT above a bid, is it a tie?
It won't be, because that would block KAAS.
Oh, true.
And this is all assuming that Lewis sees KAS, which is by far his highest scoring play. He didn't see it last turn, most likely. So I do feel like if Joanne does not give up in this position, she's going to win the game. But she's considering not playing off the G. Is it possible she's missed one of the options?
I mean, there's no way she doesn't know Ganoin, unless she's mistracked. I can't imagine she doesn't just play a G here.
Yeah, wow. And she's getting super low on the clock too. About 1 minute left.
Yeah, you've got to play the G.
I don't know if she sees it, but even if she doesn't see it, it feels like you go for something. Oh, coinage. Oh no. Oh no. Well, it's not over. Lewis has to make a quick play, which he does. Okay, I think it's over now. Plays Skua for 26. And Joanne's going to go out. Her best outplay is serrating for one more point, but that's like impossible. She plays Ding for 10. Oh my goodness. 415 to 443. That's crazy. Is that like almost the exact same score as last round too?
It's pretty close, isn't it?
Wow. Incredible. She was so close.
She had it separated.
I think maybe she never considered the fish and she was just considering playing coinage. Maybe she thought she was doomed regardless. Goodness me. Oh man, both these players must be pretty drained from that. They're looking over it. Lewis might be.
Hey, showing it.
Yeah. But you have to spot canoeing and Ganoin Abide unless you play BAG, which sets up Ganoin in the second spot. Oh, no, it doesn't.
No.
I was thinking it's BIG. And that wouldn't even work anyway. BAGI. I'm just messing things up in my head.
Well, you could play Marg.
Oh, Mark. Oh, my goodness. Yes, sir. Marg would have set it up. Okay, so I wasn't quite hallucinating. Wow. Wowie. Yeah, they're discussing it. I don't know what to say. That was incredible stuff, Josh. Both players had the win on their fingertips. Both took defeat.
Yeah, well, kept us guessing, didn't it?
Yeah. Man. All right, I'm going to save this game. It's definitely something to analyze further. Both of these players played up to their standards. Super strong. Great plays, quick plays, strong plays. It all came down to the end.
Yeah, Josh, we've just got word from a grade C game. It looks like David has beat Vicky 731 to 320.
Oh, man. And that's in the B class? Okay.
That's in C.
Oh, my goodness. And C?
Yeah.
What? 7 bingos total?
7 bingos.
Wow. All right. Well, why didn't you feature that one, Jake? That's incredible. Well, I think we're gonna. I don't know if we have time to interview Lewis. Okay, we will. We will get a quick interview. So we'll get them to sign the slips, do the things, and yeah, get Lewis's thoughts on this game that he almost threw. Yeah, can't wait to hear. So 453 for Lewis, minus 10, 443 to 415. So they signed the slips.
Yeah, and again, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat and we'll ask.
Hey, Lewis, what a game. What a game. It's Josh and Josh here. How you going?
Looks like he can't hear us.
Hear us. We can hear him. Man, crazy game. like just Josh said, if you have any questions, feel free to relay them while they work through these audios. There's so many different audio channels.
Yes.
I don't know how I would. Okay. Seems like this is a volume issue. Huh. Hey, what's up? Josh and Josh here. Crazy game. What were you discussing at the end there? Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's see. No, you would have lost after Cadiz. So, yeah, from our perspective, there appeared to only be one play that we saw that would win 100% from your perspective.
Maybe this here, actually.
And that was...
Does this win here? Because then she has to play Ganoid there, and it scores less.
Oh, that could have won. Yeah, maybe. No, actually, okay, let's talk about this, because Ganoin wasn't the only thing she would have had with that rack. And I think that was the key thing in the position. Josh found it, but
canoeing.
there's an 8-letter word from the sea, canoeing as well.
Yeah, I just saw that as well.
So I think your only winning play was to play KAAS.
I looked
underneath
at that, and I was just like
MAR.
more unsure of that then. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy 4-letter word that almost never comes up.
Yeah.
But I think that would have been enough.
Yeah, for sure.
To outscore, but a crazy position.
Yeah.
We were sure that Joanne was just going to play off one of her Gs.
Yeah, Sam.
And catch you there, but yeah, you had to see all of that. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, well played to you.
Thanks.
Any other questions you had about some of the turns in this game?
Most of the first ones were pretty straightforward, I think. Did I miss anything, like with chatter? I don't think.
Yeah.
Word, is it?
You did, but it was a very, very low probability word.
What is it?
Oh, it's Gertcha. So GERTCHA.
Oh, there's a 7 in it. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know that
There's
one.
two, yeah.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
capture as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we learned from chat that you need to know your Cockney slang to know that word or have studied it.
Yeah. And I haven't.
We were trying to figure out what the dialect was.
Yeah.
But yeah, that appeared to be the only blemish prior to the skewer sequence. So
yeah,
super well played to you.
Thanks.
Always like to see you on stream. You played very, very great moves throughout the game. We liked HIT. I think this Josh liked it more than other Josh. I know you're considering exchanging as well.
Yeah. There were just 2 blanks
yeah,
in the bag,
super well
so I
played.
thought I could just pick one up if I changed 6 instead.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know though. I thought I was setting up something here with my double IT anyway if it came to that, and I picked up bad.
Yeah. Well, anyways, thanks for the entertainment. That was maybe a game. I worried a bit that it might have drained you. But,
my first game
hopefully...
drained me, and then I got here and had to instantly play. My last game
okay.
I went down to 20 seconds as well, which is literally unheard of for me. And then I've never gone overtime in my life.
Wow. Well, it's first for
everything.
everything.
For everything for sure. Oh,
well, anyways, good luck in your next ones today, Lewis. Cheers. Always great to see you and hear you, and yeah.
Perfect. Thanks for commentating.
Thanks.
Cheers. Thanks, Lewis.
All right, that was Lewis Hawkins, who managed to secure a win here against Joanne Craig. Yeah, huge props to him. And yeah, we'll be continuing on. So what's our next matchup, Josh?
I believe we're detouring again to another division. I'll just pull up the matchup now.
it appears like
Happy
there's
to
going to be a little bit of a break, but what can we look forward to here?
Looks like we're going to F grade. So we've got Cooper against Maheu. Do you have the bios pulled up, Josh?
Yes, I do. So before we take a break, let's start with Cooper. So Cooper lives in Auckland. Like we said, this tournament's taking place in Hamilton. Cooper is 15 and has only been playing a year. And he's one of many, many, many people that started playing Scrabble because of Will Anderson's YouTube videos. So we love to see the new generation. He's going to the World Youth Championships this year in Malaysia. He played last year in the Nationals, and he's also played in the second HHS International Youth Scrabble Tournament. So seems like perfect, ideal up-and-coming player who might be playing way above his grade. And Maher, instead, is 12.
Crazy.
So Cooper, not the youngest person in this Nationals tournament, also lives in Auckland, and same story. He's only been playing competitively for a year, and has actually played more tournaments than Cooper has. So it's going to be quite the matchup. I can't wait to show this to you guys.
Yeah, it looks like he's really really into it, because I did see him in Adelaide this year for our Nationals. So
Oh, really?
Yeah, very.
How did he do? Did he perform well?
I think he did okay. Yeah, he was in the plate division, so the second division. I know he's also placed in just a youth tournament in Adelaide prior to that Nationals. So yeah, promising.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love to see the new generation. Obviously, makes me feel a bit old. I don't know about you, but can't wait to see this matchup. Yeah, two I guess evergreen players. But we are actually going to take you right into that game. We fooled you a little bit. No break. Round 3 will commence very shortly. We did see this round 2 game take quite some time, so
yes,
yeah, can't wait. Jumping right into it. So let me set the stage. While I do that, yeah, you can remind people, I guess, of the format, which I still haven't grasped. It feels like you've grasped the format of this Nationals tournament much better than me. But for those just joining.
Yeah, so it's split into grades. So, I mean, we're streaming up to F grade. I'm not sure if there's one below, but the grades are 12 people, and it's a 24-game tournament. So you will play everyone twice. That's 22 games. And then you will play King of the Hill. So the top 2 players will play, third and fourth will play. So the last 2 games are that format. The winner of A grade will be crowned national champion. As well, we'll be focusing on A grade more than the others. But it's good that we get to detour and see some of the future talent.
Yeah, honestly, I prefer watching future talent to anything. Like, I'd even prefer it to watching Nigel. When you're watching Nigel, it's like, okay, he's just gonna make the best play. Okay, he's just gonna make the best play. We don't know what's in store for this game. We could see some crazy stuff happen, some very high level play. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Like, even last game had so many little quirks in it that we wouldn't get from a Nigel game. I don't know if Nigel's ever gone over time.
Yeah, I don't either. But apparently Lewis hadn't either, so
Yeah,
sort of a glitch in the matrix there. Question in the
Speaking of
chat, does
Nigel,
anyone... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I know Nigel's won this tournament before, back in, I think, 97.
Okay. Nice. Obviously not a surprise.
No,
yeah. But Nigel's not present here. He's living elsewhere. and he, I guess, wants to give a chance to some others to win.
Like
So
him.
Christian in the YouTube chat asked, so does anyone know if Howard Warner, Lynn Butler, Jeff Grant, Andrew Bradley, Lawson Sulis, Fagerlund, Patrick Carter, and any others from about 10 years ago are still playing? I feel like pretty much all of those players are playing in this tournament. Definitely Lawson. I mean, I know Liz was playing in the Masters tournament. I don't know if she's playing in this one, but Liz is still around. I think she directed. Howard Warner played in the Masters tournament as well. Yeah, he's playing. Yeah, Lawson is still playing for sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So Howard will be one of the favorites. I know he wins tournaments for fun. Very strong player. So looking forward to seeing him on stream later.
Yep. So yeah, hopefully they'll get the nameplates fixed here. But we have our two players here. So I think Maher is on the left, and Cooper is on the right, and they've got to be excited about this. I guess the only thing that'd make it better is if it was Will Anderson commentating.
Well, maybe next year.
But we got the Joshes, we got the dream team.
Exactly.
So yeah, exactly. Whenever they're ready, they can start bagging the tiles. And it looks like everything is all set up for this up and coming matchup. I'm trying to find like exciting ways to phrase what's going on right now. Yeah, really cool. I remember. What age did you start playing, Josh?
I was 22.
22, yeah.
So
you had a
less than 2 years ago.
You had a pretty late start, and I know we've talked about this. Was Scrabble coverage anything to do with you starting to play? Like,
yes, yeah, it was. I used to watch Canadian streams back when I was 12, 13, with Robin Daniel commentating, which I mainly just watched to fall asleep, I think. But when I left school, finished my gap year and all that sort of fun stuff, and I had some free time, jumped straight back into Scrabble, and I've loved it.
Awesome, yeah, awesome to hear. So many people, just because of coverage like this, have started to try their hands. So whenever these guys are ready, they can start off. It looks like Mahieu, maybe it's Mahieu. I seem to pronounce it in a French way, but if anybody has better pronunciation, I'm all ears. But yeah, I started playing when I was 10. So around the same age as these guys, and it looks like they're off to a heck of a start.
Mm-hmm.
And there's more tools available than ever before, and immediately you can see the alphabetization of the rack. That is a sign of someone that knows what they're doing, right, Josh?
Yeah, I love it when they alphabetize, because that's the only way I study, so it helps me a great time.
So ACLMNOV to start. And it looks like maybe something like vocal would be a good way to go. You could also play VAC for 16 and really just completely annihilate the board immediately. I'm sure you'd love to see that, right, Josh?
No. I don't know. Although you need to be a bit worried, because I believe vocal has a sort of Benjamin extension of univocal.
Yeah, I think also non-vocal.
Yeah, sure.
So I don't know if you need to be worried, but yeah, it's definitely something to think about. So we're seeing clam, for 16 as the opening play, keeping NOV for Mahue. And Cooper with EEILPTT.
So he's got the P hook for clamp.
That's true. One of the dangers of opening in this way, but I think this is sure to lead to some sort of dynamic game, right? Putting the C in the center of the board. So many words start with the C. And yeah, if Cooper sees the P hook on clam, he's going to want to play there. But the plays that he has, 5 and 6 letters long, that will hit this double word score, are not the easiest ones. They're definitely
You were
not
speaking about
first words you study.
French earlier. Yeah, petite.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would play petty.
Yeah, petty would have been nice. So instead, we're seeing pelt, keeping the nice ITE combination. So I'm not sure if I would have played that with clamp, just because that would have set up a pretty dangerous S hook, but that would have been more points. And yeah, back to Mahue, who has not drawn very well here.
No. Although he's got queen, through the EM.
Oh, yes. One of those O's is a Q.
Yes.
So it looks like he was maybe going to play quote. Yeah, QUEME would be very, very nice. I think the only way to get the Q to hit a double word score.
Yeah.
You could also keep the Q here, potentially. Which is what he's doing with the Vo and Pav and Emo. Nice underlap there. Trying to draw something better with the Q next turn. I often see this at the up-and-coming level, players that are attached to the Q. What can you tell our audience about this?
Yeah, look, as you improve in Scrabble, the value of the Q it seems to diminish. So you're very rarely going to be able to hit a huge Q bingo that you might be hoping for. Quite often, it's more than worth it to just play it for 20 or 25 quickly.
Yeah, the diminishing returns, because I mean we learn Q words pretty early on because there's so few of them, especially the Q without U words. And your knowledge of keywords is not going to improve over time that much. And your knowledge of other words is certainly going to improve. So definitely good point there. As we see Jarl come down for Cooper, keeping a very nice sleeve of DEIT. And this is going to give a great spot to Mahue. He was going to play Locks. He was going to play Gox, but then Locks came down, potentially wanting to keep the G and the N together. What do you think?
Yep. Yeah, another interesting sort of option, which very hard to see, would be Quango with the A, putting the O in triple N, very dangerous.
Oh wow. Yeah, that would have been beautiful. So am I seeing right? VITEDUI. So not a good draw of VUI for Cooper. But he might want to just re-overlap. Did he see that he could play VITE?
I haven't seen it lined up.
But VITE would overlap all the way. Sorry, you go ahead.
So if you play VITE, you're setting up EVITE in the top lane.
Oh yeah, and you're setting up
Hmm.
other stuff as well. So that would be quite the dynamic play. But yeah,
I
any
wouldn't be
play.
surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to just see Vax. Yeah.
As you say it. That's twice now. I'm keeping track of your calling things like that. Very nice timing there. So yeah, Vax doesn't change anything to the board other than eliminating overlaps and just similar plays that just drop one letter next to the X. So yeah, we like that play.
And we love this player.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh,
Matthew getting. Oh
no.
wait,
Love
did
these
he
tiles.
switch it? Did he switch it, or was that?
No, he had Toke lined up early on, but oh.
Okay. So yeah, Toke plays for 29. Quote was 47. So definitely a missed opportunity. As Cooper has been playing very quickly, counting the spots. Wanted to play quiet or quite, but realized that it wouldn't go all the way to the triple. But if quited were a word, which it is, right? That would come down for a ton of points, but you have to know that quited, what a weird word that is. So we might see Cooper. Oh, looks like quite is being considered. So we might see that come down. Seems like a little bit of consternation there. Is this really a word? Could be. We might see an attempt to draw a play next turn from that cue. You have to wonder if Cooper's noticed that quote played for so many more points. That might give some confidence boost.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, still wondering about pronunciation there. What do you think, Mahu?
I would say Maheu.
Maheu. Oh yeah, let's go with that. Maheu. So DUI
DEI?
or DEI, DUI, something being played with paved. And yeah, it looks like DEI, which is really, really cool to keep that U for the Q. That is some very nice foresight by Cooper.
Yeah, very astute.
And back to Maheu, who looks like has Y. Is that a Y or V? A Y, right?
It is a Y.
YEGNIES.
Yeah, he had Ings set up earlier.
Ooh, is that good? I feel like that might be good.
No Ings.
It looked like NY maybe being considered. I would like to keep the G and the N and the I together. So yeah, playing off EY somewhere looks very strong. And yeah, Maheu does have a 20-point lead as well. So might not want to open the board too much, but 20 points isn't a huge lead. So I feel like being aggressive might be warranted here. Yeah, some indecision though. These racks, it's really hard to know if you're making the right play with racks like these. There's so many options available. And yeah, back to Cooper, so who's waiting See what Maheu plays. Did not seem to draw the letter that would allow a big play down the queue. So I wonder if we're going to see... Oh, wow, NYE.
It's very interesting.
And so what's interesting about this play, Josh?
It's interesting because it sets up the S that Maheu has, which, in a vacuum is great, but it also tells Cooper that he has an S.
Yeah, it could very well be that's a clear indication that Maheu really wants to use that hook. But it also sets up that D hook, right?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I think
a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, at this level, I think they'd be sniffing out setups like that, and I think that's what we're seeing here, a response to that.
Yeah, EAU. Yeah, another astute choice by Cooper, getting rid of a few vowels at once and trying to nullify that hook.
Mm-hmm.
As we see Sig very quickly, beautiful overlap for Maheu.
Again,
but there was a bonus of egoistic available through that T, but that seems like a very tough one to find. So Sig for 25, like you said, setting up the S once again. But it looks like, is that an S on
I think so.
Cooper's rack as well? So we might see something like Spite come down. Might see something like Spite come down, or Sepia. But I think Cooper really trying to find something through this T of Toke, or the C, just before making any rash decisions. So yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing, Josh.
Yes, yeah, this very good. And then Maheu's
really
drawn
feels like
quite poorly into his vowel heavy lead.
No, that's true. Did draw a T, but it's not going to be good enough to do anything great. And yeah, Cooper counting again, just making sure this is hitting the triple. So great play. Spite for 37. Tying the game up. And depending on what Maheu has studied, might have been hoping for an M out in space from Wadies.
Yes, yeah.
But OI immediately comes down, which looks like the best play in the position.
Yeah,
EIST.
I would have played it pretty quickly.
So yeah, very nice, very high level stuff from the kids.
Oh.
I'm scared. I don't know about you.
Yeah. I've always said I want to try to stay rated above anyone who's younger than me. It's going to get increasingly harder.
So 3 A's now for Cooper. Definitely not the draw that Cooper wanted, but Yak is coming down for potentially high score if Maheu lets this phony 3-letter word go.
Which looks like he has.
EAK not valid, but he was just very happy to see the spot for what appears to be recites.
Yep.
So, yeah, definitely good to challenge off that phony, but if it gives you such a good play, it's hard to resist. So I think that's an R. We're going to get confirmation. It looks like there's a hold on the play. But if that is indeed an R, this is a valid move.
Yeah, and it was
Any other letter.
Good to see that even though these players are both new to Scrabble, that the blank designation was done properly and at the right times. A hold was put in place. All looks very, very above board, very good.
All right, so it looks like we get a challenge. I guess we do want to wonder if it's going to be a challenge of 1 or 2 words. YES and recites probably both questionable potentially. Because if it's a challenge of 2 words, I believe that'll be a 10-point increase. And this challenge makes a lot of sense, Josh, because once again, Cooper's not gotten help from the tile bag and will be down by a lot after this move.
Yes.
So we'll get confirmation on what was challenged from our producer. But yes, 2 words were challenged. Okay. So that's going to be a nice 94 for the younger player here. And Cooper's not in a great position now, but does have a nice spot for Anoa, which pretty much fixes all the problems at once. Just have to hope for a few more consonants on the next draw, which shouldn't be that difficult given the lack of vowels left. I think right now, from Cooper's perspective, there are 12 vowels out of 41 tiles.
Yeah, wow.
And it looks like Maheu has drawn 4 of those 12. But that was one I too many. So biome ES. And I guess the question is, does Maheu spot he can put that E right above that A of Anoa? So that'd be a very nice way to get rid of some stuff and score some points and block the board.
Yeah, and it can be hard to see those words with a blank involved, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I am a promoter of some massive overhaul in over-the-board Scrabble, wherein there are 52 tiles set aside each game that score 0 points, 2 of each, so that you can designate once you play your blank. It's definitely weird to think about, but I feel like, I thought biome was going to come down. My bad. It definitely feels like blank blindness is an epidemic in over-the-board Scrabble, and it shouldn't be that way. But maybe I just play too much online. So mob comes down instead of biome. Maybe some uncertainty there. Maybe just wanted to keep things a little bit tighter.
Yep, could attack the mob, but yep. With not many vowels, which probably is astute to keep it.
That's true. And wow, Maheu has spotted the bingo of refiles, which doesn't currently have a home, but some great finds already this game. I'm thoroughly impressed. And Cooper has got some issues to deal with. Really one tile off of a nice bonus to the C of clam. But that's sort of not something you should be necessarily hoping for here. I feel like a play like just dim to this M and mob to open another lane might be something worth considering. What about you? What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at as well. You need to be looking for ways to set up places to play 7 tiles, and that does that quite well.
Yeah, so Cooper down 77, and with the rack of ADEIIRT. And if that play does come down, which makes a lot of sense for him, or dim to the M and mob, we will see a swift response, I think, from Maheu, who will now have a spot for refiles. So it's interesting, like the body language when someone's sitting on a bonus and it's really either just hoping it doesn't get blocked or hoping the spot gets open for it. I feel like there are lots of positions, Josh, where you just have to wait and see what your opponent does. And it's really hard to sort of not telegraph that. So we see
Yes.
here just looking around.
Yeah, I mean, you should always be looking for plays should you not be able to play your bingo. But sometimes you just can play bingos in 2 spots, and you know you're going to be bingoing. And they're the times where you lean back and you take a sip from your water and you have a stretch, and lots of players do the same thing.
Yeah, it's really impressive though. Just the maturity at such a young age to realize. I feel like maybe he's realized, oh, maybe I should just be looking for more stuff. And gone back to refiles, but a couple times Furley's was lined up, which I think is also good. Selfier, which is not good, was lined up. Reliefs would be a really nice find.
Yeah.
As Cooper decides to play Ita, which makes perfect sense. Making AM. And this does help Maheu to play something if he knows Furliest. But he's going to play SOO. Okay. This is going to be interesting. See if Cooper challenges this. SOO, not a valid word. There will still be a playable bonus of Furliest next turn, but this is coming off immediately, Josh.
Yeah, hopefully he's challenged the 3 and not the bingo.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Well, I guess we'll find out when they come back. So we've seen the rack get a little bit twisted out of shape. We'll get that fixed eventually. So I think SOO has been challenged. Maybe both were challenged, but this is definitely some good fortune for Cooper.
Yep.
Despite Cooper's rack really not improving much. So yeah, SOO is the only thing challenged there. And it's really interesting. If you know that SOO is not a word, I think I had the wrong rack there. Do you challenge both SOO and refiles, or do you... Wait, what is this word being played? OUD?
Yep.
OUD keeping AEIR. Yeah, do you challenge one or both? I guess it's not a huge deal, but yeah, Elf is the choice. Very dangerous.
Aggressive.
Wait, this is DUD, right? Okay. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Not OUD. Okay. Sorry, I misentered this. DUD keeping AEIR. And yeah, Elf and Diff. And Refrain. is on Cooper's rack, and there is a spot for it where Refiles was played.
Yeah, and it does block the triple.
And I think there's a good chance Cooper has spotted Refrain in that spot, but definitely want to check if you don't have anything better through the E of Elf. Oh. Okay. So maybe NOO not spotted as Fear gets played. So this is a big swing. This is a big swing. As we saw maybe some little interruption there because of the tile rack. We can still see Mahu's tiles. It's all good there. So are we going to see Swirler and Rue, Josh?
Oh, look, you'd want to think so. He's found the word, he's found the spot. But maybe Rue.
But it's not a word.
Well, is it not?
No.
Swirl.
Yeah. Twirler is a word. Pretty sure, but swirler. Oh, all right. Well, we're seeing it. Let's see.
It looks so plausible.
Yeah, it is on hold, it looks like. Or maybe the clock wasn't hit yet. Huh. You'd have to see. It looks like Mahu's drawing. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's really plausible. But this will now be a really big problem for Cooper. Letting this go. As I don't think Cooper has a response to this.
Inorbed.
Wow. Inorbed? Is that good?
Yeah.
Yeah, that will not fit. That would have fit if Swirler came off. So, like I said, this is a huge, huge swing in Mahu's favor. He's now up exactly 100 points. And as Cooper's spent the first few turns of the game playing almost instantaneously, we've seen a pretty big slowdown in the last few moves as the game has gotten more complicated. And I don't think we're going to see super quick plays, at least on this move, because it really does feel like there's something there. And at what point do you switch off your shuffling and decide to just play something?
Yeah, 100-point deficit as well. Interesting.
So yeah, binder. Cooper's looking at playing binders.
Maybe bronze.
Yeah, bronze. I mean, if you know that, that's a great play. Like we said earlier, okay, we're seeing boners. There are very few vowels left. We see that Mahu has one of those remaining vowels on his rack.
Yeah.
And there are no E's. So this looks really, really bad for Cooper. But there is an NG out there. You could see an ING potentially.
Yeah.
Not quite. That's the WU, the last two tiles. Oh boy. So yeah, this feels close to over, but Zoe, the play by Mahu, playing pretty quickly there and leaving no vowels. Leaving one in the bag, though. Very sensible decision.
Yeah.
But this could have worked out in Cooper's favor, depending. And it looks like the last tile in the bag is indeed that last vowel, the A. But I don't think there's going to be anywhere to bonus or go for anything for Cooper. Wynyard, not going to fit anywhere. So this looks like it's going to the 12-year-old. What a game.
Yeah, no, it's been very interesting.
Like I said earlier, these kids are on their way up. I will gladly give up my status in favor of these guys. So, all right, HUI is the play. Cooper giving up, seemingly. And Heyu's got to be happy to see that. Bag being empty. Really nothing bad can happen anymore.
Cooper's also set up a spot to play wind overlapping.
Oh, beautiful. All right, Bing is the response, which blocks wind.
Yeah.
Still allows win, WINN. There's one outplay, actually, of Windac, which, for those unaware, is Dave Wiegand's, one of Dave Wiegand's nicknames, being Windac. So that would be really hilarious if Bing comes down and Windac as a response to that. At least for the 3 or 4 people that are aware of the inside joke.
That would get that.
But instead, we get Wad, keeping IN, bringing Cooper to 334 to Maheu's 394. Or sorry,
I just
398.
noticed that before when Hui was played, and we get the definitions scrolling down the bottom, that Hui is defined as a Maori gathering, which is another nice New Zealand word.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the more CSW I play, the more I realize how important New Zealand is to the Scrabble dictionary. There's so few Maori words in the North American lexicon or New Zealand words in general. So CH comes down for 7, and in final play for 15, bringing the final score 359 for Cooper and 405 to Maheu. So great job by both of these kids. We saw some really awesome plays, really great decision making, and really I can only see them improving over time.
Yeah, I know Maheu's obviously shown that he's very keen traveling overseas, and you said Cooper's also going to nationals, to the World Youth Championship, correct?
Yes, indeed.
Great to see.
I see the handshake too. Oh my goodness, that makes me smile. That makes me smile. All right. Well, I don't know if we're allowed to interview minors if they need to sign a release or something. But love to hear even from both of them if possible. But at the very least, Maheu. After this, no, I think it's fine if they're playing in the tournament and agreed to be on stream. Yeah, I would love to hear from them. I just know, like, from the youth nationals in the US, like every youth player has to sign some sort of release, or has their parents have to sign a release just in case they're on stream and stuff. I don't know if there are similar laws in New Zealand, but I feel like they're already on stream. but yeah, we're looking into that just in case. It's up to the parents, of course. But yeah, what a game! Really, really great stuff. Swirler stayed on the board.
Mhm.
That'll be the first thing we mention, right? Nice phony.
Yes.
Yeah, really, so super well played. I mean, I don't know what the ratings of Cooper and Maheu are, but I'm most certain that they are both somewhat underrated, and are only going to gain only going to gain skills. And honestly, like, the building blocks look like they're already there. The strategy, knowing what to do, and it's really just the words that'll fill in the gaps. All right. So we are getting
Hello?
Maheu. Is this hello, Maheu?
Hi.
Hi, am I pronouncing your first name right?
It's Mahil.
Maheu. Okay. All right. Not too bad. This is Josh Sokol and Josh Watt. How's it going?
It's good.
Yeah. So nice job on the win. So do you have any thoughts about the game?
No? I'm just happy I won.
None. You're just happy you won. Yeah. You got those 2 blanks, right?
Yeah.
That was nice. So yeah, I guess we're really interested in hearing about your journey as a player and what you're looking forward to, because we've seen some very nice play from you.
Oh, yeah.
So, do we hear correctly that you're going to the youth championship this year?
Yeah.
You looking forward to that?
Yeah.
Great. And for this tournament in particular, did you have any goals coming in, or you just want to play?
I'm getting a lot of bonuses.
Do you want to go? Are you trying to go for 2 a game, 3 a game? You know, Nigel gets 2 and a bit
I'm trying to get
on average.
either 2 average or just 1 regularly.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good goal. So you got the 2 here. Actually, though, one of them is that swirler that you played.
Yep.
Not a word.
Oh. I was just
Yeah,
guessing
it really does. Josh here really thought it was a word as well, and looks very much plausible. But yeah, it's actually just not valid. I think just twirler, but you still got it, so it counts. Yeah. Do you have anything to ask, Maheu?
No?
Josh?
I just wanted to congratulate you again on the win. Yeah, you showed some good initiatives. You found your sites really quickly. Yeah, no, it was all very impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you for speaking with us. I think we're gonna have a word with Cooper, but good luck in the rest of your games. It was great to see you. Great to have you on stream, and yeah, have a great tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Cooper.
Hello.
It's Josh Sokol and Josh Watt here. How's it going?
Well, it could be better, but well.
Yeah, that was a tough game there. Do you have any thoughts about some of the moves? Is there anything you were wondering about, or because you played super well, we were really impressed with
Thanks.
your play.
Yeah, I thought I played a little bit maybe safe. I don't know. I'd kept seeing, thinking of things and then not doing them. But I mean, I think it would just be generally worse for me if I played something I was unsure of and got challenged off. It would have been a much worse result probably. So I don't know. Was there anything I missed horribly?
Oh, there's nothing horrible at all. You played super well. I when you played Yak, actually EAK,
Yes.
not valid.
I thought that might be the case. Yeah.
So that might have been the one time where you weren't playing super safe, because there was a lot of openings at that point. But
That
Yeah, so both of you got away with a phony, which we love to see in the commentary booth.
Mm.
But other than that, yeah, there were. I mean, yeah, all of the plays you made a lot of sense. Yeah, some great. I know you were struggling a little bit on that rack where you played DEI. You were thinking maybe
Yeah.
about quited, which it does happen to be a word.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like about playing safe there. That's the one that I was thinking about. Is that move? Yeah, that would have been.
Yeah, but if you made the right choice. If you're not sure that's a word, you can't risk it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
We really loved the fact that you kept the U for maybe getting something on the next move.
Yeah.
So that was
I just wish I didn't put the U down at first, because then obviously he knows what I'm doing. But I mean, I that's what I thought of it. So.
Right. So Josh, if you have any questions for Cooper, go right ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm all out of questions. The game was played pretty smoothly, and I just wanted to congratulate you on the game, and hope you enjoyed being on stream.
Thank you. Yes, I did. Yeah, it was good.
Great.
Yeah. So last question for you, Cooper. So we asked this to Mahio as well. So you're going to the Youth Nationals this year?
Yes. I'm looking forward to that. That's very exciting.
Yeah. So we hear that you played in the New Zealand Nationals last year as well, or
yes. Yeah, 2024.
Okay, but yeah, the Youth Nationals is something entirely different. So I'm really excited to hear about that, and I can't wait to see whatever coverage there is of that event.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I wish you the best of luck, of course, in this tournament, but also in the tournaments to come. And yeah, we love what we saw. So
thank you very much.
Keep it up.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Good stuff.
Great stuff, man. It fills me with pride, fills me with joy, fills me with hope. I don't know what else to say, Josh. It's just it's great to see. So that was round 3 of 4, I think, of the morning session.
Yep.
We're going to be showing one more game tonight, and that game will be between. I keep on going to the wrong one. Chris Tallman and Lawson Sue. This is a classic matchup, Josh.
Yes, yeah. Chris is the one that does a really, really fast shuffling, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So a North American player, very strong player, but now lives in New Zealand. Winning a lot of tournaments in New Zealand this year, I've heard. And Lawson a very strong player in his own right. So yeah, should be a good game.
Yes, indeed. I have so much history with Chris Tallman. Actually, okay. We're actually featuring a different game. Okay, let's reset. Let's reset. We're playing. We're featuring Callum and Tara instead. So Callum Henderson and Tara Hurley. Okay. And I guess important to know
That's
what
B grade.
group. That's B? Okay.
E.
Oh, E. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. All right. Well, I guess Tara is the reason Chris Tallman moved to New Zealand. So I guess it still makes sense. And okay, so Chris is actually maybe Chris is the one that wanted this matchup to happen rather than his own. But yeah, I was able to meet Tara before Chris Tallman moved to New Zealand to sort of vet Tara as a person, I guess, was Chris's desire. So yeah, maybe I'm the reason that Chris Tallman has taken New Zealand by storm and is doing all these great things as vice president of New Zealand Scrabble. But yeah, Tara really pulling her weight there. So yes, E grade. Looks like I think Callum is going first. So we're gonna get set up for that game. and I'm looking forward to that as well. So we have the bios on all these players, I think.
Yeah, I remember last time we did commentary, Josh. Lots of our viewers came from the website The Spinoff, which is a sort of news publication in New Zealand. And I believe Callum writes articles for that publication. So he's partially, at least, responsible for lots of our viewership.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's what it says here, that he's been writing for the spinoff. Yeah, a lot of the players I've noticed are in some way related to that publication. And so the spinoff has set up hosting on their website for the live streams as well. So that's maybe why we're getting a bunch of viewers from there. That's awesome. So half of the audience apparently from New Zealand is coming from that website. So hello spinoff people. You're very welcome in this stream. And Callum's only been playing for a year, just like the kids we just saw. As for Tara, just recently moved to Auckland. She's been playing since 2016 and played in her first tournament in 2019. She won her grade in 2021 for most improved player. And yeah, she's played overseas as well. She's played in tournaments that I've attended in Canada. So really, really cool. And
Looks like
okay, standing.
Grade A result after round 2.
Yes. So do we have some standings apparently? Let's see.
Yep. So it looks like we got 5 players who are still on 2 wins.
Yeah, after 2 rounds, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
good. To see Noel Barrett on 2 wins, one of our Australian representatives.
Oh yeah. I was actually wondering before coming onto the stream if the Nationals was open to anybody, or if it was just New Zealand / just New Zealand and Australia. But yeah,
I believe
it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it is. I don't think you need citizenship or anything, or you just need to have a good knowledge of those words like hui.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, that's good to see. As the players get ready. I don't know if because that round was a lot faster than the first 2 rounds. Kids played with nice rhythm. But if the players are ready, we can show that. If not, we could also head to a break, just in case we need some time to prepare. But yeah, one more round before lunch. I'm Josh Sokol. It's Josh Watt. This is the 2025 45th New Zealand National Scrabble Championship, brought to you by NZ Scrabble. Everyone behind the scenes, including our producer Jake, Alexander, Chris, everyone working to get this stream going. Hugely thankful.
Yeah. If you're enjoying the coverage, make sure you do all your liking and subscribing and commenting.
Yes, sir. Yes. I don't know how many subs we're at, but by the end of this tournament, I hope we double that amount because the coverage has been so good. We just have to sit here all pretty and commentate. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with you guys in just a bit. So don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Hello, welcome back to the 2025 New Zealand National Scrabble Championship. I'm Josh Sokol here, joined by Josh Watt in
Hello.
Australia. How's it going, Josh? Are you excited for this next matchup?
Well, it's been going good, and yes, I am excited for this matchup. Love the coverage so far, and like you, I like it when we showcase not necessarily top divisions, because we get a much more realistic view of Scrabble on the whole. Tournament Scrabble isn't always elite perfect play, Marginal-esque play. We get a lot more human plays, which can be just as exciting, just as impressive. So really looking forward to this matchup.
Yeah, so we have Tara Hurley versus Callum, both up-and-coming players. Callum only starting last year. So yeah, Callum will be going first. And I guess as an up-and-coming player yourself, more advanced than the two of these players, but how do you normally approach a game when you feel like you are the overdog in the matchup?
I am very mathematical with the way I play, so I tend to try and play what I think Quacker would say the best players every single time. But I guess as a general philosophy, I try and keep the board open against slower rated players because I back myself to find more work.
Yeah, that's what I figured you were going to say. And I'm not saying, by the way, that I don't actually know if either of these players, what their ratings are. I think they're very similar in terms of skill level because, I mean, there are grades in this tournament, so people are separated into their divisions. But yeah, it's always interesting to me, I guess, to see how people approach the game differently, and that's sort of one of the reasons why I enjoy watching more intermediate players, because it's Scrabble, like you said, is not a monolith, and there's so many different skill levels. I think at the beginning, or in the beginning, when we started covering Scrabble tournaments, I say we, but I had no part in it. It was really, just the best of the best being featured. And I mean, those were the ones that are willing to be on stream, but it's really great to see the willingness of so many varying skill levels of player to be featured, especially ones that are up and coming and trying to improve. So I think we're going to see a great game here.
Yep.
Callum to go first, BEJOPTU. And he's going to open with Jube, which I like a lot.
Yeah, hard to fault.
Seems potentially a little bit better to play Bujo, to keep that E instead of the O. That's not a play that I saw.
No, the play that I saw was Upjet.
Yeah, that would have been nice too, to get some extra points. And over to Tara with some upside down letters. I think we have guava, and we have an M and an N.
Yep.
As the 7 tiles. So guava being the play that comes to mind. Nice little fruit. Are there there must be guavas in your neck of the woods, or at least in some part of the South Pacific, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. But even if not, it's a flavor of energy drink. So
yes. Nice. So yeah, guava for 22 looks like Tara's top play on points and leave. Played with relative quickness. And Callum's drawn a second P. He's got some interesting options here, Josh.
Yeah, lots of high point tiles. But nothing he can do about that U that's been put out there. And the triple word, sorry. Yeah, where would you like to play?
Well, It's funny because, yeah, I was first looking to play something like what Callum has lined up, pike or poke, making JAP. But there is a nice word, KIPPOT, plural of KIPPA, which fits with JAK. So I'll annotate that on the board here. KIPPOT will triple one of the P's and get the maximum value out of the K. And what's funny about that word is I played it in North American Nationals almost 10 years ago before it was a valid word. And I played it for something like 50 points, but my opponent did not budge on it because it does appear to be a word, which it is now. So yeah, we were both before our time. So Kip comes down, which is a great option, except for one thing, Josh. What does this do that's a little bit dangerous?
Yeah, it creates a very, very dangerous threat of any word that contains an S, almost in any spot, will now play with skip.
Indeed. And so it's really just going to be because of how this sort of has eliminated counterplay above the G, which you were mentioning, this U being a bit dangerous to leave open after Guava. After eliminating that threat, has created a new one, and it really feels like it's going to be a race to an S unless one of the players decides to try and block the skip hook. And it is worth noting that there already is a nice S hook on Jube. Yes. But this one's way more dangerous. Like you said, the S in pretty much any position of a word is going to score massive points. So anyways, back to Tara. It was AEHMNTW, so pretty balanced rack. And it looks like she's going to... I thought she was going to give us a little mwah, MWAH, which is a really nice four-letter word, but math instead, slightly worse, just on score and leave, but a very nice way to maximize the score.
I think I was expecting wham.
Oh, wham as well. Yeah, making jaw. That would have been nice as well. But yeah, 51 to 52. Back to Callum, who probably thinking of some long words here.
Yeah, so he'd lined up Pontius earlier, looking for an S. So you'd have Inceptor onto an R.
Yeah, and Pontius does... yeah, that would have been really, really nice. Instead, he's going to go with action. Very quick. Quick action, I guess, from Callum. I guess there was the possibility of hooking a P onto Kip and making a play like Capo. And that would have actually eliminated that S hook.
Yes.
So that could have been a way sort of out of the situation that they were in.
Yeah,
but
I think if you're
really
going to play down from the A, maybe something like apnic, using both the A and the C, so you're actually getting a lot of value from it. The PE is good. It's a good lead, especially for floaters.
Yes, indeed. And back to Tara, who's drawn some awkward tiles to go with her W. But she is going to be able to score nicely with the X. It looks like she's looking at just playing EX next to the T and the I of action, keeping EGNRW. And that'll score a nice 36 and bring her into the lead. Looks like her best play.
Yeah, and interestingly, EX sets up if you draw an A waxing.
Oh, nice. That would be really, really nice. And Tara definitely has a decent chance of drawing an A, even though she's only playing 2 tiles. So that'd be really, really nice if that comes down. So portent found by Callum, but doesn't look like he's going to find a spot for it. We've had a lot of unplayable 7-letter words this stream so far.
Yes, we have. Now this would be a great turn to make kip with 2 P's.
Yeah.
Even something like just apt.
Yeah, just APT making KIPP would be quite nice. But again, you have to spot that hook. It's so hidden. And it's just a word that doesn't come up. And it feels like if he knew or saw the word kip, he would have at least considered playing it with Jack. And since he's had that second P this whole time, it just feels really hard to sort of recenter oneself and find that. And myself personally didn't even know that word, KIPP. Really need to learn my 4-letter words at some point. So it looks like POO. An interesting choice over POOT. Maybe some uncertainty as well in the air about that 4-letter word. But keeping 2 T's a little bit unadvisable, although it's not the worst duplicates you could have. And this does block re-waxing. We see Tara did draw that A. So unless she lines it up, we'll never know if that was part of her plan. It looks like she's just going to drop, it looks like either WAD or WAG. Yes, I like it. Get rid of that G. Get rid of that G. Very happy to see this decision.
I really don't
What do you
mind
think? That's good for me if we ever play. That's good for me. So yeah, Tara not deciding not to keep that NG combination together. And Callum's drawn another 7-letter word. Is that even a word? Yeah, it is. Lettern and Nettler, neither of which have a home. So we're in a similar position. But I think this is an easy decision, right, Josh?
To just play a 6 underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think with both blanks still out, with this big triple open from the W, oops, it's not the W. Yeah, it's good to cover that spot and live to see another day. It feels like at what point is Callum going to be like, well, I keep drawing these 7-letter words and they're not fitting. I kind of need something. I need an S. I need a blank.
Yeah. 2 blanks on the scene. Turning over 6 tiles is always good. I mean, we spoke about the 2 T's being difficult, or not a great leave, but with the RN, so many words end like that. Like you saw lettern, but bittern, gittern, sittern. There's so many of them.
Yeah, there's just like the more you learn, there's more is like, oh, is this a suffix now? Is this like an actual suffix that we got to look for? Like there's so many suffixes already. So men to the play for Tara, keeping ENR, making HM. This looks very good. I think her as well, not having an S or a blank, playing a few more tiles, scoring some points, opening the board even a little bit. It's probably a decent decision for the long term.
Yep.
Back to Callum with AIINRUZ. So you got that Z, but You're gonna drop it this turn, or are you gonna wait?
I would play Zinnia.
Ooh, nice. Yes, Zinnia would have fit here.
Yep.
For 50 points, doubling the Z, but we see Za instead for 46, keeping the two I's and the U together. So although Zinnia would have opened kind of a big spot to that triple, certainly worth it with the leave.
Yeah.
But yeah, 46 points is 46 points. And that's a very top level find there, Zinnia. So back to Tara. She kept ENR. She drew ALOW.
Yep.
So both players still struggling to get that first bonus down. And Tara definitely on the back foot, just given the point deficit and what's unseen to her. Still both blanks, all 4 S's. And it feels close, but it really looks like that O and that W are what are preventing Tara from getting a bonus. So I'd be looking to play OW somewhere. There's this really, really cool option available that I don't think I would have found of
Where are we
relaxing.
All right. Yeah, very nice.
Which is just sort of how I think of New Zealand as a nation. Just a very chill, nice place to be. One of these days, Josh, I'll come down to
I'd love to
the
go.
Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, you have to come to an Australian championship.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take down David Eldar in my spare time. Seems like a good plan.
Yeah, he's not the easiest player.
I don't know. I played one blitz session against him a couple of years ago before I even studied Collins. Easy. That's perfect amount of just a perfect amount of games to see who's the better player.
Yeah, well, we saw Canoodle earlier from Joanne. I've played David twice, and one of those featured Canoodle.
Oh, interesting. Nice. And canoodle, I feel like is that a word that's used at all in
No.
in Australia? I feel like it's a Canadian word.
Look,
As we see
we
why
don't know what it
you
means, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe not all of us, but
No, I mean,
I
like
at
in
least
Australia,
do,
we'd all understand the meaning, but we wouldn't use it.
But yeah, why you came down for Callum? He's drawn a third eye, which
Hurts.
is definitely not useful in Scrabble. It might be useful in like tarot readings or something like that. But
Illuminati stuff. Yeah.
Back to Tara, who's down 43 with Nebular. And if she sees runnable, is she going to play it? Because that is a word, but yeah, you gotta know that sort of thing to play it, right?
Yeah, see, I saw runnable, but I'd be so reticent to play it. But at a deficit, I think you sort of have to try.
Oh yeah. I feel like there's a lot of game left, but it does feel like every turn that goes by that you don't draw one of those premium tiles, the less likely you are to win. So this does seem like a good time to try something if you're Tara. I meant to mention there's an infamous clip of a news show in Canada where the word canoodle came up, and one of the newscasters asked his his co-host if she wanted to canoodle later, thinking that
think I've seen
canoodle
this.
meant just like hang out. And she was like, no, we won't be. And he's like, oh, doesn't it mean to just to talk, to have a conversation? She's like, nope. So even Canadians, even if it's a Canadian word, which it might not be, you know, it's not just Scrabble players that don't know the definitions of words. All right, Tara's gotten the dub down.
It's all mind games.
Yep. 12 points, getting rid of the 2 problematic tiles once again. And she's drawn a nice potent AEILNRT, so we'll have to see what happens this turn for Callum, who's got those 3 eyes but has ENRS to go with it. So do you exchange II here, Josh?
Yeah. I would, I think.
Feels
Or-
like those other letters are so good.
Yes, but at a lead like this, I don't think it's really imperative that you bingo next turn. So what do you think about just dumping 1 eye, like just KAI or something for 7? So 7
Well, I like this. I mean, this is what Callum has played, the I between the B and the T. And what that does is it actually prevents Tara from playing atop the B so easily. She now needs to play obit rather than just AB or OB. So you really just keeping things tight, keeping things simple, hoping for like consonant draw, or a number of vowels would have also helped Callum. So I like this. It gets him over the finish line a bit less often, I think, than just exchanging the II, but has nice defensive value, and 6 points is 6 points when you have a lead. So nice decision there. Back to Tara with AEILNRT and nothing playable.
Yeah, all 3 of the bingos with the E of Jew are in the second last spot, not the last spot.
Yeah, so if you know your high probability words, you can quickly think, okay, and tailor a ladder in tree nail. And those don't fit. And if you know your 7s, I mean, this one's in my card box that I study all the time. So I could try to recite all of the words in here. There's so many. Actually, I think it's the one with the S. Yeah, latrine plus S that has all the weird ones like Larniest reinstall.
Reinstall, I miss all the time.
Yeah. Same.
Needs another L.
Glad we could. It does. It really should. So yeah, really, really tough position now for Tara, because she did get what she wanted. She got a really good potent rack, but again, just not having an S, not having a blank, there's just so few places to play on this board. So I'm really curious to see how she deals with this. But it looks like she's just going to play lab for 5, keeping inert, which is just such a strong combination of tiles. Don't know if you could have chosen a better one, but again, this is all dependent on drawing something on one of the lines on the board, like ending in E or N or starting with N, or drawing an S or blank. So we'll see what she gets out of the bag. Still all S's and 4 blanks unseen to her, 2 blanks unseen to her. So C and Y. That was not it.
Nope.
But things have slowed down a lot here on this board. So if you're Callum, you're up 30 points. Are you really willing to part with your S, first of all? Or are you willing to open a scoring spot on the bottom of the board? It looks like he's considering Finn, making LI and AN, which is going to give Tara a nice score with that Y. I think this was a little bit too aggressive. What do you think?
I think if you're going to play down there, which is fine because it doesn't open any bingo lands, you can put the S on because it stops you from underlapping, and there's still 3 S's unseen for you to draw.
Yeah, I wonder. It just still feels so hard to part with an S, but it is still early. So Yeti, the response, can play Yeti or Yite. Maybe Yite slightly better just to
Put the
open
E
a
there.
better lane.
Yeah.
But I mean, Tara's made the game very, very close here. She's only down 7 now, so maybe she doesn't feel the need to open any further. But yeah, this is going to be a word knowledge check now for Callum with Reviser on his rack. He does have a couple playable 7-letter words and a playable 8-letter word on this, but they're all super weird. So Reversi is lined up. Is he going to think that this is valid? Of course, Reverso. But yes, this is impressive stuff from Callum. Plural of Reverso. Very, very nice. Ending his word in an I. Couldn't have asked for better.
Yeah, I learned these words, I think there was a stream where it was mentioned that reverse as a 6 was a sticky S word. And in looking that up, I think I learned the hooks.
So that's a funny way to have learned that, but hey, whatever
Yes,
works. So we're gonna see a challenge of reverse I. So that's gonna give Callum an extra 5 on top of the 84. So you put him well ahead in this game, 304 to 208. I'm pretty sure that, I mean, we'll get confirmation, but I'm pretty sure that reverse I is the word getting challenged here.
Yeah. Also, just to clarify, sticky S is a Scrabble terminology, but that means that R-E-V-E-R is not a word, but with an S on the end, R-E-V-E-R-S, that is a word. So a sticky S is a word that needs the S to be a word.
Yeah, well put. Yeah, those are some of the funniest and coolest words in the dictionary. So I totally understand why you wanted to learn them. Still a funny way. Still a funny way to learn somewhat high probability 7-letter word. So yeah, only one challenged word. We're imagining that is reverse I. Also, reverse was possible, but how do you spell reverse? Is it R-E-I or R-I-E? It is R-I-E and R-E-I.
Good.
Re-revise.
Stressing.
Yeah, re-revise was also playable. Down to that E. Jubes, but this looks like the best play.
Yeah, very happy with it.
Yeah. Very, very well played. Back to Tara, who has found 2 of those S's.
Yeah, I can't really see the rack, but does she have like rescinds minus an E?
Yes, so she has discerns playable through either of those E's of reverse I. DCINRSS, the rack. And yeah, this would be very important to find at this score. But I think this is a miss here. I think cred is the play. And unfortunately for Tara, this play, although it does play off a few consonants, it does set up an S hook for creds. It blocks off a lot of the board with that C placement, but we might see something happen that will reopen that, won't we?
Yeah, well, cred does take the A in front of it for acred, and it also takes the O behind it for credo. So either of those options possible. Obviously,
Yeah.
Callum in this position has an interest in not opening the board. So potentially Acred not the best play.
Yeah, it's really, I'm wondering what he's going to think to do here, because this is one of those positions where if you're an experienced player, you really have one goal and one goal only, and that's to keep your lead intact. And if you can do that while blocking parts of the board, all the better. So if Callum plays something like Dolia,
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
with Credo, it feels really difficult to ever access this part of the board later on if you're Tara. And it also eliminates the S hook on men's in most cases.
Yep.
Which, yeah, now if you're Callum, you see there are 3 unseen S's, 2 unseen blanks. You're also playing off 5 tiles. So if he knows the word Dolia, I'd love to see that come down here rather than a play making Acred. And that's even like if you see that you can score really well with like Iliad, which, you know, that is quite nice. Sorry for my chicken scratch, but it looks like Aria instead. So I think this was both a miss of the A hook on Acred and potentially miss of Dolia or the O hook, because this doesn't do what you want to do in this position. This actually helps Tara keep the board open, but it does balance the rack pretty nicely. So Tara, once again, playing relatively quickly. She had soonish on her rack, which does fit in a number of spots, but it also doesn't feel like a bonus rack. HINOOSS. It doesn't feel like a bonus rack. So HOE, keeping both S's, keeping her chances at coming back with a bonus next turn or the turn after. But you see the first blank for Callum, DDILOR blank. So that is very, very good to see if you're in the driver's seat this game. Do you see any 7s here?
Not immediately, no.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, and I think I'd write it off pretty quickly, because I think if I knew one, it would have appeared to me by now.
Right. With that duplicate D, really the options are so much fewer than if you had 6 unique tiles in the blank.
Oh,
can you have
droiled?
Droiled? Maybe, but that wouldn't fit anywhere, would it?
I suppose not.
Yeah, droiled is a word. But yeah, there doesn't appear to be a spot for droiled. So yeah, nothing plays according to the engine.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an interesting spot. Callum can probably afford to be a little bit aggressive here, leave things open now that he has the blank. But it's also really hard to make a play on this board. Engine suggesting Oxid next to this XI.
Yeah,
which is not the easiest play to spot. But yeah, if he sees that, that's very, very nice. Sort of dependent on drawing another vowel. So in terms of practicality, I'd like to play off at least 2 consonants here, but it's a nice score as well. So DOD does fit for 13. I wonder if he's considering opening this triple. That would be very, very brave. See DOD come down and open this massive triple possibility. But like I said, really hard to find a play, Josh.
Yeah, look, I worry about plays like that because we have a concept, and it's more a chess concept, but it's what do you call it? Tempo. And if you have spent a turn playing Aria, which creates threats, and then you play a turn like Dodd, which shuts down, it seems like you're wasting time. I know with the blank, the situations have changed, but you should be cohesive with your objectives, and stick to one player. Like if you're closing the board, you're closing the board. Seem to open a lane and then close it the next turn. You're not doing yourself any favors.
Yeah, I agree with that. As Tara here playing AS out of a rack of ASSILON. So there were a couple of obscure 7-letter words on that rack: Silons, Allisons with one L.
Mm-hmm.
I happen to know those words just because Will Henderson taught them to me, I think. But yeah, if you haven't seen that, if you haven't seen either of those, you really can't play either of them. So hopefully, yeah, Tara's going to draw maybe an E here, which would help her chances at finding a bonus. Yes, we do see a high probability rack here for Tara, but it looks like Callum's probably going to strike first if he can just find something out of DELORT blank. There aren't that many playable bingos worth mentioning that reclothed fits
As a 9.
As a 9-letter word through this HE. Yeah. So that's really cool. And that's probably the most defensive option. But something like Drollist hooking an S onto mend looks quite strong here. Again, this is a question of how deep into the book have these two up-and-coming players studied? Have they studied by probability? And if not, what are we going to see here? So Callum goes under 6.5 minutes with 11 tiles still in the back. So yeah, Droplet was mentioned. That would play with tar on the top.
Yeah.
That's certainly a word that Callum knows, but to make the blank a P and put it in the middle of a word, it's tough.
Yeah, I think Drollist is probably the most likely, because I think you're wanting to make the blank an S for men's anyway.
Yeah, good point. But again, it's really not the easiest word to find. Drollist, Strodel. Is there another one? Again, it really depends on what Callum's done for studies and whether he's able to spot the spot for the word. So he's taking his time here, but yeah, getting under 5 minutes at this stage of the game is starting to be a little bit scary if he doesn't manage to find anything, because you start panicking. You're like, I must have something, and the more you think that you must have something, the harder it is to find that something. As OD is the choice.
Yeah.
So he is making a decision. It's good to make a quick decision when your time starts to get low. He knows he's in a good position. He doesn't need the bingo right now. And it's back to Tara with the Nerolis. Looks like she's going to play with men's. And Callum's smiling. It's like, all right, we have a game.
Yeah, it looks like floater.
Ooh. So after Neroli's, looks like Callum is ready to pounce back. Play floater. You're quite right. So this is 69. Will bring Tara within 3, but this is going to be very interesting if we see floater come down for 91. Is that enough to fade a bingo for Tara that goes out and catches Callum with the Q?
I don't think
So it's 9 in the bag right now. So if Tara manages to avoid that Q and draw a bingo rack, oh, it's the first tile. Oh my goodness. Oh no. And QR, is there even anything she can get? Maybe she can bonus with the Q. I don't think so though. Oh man. It's tough. There was, oh my gosh. So I think this blank is going to be an A. It's a funny word to play in a Scrabble game. We use the word floater to mean a tile that you can play a bonus through. And yeah, Callum's just mimed an A. Very nice. Thank you, Callum. But it's funny because the play of floater is not what a floater is. It doesn't use a floater. So it's maybe a little bit frustrating for some of us. But yeah, Tara just one letter off of a potential swindle. If she just had an E instead of a Q, she would be able to score 71, but she would lose by 1 point.
Oh, geez.
So I'm looking at this analysis here, and I get to see everything that would have been possible. If Tara had an E instead of a Q, she would have news group to this UP for 74, which would win the game by 2 points. And that appears to have been her only option to win. But hey,
Who's finding
that's
that?
Scrabble. Who's finding that? I mean, is that a rhetorical question? So QI comes down relatively quickly for 28, bringing Tara to 65. Callum's drawn EE, going to go out next turn. And that's going to be around a 100-point victory for Callum Henderson. So yeah, a very nice game. We saw a lot of interesting tactical considerations. The board was quite closed for a long time. And it was really just a race to get that first bonus down, which does end up happening a lot. I guess in lower tier play with the reduced word knowledge. So EE, that is Callum's best outplay, finishing the game 459 to 365. And yeah, he can feel good about that one. Reversey was a great find. And floater just to immediately pounce back after Neroli's. But yeah, this is the last game we're featuring of the morning session. So we're going to get an interview with Callum. We won't take too much of his time. But if you guys have any questions about the game, any considerations, feel free to relay those in the YouTube chat, but only once you've liked and subscribed.
Yeah, I think we may be foregoing the interview.
Oh, okay. Okay. Fair enough.
as we send them to lunch.
Oh, I see. Oh,
No,
I
think
see
somebody-
the interview happening. Maybe I vetoed it not happening.
Hello.
Hello, Callum.
Hello.
Josh and Josh here.
Hi, Josh. How's it
Congrats on your victory. We won't keep you too long.
going? Thank you.
Josh, anything to say to Callum?
Firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very well played.
Thank you.
How did you feel the game went for you?
I feel like it was quite painful for both of us and probably everybody watching for a long time. I luckily managed to get a couple of bingos down in the end, but yeah, sorry for making you watch me shuffle around for so long trying to. I'm sure there was plenty of bingos on when I had that blank, but that's the way it is. I got there in the end.
Oh, no worries at all. We very much enjoyed the game. There's some really interesting tactics, and I really like. Yes, of course, you had a few playable bonuses on that OZ turn, but we really liked the find of reverse eye. That was beautiful. Reverse C, I guess. And honestly, the fact that you had so little time and you were in a commanding position on the turn where you played OD, very much like the decision of just playing something and living to see another day, and not going down too low on the clock.
Yeah.
So no, great job there. We wanted to mention that there was one way for you to lose after floater.
Oh, really?
If exactly QE were in the bag, and Tara found news group to that up on the board, you would have lost by 2, according to our math.
Well,
just a little tidbit there.
Well, I'm very lucky that didn't happen.
But no, super well played. It was great to see you. You've only been playing a year. You're showing great class. Hope we see more of you, and yeah, have a great rest of the event.
Cool. Thank you very much, and thank you for your commentary. I look forward to watching back sometime later.
Awesome.
Alrighty.
So, cheers, guys.
Cheers. All right, here are the standings after round 3. This was round 4, but this gives you a good idea of what's going on. Josh, take it away.
I actually can't see it, so.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you take
My
it.
bad. Sure. 2 players at 3 wins. Howard and Peter after round 3. Bunch of players sitting at 2. This is grade A. This isn't every grade, so there are definitely more players that are at 3 wins. But in the top tier, 2 people at 3 wins, and in the second tier, Paul Richards, the only one with 3 wins, followed closely by Scott, Murray, Jason Simpsons, Cicely, and Val, all at 2 wins apiece. In grade C, got Rosalind and Lynn in the lead with 3 total wins. Rosalind ahead on spread. Grade D, Jenny and Nola are at 3 wins apiece, both very close to each other. And we saw some grade E games. Callum just got to 3 wins. He's the only one at 3 wins before this round, so he's going to be the only one at 4 wins after round 4. Grade F, we saw Cooper, who's at 2 wins, but ahead of Cooper is Karen Stewart, sitting at 3 wins with 99 spread. So I think those are all of the grades. Yeah.
Yep.
And that'll do it for us today. We're going to go to a break. I think games will resume. Let's double check at what point games will be resuming. I think 2 p.m.-ish New Zealand time. Okay, so if I do
Roughly
the
an
math, that's in around an hour. Okay, well, quick turnaround. But yeah, let's get the production crew to take a breather. They're doing a great job. Thank you so much to Jake behind the scenes, to Alex as well, for doing all this, putting it together. It's an honor to be here. We'll be back tomorrow after the break. I think we have who's joining us for commentary. I think we have, is it Kenji? Waiting to hear back from production on that front. Oh, Saturday afternoon, Ed Okulicz and George Dodd. Okay. Cool. Great. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. Don't forget to like the video, to subscribe for more content like this. Thanks again for having us. Josh, any last words?
Yeah, no, it's been a great morning. Good to showcase some other divisions. So we'll be back in roughly an hour. Edward, I know especially is a great player, so you're in for a treat. Some more good games after lunch. And Josh and I will be back tomorrow morning.
Cool. All right, guys. Have a great lunch. Have a great break. And I'll be keeping an eye out.
Hello, Scrabble enthusiasts and people that might have joined this stream by mistake. My name's Edward Okulicz. I'm coming to you live from Melbourne, Australia, watching from a more favourable time zone, what will no doubt be a wonderful afternoon session of games. And I'm joined today by George Dodd. Hi, George.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing very well. And you are a relatively new player, but you know some of these players that we're showcasing today. So it's pretty exciting to watch them up close.
Yeah, I think all the games we're looking at have at least one player from my local club, so it's always exciting.
And that's the Auckland club, yes?
Yes, Mount Albert in Auckland.
Excellent. And we've got a couple of games this afternoon, and we've got some results up on the screen. Please note that there's been another round since round 4 that wasn't on the stream. So this is a round behind, but nonetheless, look like we've got a bit of a pack on 3, but one player on 4, Peter Sinton, he's been playing for a long time, very experienced veteran, very good player. Just taken the lead by beating Howard Warner, also exceptionally long-standing and very good player.
The reigning champion even as well.
And our first game today isn't the reigning champion, but we do have the NZ Masters champion featured, which will be great. And now this is a divisional event, so we also have results for the other sections as well. So we've got Murray Rogers leading after just having a win over the wonderful, I mean it, Alexander Gander, who's one of the architects of the stream, and a bunch of people that I know fairly well in this division. I see a couple of Australians in there.
Yeah, it's a good collection.
Yeah, and then in C, some names I recognise, but not so many of the players. But don't look no one's undefeated. There's a pesky draw in there for Lynn.
Very exciting. Are there any? Have you been watching this morning, or have you just?
I wasn't awake. If I want
to no, that's
fair.
No, yeah, I've already seen a few games where I think some quite exceptional play has been going on. So I'm very excited to continue on into this lovely afternoon, see what else we have going on.
Actually, in C division, I'm informed that there was a 731 game. Oh, here we go. It's up on the screen.
Was it 7 bingos I heard? Was it something like that?
Gee, some days you're lucky to get 7 bingos in the whole day.
Exactly. Yeah, don't I know it?
Or you get lots of them and they only score 63 points each time. Nonetheless, I suspect we'll see a few bingos in the game that we're about to get. We've got 2 players that are not shy about putting the big ones down and have good word knowledge as well.
Oh, I mean, I'm thinking about Dylan Early back in the Masters earlier this year. I was entering all the scores for the first 2 days of that tournament, and I just kept seeing 500 plus points from him like over and over again. It was crazy.
Yeah, and Andrew's no slouch himself. He's been playing competitively for at least over 20 years. I think I played him back in 2004, which shows my age as much as anyone else's. And he's a handy player. So I expect that our first game of the day will be, I don't know, pretty darn good. There'll be lots of good finds.
And they're both coming off a little bit of tournament form. Dylan, as you mentioned earlier, Masters champion, and Andrew Bradley, slightly less prestigious tournament, but there were a couple of one-day tournaments at the Mount Albert Club, and Andrew went undefeated in the first of those. Didn't participate in the second, but he won 7 from 7 in that first one and won that. So, yeah, they're both on a bit of a hot streak.
So we have a home ground advantage because Andrew lives in Auckland, and he's currently ranked number 9. So that's pretty good. You'd expect the number 9 and the number 6, who Dylan is, to have a very tight stoush. And I'm also seeing on the screen that he was a member of the winning NZ 2024 Trans-Tasman team. I apologise, I didn't come. Bit scared to fly lately.
Oh, fair enough. You had a lot of flying you have to do if you want to be in with all of these tournaments.
Indeed, and Dylan's Scrabble resume is very long and very storied. Obviously, as a top player for many years in South Africa, met him at a few World Championships, and now doing big business in New Zealand. Have you played him before?
I haven't played Dylan. No, I've watched his games. As I said back in the Masters, I watched quite a few of them, but no, I haven't had the pleasure yet.
He's a very good player and a gentleman.
Mm.
I'm told that he likes to be referred to as the talent. I'm not going to do that.
I think there are several players who like to be referred to as the talent. I've heard, so a bit of a competition for the nickname.
We may need to have a canonical list of nicknames for players that they do and don't endorse.
Yeah, maybe it can be inherited as well. It can be bestowed from one to the next.
Or the talent is like a belt in boxing. You inherit it and then you hang on to it until someone beats you. You know,
Yeah,
the talent is the person that won the last Masters or national
Scrabble title
championships.
fights.
I think it'd be quite a fun thing to do. I think would. I mean, probably it would be good to get a monetary prize with it.
True. Yeah.
I'm told we're about 2 minutes away from starting. So while you're watching the stream, which is great, there's a link that should be pasted to the top of the stream, buymeacoffee.com NZ Scrabble for donations. And so you can show your appreciation for the people that go into so much effort to get the technical stuff for this stream set up. 100% of the donations go to the Scrabble Association, so they can continue to bring fabulous streams like this to you.
And don't forget to like and subscribe to the New Zealand Scrabble channel as well. It helps us out a lot to get those numbers up.
And if you do subscribe and like, you'll start getting interesting Scrabble content in your feed more often. Some of which may be very, very interesting. There's a lot of other streamers, a few other streamers out there producing quality content on a pretty regular basis. So get familiar.
Yeah, absolutely. Get into all of it.
Because there's tournaments happening all around the world and wrap-ups of other tournaments and showcasing players and great plays. So if you're sort of just getting into our wonderful little ecosystem, you'll find that there's quite a lot of interesting stuff going on all around the world. And it's not just New Zealand and the North America, and it's all around the world, not just in what we think of as the Anglosphere. Scrabble is booming in other parts of the world, and it's a great time for getting to know, some of the players and tournaments that are going on in Africa, and Pakistan in particular is a real hotbed of Scrabble brilliance at the moment. So. 25 years ago. So basically what I'm saying, if you want your life to improve, play more Scrabble. I think we're getting close.
Yeah, just a moment away.
If you're in the chat, shout out and say hi, where you're from, or how you got here. We'll be monitoring the chat throughout.
Yeah, questions are welcome.
Questions are mandatory. You must give us questions.
And they must be insightful and interesting.
I also like memes, so if you can send memes. Bad jokes.
Yeah.
Compliments. You can feel free to jump into the chat and tell us how handsome your commentators are.
Flatter us, please.
Because we don't get the donations, so we really, all we can do is just get compliments.
Yeah.
No, the chat hasn't done it yet. No, I failed to manifest.
Is that even more devastating than if you just don't ask and don't get any? If you ask and don't get any?
Well, I'd rather manifest the board popping up, but I'm told they're just setting up now, which is brilliant.
Okay.
Because remember, this is a big tournament and games are going on all the time. And so, they have to finish the game before they can start the next one, and they need a break to stretch their legs.
Yes, everything cascades and builds up any minor delays. So it's very easy for it to push out a little bit.
Yeah, if you've been to a few tournaments, you'll know that sometimes things don't go to schedule. And shout out to our morning commentators.
The Joshes.
Joshes. Josh, well, one of the Joshes does a lot of content on streaming. So there's another person you subscribe to, Aotearoa. And I'm surprised the other Josh hasn't started yet.
Yeah, anyone who has the technical know-how and the inclination should absolutely try getting into it, because the more the better.
We're told Andrew's just gone to the bathroom. We will not be covering that.
What are the implications, though, psychologically for his game?
There's the talent.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I've played Andrew a couple of times at Mount Albert Scrabble Club. He's beaten me handily every time.
Well, one day you'll turn the tables. Because how long have you been playing?
I mean, I dabbled online probably for about a year and a half prior to joining the club. But I played a lot as a young kid. I would play with my mum all the time, probably from about ages 6 to 12, kind of over summers and things. So a bit of a foundation there, but obviously it's a very different beast when you're getting into the proper competitive scene. I don't actually know what your background is, from the beginning. Like, how did you get into it to begin with?
Well, I started playing with my mother too. And then, funnily enough, she knew the people that ran Scrabble in the city I lived in through trivia nights. And they said, she said, my son likes Scrabble. And they, that's cute. And I turned up to a tournament, and in my 4th tournament, I beat one of them. We're still on extremely friendly terms to this day, I hasten to add.
Good. Yeah, because it's a bit galling. I mean, I'm, I guess, relatively young among Scrabble players, but you see some of like Cooper Ashley and today 15 and 12 respectively playing in this tournament. It's you don't want to play against them. You think, oh no, I risk losing and losing badly, and I don't know if I can handle that.
And
even though they're very good.
We've got some tiles, and we've got a very, I think, pretty straightforward first rack. Andrew may have taken the fun out of speculation here.
A little bit. He's arranged it very neatly for us, hasn't he? The rack is JIBTP blank S. So yes, clearly, and you just go straight for Jib.
And PST is 3 constants, but they're constants that go extremely well together. SP, ST are great blends, and the blank is a vowel if you need it.
And even PT is occasionally useful. So it's, there are got lots of combos there. And then Dylan, his rack, he's got ADINRUV.
He needs a Z. Well, I mean, there may be other floaters, but the first thing I immediately thought of when seeing the rack is he needs a Z for unvisard. But in more mundane plays, he may look to try to put the A underneath the J to steal some points from that.
Yep.
It's just not entirely sure what he is going to do, because I don't think Nadir is a very good choice.
There's, of course, the other thing he might be looking for, the more common, an E on the board would also be very handy for him, but with neither of those, he can't quite bingo.
Unvaried, of course.
Yeah.
I really should be locked up, really.
That's good.
Maybe you could do Vina. No, that's not right. I'm just going to go home. I am home, unfortunately. And he doesn't even have the E to go on the drive. It's really quite frustrating.
It's an awkward one. And none of the way, obviously VU is an infamously awful combo. It's just hard. You can't really get rid of, you can do, it's just not fantastic.
I mean, it looks like he's looking at Uva and Jar.
Yeah. Which. Yeah.
In the chat, Naduja was suggested. That's fascinating.
Oh.
I probably wouldn't, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a good example of a lovely word that you want to play because it's a cool word, even if it maybe isn't ideal.
And look, Andrew's drawn brilliantly. He's drawn an E and he's drawn friendly consonants. And if you're watching and you think I can see a bonus in that, you can. And I suggest you can probably find quite a few of them. How would you approach trying to find a bonus here?
Well, obviously you're looking at that U, aren't you? You're thinking, my immediate thought is surely there's a double I can do here.
There is. There's at least one. But I mean, if you are not finding that, you can, look at the best spot on the board apart from that, which is to plop on the end of jib with the E or your S and perhaps try to double the P.
Yeah, definitely. Oh.
Terrans.
Okay.
I think that does
fairly
sort of
quick.
Yeah. Andrew's a fast player from my memory.
Yeah.
Probably could have played that a little slower and like not put a blank on the triple, like punters would have done just as well, I think. I sort of think that neutralizing that hook, like with jibs, which you can't hook any further, may be slightly better. The fact that jibe is now able to take another one. But the bingo through the U is passant, which I think is probably a Spencerian or Chaucerian word of some description.
I'm trying to think back to poetry and kind of, does it mean like piercing? Like running through?
That could be what it is.
I have a lot of floating in the background kind of knowledge of words that doesn't quite manifest always in actual anagrams.
With that, I wish you'd started earlier. And I think this is almost certainly the best play here of Lindy. RT is probably the best pair of consonants you could keep.
To leave.
And it takes out that hotspot, which could be potentially nasty.
Yeah. Andrew's drawn some pretty solid tiles off of his bingo. He's got...
Yeah. He's drawn a bingo.
Yeah, he's got AAEGNSW.
He is, for this game so far, not that it's over yet, is what I believe you would refer to as being a bit of a tin ass.
Yeah, no, very good. Not spotting. Bingo just yet. Oh, right. Okay, yes, I'll yeah. Chat's getting right on it.
I was hoping there'd be an R for Nagwares, which is a relatively recent addition that I quite like. Shout out to Julie Bryce in the chat.
Yeah.
From Townsville.
Yeah, it's a tight-knit community, so I feel like a lot of the chat commenters are going to be very familiar faces. But if you're new, feel free to jump in as well in the conversation. Yep, then Wayne just goes down. Yep.
Perfect. The only bad thing about that play, I mean, it is a bonus, is that hotspot that it's opened up, which I'm scared for what I'm about to try. But this hotspot here, oh yes, it did work.
Yeah,
can score an absolute motzer of points.
Yeah,
like if someone had
Z there, yeah.
If someone had Zori, they score more for their 4-letter play than your bonus. But even from a rack like the one that Dylan has, you can score a solid 40 points and while really fixing up your rack quite well.
Definitely.
And that's the beauty of the game, isn't it? You open up something and it opens up counterplay for someone else.
Yes, yeah, and that's a really fascinating thing, I think, about how the game is developed, because I think a lot of people would argue that the original conception of Scrabble, it wasn't really made with the kind of the way we play it in mind now, but the way it's developed means that even as scores inflate and opportunities abound, that just opens up, as you say, the counterplay, and it creates this back and forth. There's never a sense of, it's it's always interesting and always exciting to try and puzzle it out.
And it's that dance of risk and reward that I think, not saying other board games aren't good, but I think that's what brings me back to Scrabble over and over again, is that risk and reward.
Yes, the probabilistic element of, weighing up all your options and getting punished even for reasonable kind of plays potentially, which makes it exciting.
So I think it's an absolute given that there'll be a 4-letter word coming down on that left-hand column, but which one would it be? There's a few choices. Hilt, Hilly. I mean, you take your pick. I kind of prefer Hilly, which Josh has said in the chat, because ROT is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, that makes and I mean, if you're worried about opening up the lane at the bottom, maybe a T is a more dangerous thing to have at the bottom than the I, potentially, depending on, I don't know though statistically, but Hilly does go down, leaving ROT. Then Andrew has an interesting set. He's got OOKRTVY. It feels like one of those racks where, as an inexperienced player, I'm thinking, oh, decent options, maybe not ideal, but I imagine that with more word knowledge, there would be more options available that I'm not seeing.
I don't know. But one of the things that's quite interesting is that H there has allowed Y to go down with the ISO. So something like York would do relatively well. I think I've just been, or maybe that's not the best play, but I'm just aching to say a cricket-related word because I'm drawing on the screen.
Yep.
Which for players from outside the sort of the Commonwealth would be quite familiar with drawing on the screen and telestrating from perhaps American football or whatever that thing is called.
Of course.
Whereas in Australia and New Zealand, it's almost universally a thing that you would associate with cricket. I'm not really seeing anything better than York. I wouldn't be too worried about the K and the triple file. They're not going to hit you that often. You could consider just playing Yok, but yeah, it's close between the two.
Yeah.
I'd rather stick the K there than start a hook.
Yeah, definitely. Yoke and Yoks are both, a bit of a risk, aren't they? And yeah, VOT work fine together. Not amazing, but fine.
It's not vrot, and it's not vrot in the sense of the word.
Precisely. Abundance of O's, though, looking at Dylan's rack as well, where he's got a little bit fuzzy. Is that the Q alongside?
It's the Q. It's EGOOQRT.
Which, yeah, O and Q is not best friends.
No, I mean, there's the potential to pop the Q straight down,
yeah.
But GOOTER is not. It's not immediately jumping out to me as being a 6-letter keep that makes an inordinate number of bonuses. So it is not a great position to be in, but I don't think any of the other options are better, which is why I think what he's lining up is Gur and Jaiba to keep the score ticking over, because he is 111 points down.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? I again, another thing that I haven't really developed yet as a relatively new player is the sense of these kinds of things of when it makes sense to try and just keep the score ticking along, even if it compromises your rack a little, and when it makes sense to just try and make the most immediately kind of logical play. It's an odd one.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, because and I think a lot of it depends on the scoreboard and what the board is like otherwise. And what a player like Gur does is, even though he's not guaranteed to draw a U, even though he has, what it does mean for Dylan is that if he does get some good letters, he's more able to make use of them. Because if he just scores 11 points, he's still 100 points down. His rack's not altogether great. He's kind of rolling the dice a bit here. He needs things to go his way. He needs what we in the biz call volatility to get this game to swing towards him. If he just plays conservative plays, then it's very likely that Andrew will win because he's 100 points up. He does need to make something happen. He doesn't need to do anything drastic or silly. He just needs to perhaps be a little bit making opportunities happen. And so it's set up an S hook for jibers and given him the opportunity to perhaps draw something to his cue.
Yeah, and if you do want the cue to be used as a weapon, ideally, rather than as a, an anchor on you. So if you can find a way to make that work, then that's great. And you now VIIODHT.
And he was no doubt sizing up Void in that very spot for a good score. He could still play parallel to there, and I don't think it's too bad.
Yeah.
And I think just on the previous turn, if Dylan had been 100 points up, I wouldn't have done Gore.
Yeah.
At 100 points down, I think the rationale for that play is quite clear.
Is he looking at... Okay. Yeah, I wonder if there's a spot. Would you consider maybe Divot over Void just because of avoiding hooks, or would you... Is that worse leave?
Well, it does. It blocks hooks a little bit, but it actually creates floaters if you're playing it where I think you're talking about, which maybe we are. Are we talking about playing it here?
Yeah, no, that's fair. That makes a lot of sense.
And pot itself does take hooks.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a tricky choice. I mean, Void of course takes A and O in front of it, so that's possibly the argument against playing that. Visit gets rid of the eyes. It's hookable. And there's a couple of letters out that might be salient here. Because Visit not only takes an S, it also takes an E.
Of course.
So Dylan has got an E. He's got two of them. And so he could potentially cash in quite effectively here. I don't know if there's a gangbusters bigger play, but certainly he can play a 5-letter word with the E in the 4th position and the Q doubled to hook Visit.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's lovely.
And it's not an unusual word. There's nothing unusual about it.
Nope.
If only his E was an A or something for Parkett.
Yeah. Find myself thinking that a lot, though. If only. What's that variant of Scrabble where you can put one of your tiles over to make it a blank every rack or whatever? I think Chris Tolman was telling me about a very high-scoring variation.
It really is just called if only.
Oh.
So Dylan can store 57 points here with a play like Queer.
Yeah.
But he's gone with Veep.
Okay.
I wonder if he's had temporary misremembering of that hook.
Possibly, yeah.
Or maybe just, sometimes you don't know the words, or maybe it might just think, oh, it's a sticky S, it's just Visits or whatever it is, if you don't know what the meaning of the word. But I think he must have been blind on it because he's thrown away the E's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a mistake.
And it's got a slightly, the blank's always good, but it's a slightly awkward position now where you use your only non-blank vowel, so it's hard to do anything with the Q.
Indeed, and Andrew has played what I think is almost certainly the best play here. He's kept decent leave. The F's not great, but unfortunately TOF is not a word, so you can't play Gauf or Hauf on that turn.
Just Gaub.
FEH is not super synergistic, but you certainly, on many boards, you can stick an H down somewhere and score relatively well with it. And Andrew is also no doubt wishing that his F would magically transmogrify into an S now.
Yep,
I'll leave that one out. I'll leave that word out for the chat.
Yeah, we're getting some slightly provocative options in here that maybe aren't. Yeah, but no, it's always good to learn these ones.
And Quinn's point out that maybe there was blindness on the visit hook there because Gaufed might have been better. I actually couldn't remember if Gauf was a verb or not. Those words can be very confusing. I know Wauf is an adjective, but I always forget which ones are which. But I think that maybe that visit is has been overlooked, while I was also overlooking Gaufed being a word. But then again, Hauft is fine too. Hauft means to like frequent, to haunt somewhere.
Interesting that.
And Sauf means to whistle. So if you can remember the meaning, sometimes it helps. But
Yeah.
Gauf,
Yeah,
I can't remember.
I do feel like I need to develop a strategy for learning, because it's easy to just try and dive in and then find yourself a little overwhelmed. So yeah,
Someone in the chat has suggested quirt, Q-U-I-R-T, and that is next to pterans, using the blank I. And I think that's the standout play.
Yeah.
So shout out to Alec Seahome in the chat.
Yeah,
That's a hard play to spot.
Yeah, because this sort of blank blindness, isn't there? I mean, in many respects, I'm using it to refer specifically in this case to not fully thinking of it as a letter that you can use on the board once it's down, because it's invisible, it's not a scoring thing. Yeah, it's easy to not consider it.
Yeah, someone else has suggested quit, but certainly quirt is better because it scores an extra couple of points and undoubles the R's. You could make the argument that quit doesn't block the floating P on the triple, but it's an extra couple of points, and RRB, bad stuff can happen.
Would you block if you're blocking the triple? Would you do more burp instead, or something? Oh, what's he done?
He's done Bart. Wow.
Okay.
I'm
just wanting to balance out letters. Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Is he going for a gangbusters bingo?
He's just trying to do a move, yeah.
Because he's close.
Yeah.
But I just think you're so far behind. And the logic of playing Gua was to keep the score ticking over. And I think once you come up with a strategy like that, the right strategy is to continue with that strategy. I think, playing a really excellent choice like Gua, in my opinion, is kind of a bit undone by playing Bart for not many points amongst other things, because...
And also Bart.
Yeah, I also didn't realize that you spoiled my thunder. I was just leading up to that. I'm like, I actually don't believe it's a word. That's okay. I wasn't making it obvious that's where I was going.
No, I'll leave you to get to the end of your thoughts more.
You really shouldn't. And if wainages weren't in the way, he'd be able to play Aotearoa down on.
Yeah,
but it is.
Thought about that. It's very cool.
That is cool. Chef is also, looks to me to be a highly suitable play. It scores well. It dumps a bunch of consonants, keeps the X potentially for that Gox spot.
Yes.
That would be quite profitable to put your X here. Who wouldn't want to put their X there?
Yeah. It's begging for it. And then, some pretty good tiles to go in it. And you're now having SDM-EEXA. While Dylan, he's still got his Q, still got his QU, AACR blank. It's a shame that he's gone with Qua.
Yep, I think that's reasonable. He's got the A hook. He
Yeah.
doesn't know that Andrew also has it.
Yeah, setting himself up well for a 7 next turn, potentially.
Yeah, he's after a play that I think was a little bit of a misfire. He's back on, his regular brand. of a good play there.
IOO, not the greatest draw, given his leave.
Maybe he can bingo. Oh, there is a bonus in that rack, but whether it will fit, I don't know right immediately. And there could potentially be 8s somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, there he does have an 8 off the P. I've spotted it.
Oh, of course.
Oh, of course. It's not actually that easy.
Oh, no. Okay. No, I had no. Never mind. The one I thought is not. No.
If you spotted that quickly and you were sure of it, then you need to play lots of tournaments right now, because that would be a very, very good get for someone in your with your level of experience. I'd be very impressed.
The glare on the I'd forgotten that it was the C, and I thought it was a D for a second, and I was immediately like, oh, Polaroid, but no, with the C, I don't have the bingo.
I'll let the chat have a bit of time to spot that one, because if you do spot it, I'm almost certain it's the best play. It's not obvious word, but there's a few words that look a bit like it, so you might remember them as a set.
Lots of options to weigh up for Andrew. It feels like he has several very high scoring, well, at least 2 very, like especially high scoring kind of spots to hook onto with.
He still has the visite hook. He's got the aqua hook.
Yeah.
So he could play something like Axe Seed and Visite. He could just play Max and Aqua.
If you're Andrew, are you expecting that if you don't take the aqua hook, then it will be taken by Dylan immediately? Oh, cat. Apparently not, because he has gone with Dex underlapping Visit.
Yeah, he could have done Ext and Visite. I think no. It's just I think we have to accept that the hook is mostly gone, and no one's any the wiser. And so Dylan is getting a bit of a reprieve. He's going to pick a rune, so you can remember that as a set of words that look a bit like that, with like Rigadoon and Bigaroon, which is a cherry, if I remember correctly. Well found. Oh, okay. Well, is that AMLEMSA?
It is. Yeah, double MAA.
Okay.
LES. Oh, and Dylan. Oh, right. No, for a second I thought his rack had moved, but he's fine. He just hasn't got any tiles on yet.
In a way, that's the fate that afflicts us all. We just don't have any tiles.
Oh, someone putting. Oh, yeah. Josh putting out in the chat that Picaroon with a K is also valid. Well, a C and a K together.
And also, it's just beautifully scrolled up on our screen. Also, Picaroon. You can learn a lot of fun words by looking up alternate spellings of words.
Yes, yes. That's obviously very handy because, you want to think of these words in clusters of similarity, and Scrabble's all about just the arrangements of letters. So that's always going to be useful to have the near words alongside the ones you're learning.
And Andrew's put down MALEM, and I think he may be, I don't know if he's looking at playing that, but MALAM is a word, and that would fit quite nicely above Aqua for a good score. Although whether he wants to do that and open up the triple at the top, I'm not sure, but it's quite a few points. It's 44?
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the best you can hope. Well, I mean, it's good. It's good for sure.
If you don't know, that word mamas is actually not a bad choice as well.
Oh, yep, that's what he's going for. Mamas. Oh, looks like. Oh, where's Edward gone? But yes, Mamas goes down from Andrew. EL leave, and Dylan has the Z now. It's interesting.
It is very interesting because it's given him an absolute mozza of points available. And he's not ashamed to tell us what he's going to play. He's lined it up already.
Yeah, that's always my preference when I'm watching these, is when someone just lets me know. Just I think some people don't like to do that because they feel like it interferes with their ability to find other things, but I'm definitely a proponent personally.
And Towers is really great because it scores well, but also doesn't inhibit the board too much because there's the possibility of a bonus that ends in, well, E for Ume. There's the T, can have vowels hooked onto it. He is holding DT, which go on the end of Goa for goad and goat.
Yeah, very expansive kind of play.
So he's only 22 behind. Hey, he may not even need the bonus, if depending on how he draws.
Andrew's lined up C lane, which, I mean, I don't think he's seriously thinking it's a word, but it isn't.
It's a plausible phony.
It is. There are a lot of C something words that I wouldn't have thought are words that are. So
Well, we only recently just got sea lion as one word. So
yeah, it is interesting the things that do and don't make it on.
Well, I think that one's come in because it's got a new meaning.
Oh, sea lining on
yeah.
internet. Yeah, it's a type of trolling, isn't it? Like,
wouldn't know.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, something like pretending to be like to act in good faith in a discussion just to waste someone's time and get them to answer all your silly little questions.
Is it similar to concern trolling, which was what I think they used to call that in the 2000s? If it's something similar to that.
Yeah, I might be just misremembering the nuance though. So yeah, it might be something similar.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting point here because he doesn't have a bonus, unless I'm missing something. But his rack has no particular punch to it. So,
yeah,
if he does just play a little word, he is somewhat at risk of being outrun.
And there's no great S hook to just kind of get something going. It's not fantastic.
Oh, was Sea Lane been added? Have we just completely? Is it a new edition? Someone please help me here. We're looking like a complete idiot on stream.
Zizzyverse says it's not valid. Okay, it's being challenged.
I just assumed it wasn't a word, but
yeah, seaplane is, so that.
Oh, yeah, seaplane's always been in, for a very long time.
Yeah, no sea lane according to chat.
That's really unfortunate.
That's a big swing.
It's very close to being sort of able to work out exactly what's in the bag as well. Yeah, it's an unfortunate mistake.
Yeah.
And Dylan is not far away from having a bonus himself, but he doesn't.
Yeah. Plenty of. Yeah, it looks very, very, very plausible bingo rack, but just not quite there.
So he's 22 down. He knows that Andrew doesn't have a bonus. Well, he may, assumedly knows he doesn't have a bonus. But he knows he's got an S. So he knows he's not going to draw one of those. So he may need to be somewhat conservative. He can't set up hooks willy-nilly. Maybe the answer is to play another false four-letter word.
Yeah, chat pointing out, well, suggesting flex and visite, but I think the ship has sailed on visit as something they're going to recognize most likely.
I still don't dislike that by any means, because it does get him into the lead and it doesn't open up anything.
Like they're probably not going to, if they haven't used it by now, then given the previous opportunities, it seems likely they just don't.
Ye of little faith.
Yeah. My cynicism already showing 3 months into playing. That's
deeply disappointing. Or the other thing he could do, he could consider I'm not going to suggest just playing gull and trying to draw one of the remaining eyes for feint.
Oh yeah.
Because he knows he hasn't got a bonus, so he knows unless Sea Land comes down again, which I wouldn't put any money on.
Yeah, the remaining, it's very, very vowel heavy bag, isn't it? Which does change the calculus a little. Is he considering F on the triple?
Maybe. The thing is, with the letters, if he draws one of the vowels, it doesn't necessarily mean he draws a bonus.
No.
Or rather one that will play, because like lanated is a word, but that doesn't necessarily mean it'll go down.
Yeah, ED isn't a very useful ending on this particular board.
I mean, certainly lanated or edental, latent, they do fit.
Yeah.
It's one of those, you have to sort of look a move in advance. You can think this is the right play, but then it may change the shape of the board.
Yeah.
Something in the chat from Quinn, Hayed, Hayed. I quite like that because it scores well. And with the vowels unseen, I think it's a relatively decent shot to draw into a bonus that ends in E.
It's a very interesting point. And I mean, the D isn't nearly as useful as it might normally be. So it's just, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, if you get, what are we? I suppose, yeah, there are the I's left and a couple of these and the O and the U. Yeah, a few options.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong choice, Hayed.
Let's go with F. Okay, 17.
Yeah, I mean, with a lot of vowels left, this certainly could work. But yeah, that D's tendency to go towards the end of the word with the letters that have got left.
Yeah.
Particularly with an LND blend, you're not likely to get a word that ends in a vowel with those, in my opinion.
No.
But he's drawn lentoid. So, well, so much for me. But no, I think, ditching the whatever consonant you don't like in the E was certainly solid.
And
lentoid will play for now. I'm not seeing it likely to be blocked, to be honest.
No, that's not a spot that I mean, yeah, not sure. Especially, well, given Andrew's rack, probably not.
The risk might be he gets lentoid and then gets hit with a counter bonus because there are now 14 tiles unseen, which means 7 on the rack and 7 in the bag.
Yeah, so just get caught out.
Sometimes these games can be decided by who bonuses last.
Yeah. Just ear, was it? Yeah, ear alongside York. Oh, and a U and an E.
So from our perspective, if he puts down Lentoid, he's going to lose.
Yes.
Because Andrew has drawn into bonuses onto the D of Lindy here.
Yes. Yep. They're fairly common words. I'm sure that chat will be right onto those.
Yeah, quite easy to spot those ones. So do you just avoid the bonus for now? I mean, it's difficult because if you were sitting with the S on your rack, you go, I am in control. I am, the one with the most likely to be able to bingo in multiple spots with the remaining letters under many circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah, the complexities of this. It's very awkward. Yeah, you can't. That's probably, that makes sense to me, Josh. That you just can't really avoid just going for the score. Yeah, and he does go for it. So what I thought might end up being a slightly, complex, kind of tricky little end game is going to be all over very quickly. Yeah, and there we go.
Sorry, I just lost audio, and
That's all good.
I think that
good.
Straightforward ending. So you might have just seen my face looking confused. No confusion here.
Yeah, it felt like they just were. It just was how it had to go. There was no real alternative in the end to playing Lentoid, I don't think, because I mean, the bingo was there, so you get too far behind if you don't bingo yourself.
And I'm informed that we're going to get a quick chat with Andrew.
Oh yeah, so in the chat, if you have any questions that you'd like us to ask, then go for it.
Questions such as, why do you have two first names, will not be entertained. Well, they'll be entertained privately by me, but not repeated.
They'll be entertaining, but not entertained. What do you think of Bart? Okay, yeah, just going to be a bit passive aggressive about the phony, maybe.
we absolutely must ask that question. Hi, Andrew. Can you hear us? Yes, I can, loud and clear. Congratulations on the win. No.
No, you're all good.
We have some other questions though. Well, go George. You ask it.
So Bart was an interesting play. That's not a no. No, fair enough.
And we were
That's all
also
good.
wondering if the E hook on visit had slipped people's minds, or you were not sure of it. Right.
Because I didn't want the Jibers S hook to get a big high bingo. That's why I played visit instead of those other moves. Yeah, because I had another V. I could have played the V elsewhere, but I just felt I needed to block that Jibers line with the S double for a high bingo. So yeah, that was my rationale.
I've actually just been told the stream couldn't hear you during that, Andrew.
Oh,
So
sorry.
we're going to have to ask all of those questions again. No,
Oh.
we are not going to do that.
No, don't do that. So
Apparently it's fixed.
Visit with an E, then also double E, isn't it? Yeah, visit E as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, couple of mistakes on screen there, I guess. Stream, yeah.
Always, and some of them were yours, but most of them were mine.
Yeah. No, how are you enjoying the commentary, George?
I'm having a great time so far.
Good to hear.
Great
Yeah.
lead commentator. You just had to follow what he's up to. So no, it's been very fun.
I'm getting a bit of delay now. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I think
we've
we're
got
good to go.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much.
All right, congratulations.
Okay,
We'll see you
cheers.
on the stream again, I'm sure.
Okay, thanks guys. See ya.
Good luck.
Yes. Apologies that I sort of vanished for a bit, and apologies for the lack of audio on Andrew. He told a very funny joke that I'm afraid I can't repeat.
Yeah.
No. He didn't challenge Bart. He didn't notice it. He wondered if it was one of the new words, in case you're wondering. And sometimes it's very tempting to learn all the new 7-letter words and the 8-letter words so you can pop them down when they come up. But sometimes some of the shorter words can be missed. And you think of Bart, but short form of barter, not quite.
Yeah, it sounds fairly plausible.
Yeah, I think he was a little fortunate that C lane bonus didn't end up being fatal for him. But he wasn't necessarily going to win the game if it stayed on, because it would have allowed Delph at the top, and it still would have been a quite tight game. But he would have been favoured in any case. But having that S gives him the extra flexibility. So if he's not able to bonus, he can set up like a one-way hook. But he got the good draw of that unsealed or unleased to seal that game.
Yeah. Who have we got up next, actually? I mean, it'll be a little while before, but I believe...
Because you'll want to decide whether you'll stay absolutely rooted to the screen, or whether to get lunch, or dinner, or whatever meal it is happens to be wherever you are in the world.
Yeah, we're looking at a B-grade game, it looks like, between Alexander Gander again, and Scott. Scott from B-grade. Scott.
I didn't realize Scott was in a B grade. I thought he would be.
I mean, I think I remember people saying that it seemed like an incredibly stacked A grade this tournament. Incredibly high quality right the way down A through B. So yeah, should be a good one.
Yeah, and the tournament, we're lucky enough to have quite a lot of visitors as well. So it means there's more. It is super stacked for people that want to go to Auckland in June. Seems like a not great time to go because the weather. I've been to Auckland in June, and I do kind of think that I should have gone in September.
Yeah, I mean, you can come anytime and have it be not ideal, or it can be lovely.
I mean, if I wanted that, I'd just stay in Melbourne, where it can be horrible any time of year. Yes,
Melbourne.
Alec, B grade is New Zealander for Division 2.
Yep, to clarify. Good.
It's not a value judgment. And when you've got a tournament this strong, it wouldn't be. Because there are definitely some very accomplished players in B division.
Mm-hmm.
That if they were playing in A, they'd take some scalps.
Yeah. So yeah, for those who aren't familiar with them, Alexander is an Aucklander, like myself. He's currently ranked number 29 in New Zealand. He's only been playing for 3 years, I believe. This is his second nationals. And as you mentioned before, he's the mastermind behind this whole streaming endeavor. So, yeah, very crucial, a linchpin for this whole operation.
See, without him, we wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be here.
Exactly.
You'd be doing something else less good with your life,
Yeah.
like achieving some personal goals or putting away your washing, which is the thing I probably ought to be doing. That's why I'm here. I just wanted something fun to do while I do all my washing.
Yeah, that's why you're cutting out occasionally. It's because you've got to.
I don't know if it's my internet or whatnot, but
Good. Right, we've got some.
And that's last round's results, so we're still a game behind, but we do know that Peter Sinton was still in the lead, and Andrew is now on 4, I think. No, he's on 3, and Howard is still just behind with that big spread, as well as Chris, also a definite potential winner here.
Yeah, definitely a contender.
I don't actually have any details of what happened that round, apart from what we saw at the top table.
No,
There's some really strong players not off to a great start here, and any of them could cause upsets.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing about these interim standings is that it can all shift as those players who've had a slow start just surge forward. So yeah, lots of potential for disruption.
Yeah, I mean, that's the joy of a format like this, where you do have small divisions. Even the person who's right down at the bottom is a threat to beat you. And sometimes even beat you big time. So
yeah, which can really flip things if suddenly not only is your win-loss a lot weaker, but your spread takes a big hit, which can matter.
Yeah, you can be 3 or 4 games ahead of somebody, you're matched to play them, and their actual true level is really high. They've just had a bit of a bad run. They can whomp you.
Yeah, and they might have been, in all of those lost games, been playing brilliantly anyway. So there's never be comfortable. And in the next round, sorry.
No, you go.
I was going to say, in the next round, Alexander's opponent, Scott, resident of Dunedin for nearly 30 years now, currently 19th in New Zealand, ranked. He's a previous winner of the C grade of this tournament thrice, and the B grade thrice as well. So
he'll have to complete the set by getting into A division and winning it 3 times.
Yeah, and also, yeah. I mean, he's been. 2017 was that last B grade win, so he's gonna get up there, make it happen. He definitely has the capability.
Yeah, the stream is about to take a quick break, but we'll be back. So drink something. Your body desires it.
Yep, absolutely.
Hello, we're back. Are you back? Well, you are obviously back because you're watching us. I'm Edward Okulicz, and I also have George Dodd. Hi, George.
Hello, hello.
Good to be back with you.
Yeah, likewise.
Absence makes the
first
heart grow
game.
fonder, even if it was only 5 minutes.
Yep.
But we're shortly to be back with what will no doubt be another fun game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we were just telling you who it was before the break. So if you missed it, too bad. But hopefully we'll be going to the board relatively soon for our match from B Division. As I was saying before, some of the people in B Division are pretty handy.
Yeah, plenty of players here who are either really on the up and up or who have been in A grade or A grade equivalent plenty of times before. So it'll be a top tier standard of play, I'm sure.
I've never seen Alex play, but I've seen Scott play, and yeah.
Yeah, Alexander had a very good showing at the 2 one-day tournaments at the Mount Albert Scrabble Club just a couple of weeks ago, beating plenty of very talented players. So I'm sure he'll do very well. Although he said that he's operating on not a whole lot of sleep, given his role in orchestrating the whole stream process. So hopefully that doesn't impact his play.
Well, his sacrifice is greatly appreciated by everybody. And again, I'm going to shout out to the Townsville Scrabble Club who've got the feed on while the club is going.
Oh, fun. Well, that's so cool.
So hello, Townsville, and all who dwell in her.
Yeah. Are we up on some big projection screen?
Well, Julie is one of the more technologically savvy players in Australian Scrabble. She knows how to make things happen.
Good.
Ask an engineer. Is that Sinead O'Connor on Alex's shirt?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Sinead is a good stem. Probably makes a few bonuses.
Oh, of course. better combination of Liz and Oklahoma on Scott's jumper. So.
He's got a couple too many E's. I can't see what the... Oh, here we go. So, couple of E's, couple of vowels, but it's dumpable.
Yeah, yeah.
And so EUOI has been lined up, which leaves... Oh, he's changing. I thought it was going to do EUI, but probably changing is competitive.
Yeah, I'd be very... I wouldn't feel good about dumping, even though there are effective dumps there, given... I don't know. EET is fine as a lead, I suppose, but...
Oh. Could consider Aotearoa keeping EE, but then... No. Anyway, fairly sensible choice here of Wiz. He's got the S to hook it.
Yeah, just needs to draw a couple of vowels.
Yeah, if he draws 2 vowels or even 3 vowels, which might be even better.
Yeah, 3 would be ideal.
Oh, good start. Oh no. Oh no. That was bad. We don't like that. What do we like, though? We do like Scott's Rack.
Yes, we do. Definitely good move changing in hindsight as well as at the time. And it does play.
It plays in a couple of spots.
Yeah.
It is the only 7.
Chat pointing out that placement of outmove does set up Cat alongside the I and Zoe. So that's
not that Scott knows, but I don't think he'd be bothered that much by it because he's got first crack at the juicy triple alley.
Yeah, would you?
Oh, he's challenging it.
Okay. That's another 5 points added on, but definitely worth a look.
If you don't know it, it's way worse to leave a potential phony on. And I think a lot of players struggle with challenging words in 5-point penalty because they see it as being far closer to double challenge, which New Zealand did play for many, many years until they changed.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know, it might be my particular psychology, but I tend to, I don't know, I have to get over the sense of, being willing, I have to be willing to look, to acknowledge I don't know things, not always think, well, surely they must know that this word is valid and I'm just missing out. You've got to think, no, there's a very good chance that this is a phony and that it needs to be removed from the board.
So as pointed out, that Cat player Nazo scores relatively quite well. I wouldn't consider playing something like Perk, keeping QATS to block the triple. That's not a winning strategy.
Right.
I've also noticed we don't seem to have scores on the board. So I think there's been a slight error there, but Scott is on 70-ish.
And Alexander's on 30.
See HYGGE potentially going down next turn.
Yes.
One of those very zeitgeisty words. Here we go. Scores are up. Sorry about that. And if you, so it's HYGGOUB. Okay. And Cat.
Okay, he's going for it.
Something that's worth pointing out is there's the floating, there's the S hook for Cat is there, and Scott isn't going to block both the O and the E, and so both of them go quite well with the CRPS keep.
I see, yep.
So he's got floaters if he does draw the right combination, and Higa has gone down.
Mm-hmm. Yep, cool, 39 points there.
I really want to see what he picks up.
Yeah.
I can see neither the tiles nor Sinead's face.
Ooh.
Oh, that could have been great.
Yeah.
It could have been great, but it's still options here. I think it's worth considering a 4-letter word onto Azo here, like cran.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to, undoubling. You can undouble it in nicely while also landing something on that triple letter for a pretty solid score.
And the other nice thing about that is cran takes an S. So you're setting up Scran.
Another zeitgeisty word, given all those footy Scran pages rating the food available at different sporting venues.
Oh, I've missed that moment.
No, I mean, it's not a big thing, I don't think.
Okay, so I don't have to have FOMO on that one.
No.
Just not sure what else really would be a good choice here.
Yeah.
It's not panic stations yet.
No, definitely not. Given, especially, I mean, what's Scott looking at with his rack? Nothing too devastating score-wise. Yep, goes with Cran.
Good choice.
ENS.
So he's got the Swizz, he's got Scran, he's got Cats. There's plenty of place to put that S, and PNS are, again, pretty reasonable 3 keep. SP is good, SN is good, PN is not altogether great, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, and given restarted.
Ubootie, which I imagine is German for Unterseebooty.
There are no good out words, are there? Nothing.
What would be great would be to somehow use that Y to put the B there, making you buy. But
yeah, I mean, aside from like ob, yeah, I don't know how you use a lot of vowels with that.
Try to think if there's a 6-letter word starting with the A.
Ah.
I don't. Nothing obviously is jumping out, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. And Alex has drawn a bonus that now plays in more places that you can poke a stick at. He's got sprains and like 4 spots for it.
Yeah.
And other at least one other word that's not a 7, that's an 8, but you wouldn't do it. But what to do? I mean, I do think ob is all right. Because it does score.
Leaves you outie as a relief, which
he's got again. He's had outie on his rack already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So we prioritized getting rid of more vowels over this little bit of score.
Not that I know what I would have done there, but I think UIT is among the less beautiful words keeps that you could have there. Just from a pure score and leave perspective, I don't. I'm not loving it. And Alex is thinking.
Yeah, perhaps hasn't spotted
sprains or
sprains.
Binars is also good.
Okay.
I mean, he needs to spot them because he's got so many places. He's got an embarrassment of places to put it.
Oh, it's a lovely spot in chat from Alec seeing Aotearoa for. Yep, and he's spotted it. Scott has seen it.
And what we said, some of these B division players are handy, but also that's like an example of a weird looking word, but it's high probability. Like those letters come up over and over and over again, and it's what in the biz we call a very playable bonus.
Yeah,
because it's often a more playable. It's often the best play more often than it comes up than you think.
And the composition of the word is also something you would go towards as you're trying to assemble a bingo. You'd think, obviously putting that S towards the end, itis is, occasionally a useful thing. So you'd kind of assemble it that way, and the sort of vowel consonant alternation as well.
Here we go, sprains. And depending on where he plays it, he may open up purities, but I wouldn't assume so. So if you are, Alex, you want to play it on Azon, because that stops Uteritis. But he doesn't know that. So I think we have to accept that probably Uteritis will go down because he'll probably play it onto to Swizz, I would think.
Yeah.
Or Scran. Nah, I think he'll play it on Swizz. There we go. Clairvoyancy. I really missed it. Although given that he's outie on his rack a few times, maybe Omphalomancy would be more appropriate. Well found there.
Yeah.
A clutch play, dare we say.
Yep, be grateful of them.
Yeah, if you're new to Scrabble, being able to get a rack of not junk but 1-pointers, including a couple of I's and a U, and turning them into a 60-something point bonus is a game changer. It turns you from being a player that scores 300 a game to a player that will regularly score 400 plus a game.
And the ability to do that also, I mean, it's not just that turn that it fixes, but it completely refreshes your rack, which might otherwise take multiple turns or an exchange to address the awkwardness of. So the effects of it carry on throughout the game.
Yeah, so from the alternative perspective, Alex has picked up some quite agreeable looking consonants in that he should be able to get quite a healthy score by plunking something onto that S.
Yep.
I mean, something common like spoke would work, something like
Yep.
nosp if you feel like it.
Probably don't want to do skeen, but that does put the K on the double letter.
But you do want to stick one of your heavy consonants on that double letter score and extend all the way across to the triple word score. Shope
Absolutely.
is another option. Shope, because it keeps the K, which
Oh.
might go quite nicely on that spot next to uteritis, a KI spot.
I wasn't familiar with Shope, with one.
It's
Oh.
from shape.
Ah, okay.
Ooh. But I think if you don't know it, spoke is certainly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Hen poke. No, he may be thinking of hen peck. At least I hope he's thinking of hen peck.
You can look at a rack for so long that you convince yourself that a word you've put on there that isn't a word surely is, which I've done it before, but he does go with spoke.
Yeah, and HN's a good keep. So
yeah,
I think good things are coming.
And that's,
whether
42 points.
Whether that includes an extension, who can say? Because you can certainly extend spoke a couple of ways. Maybe the people in the chat would like to suggest their favorite extensions for spoke. You can't just be outspoken. You can outspeak and outspoke. Yep. And of course, you can misspeak, so misspoke.
Misspoke's good, yeah. But nothing of that sort available for Scott.
And he sort of had what I think he had hoped to squeeze in vicunas there.
Yeah, it's a good word for getting rid of awkward letters, but it can be very hard to fit down anywhere given.
He's not bereft of options. I mean, I would like to at least dump VIC, so something like Vatic through the T of uteritis could work.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the best, but it's not awful.
It's a 28 points, which is pretty solid given the rack.
A couple suggestions of for spoke in the chat. My favorite, because I know this one is something can be bespoke, and if something's not bespoke, it's unbespoke.
Because I thought about bespoke and didn't realize I had that further extension.
Which is kind of like ridiculous, but it's like, why does that word need to exist?
Yeah. Given the sort of quite elegant and like the connotations of bespoke is that something's very, and unbespoke feels like a very awkward word for.
Well, it is obviously it is bespoke itself because it's been created for a very specific situation, which is possibly making you sound like you don't speak English. What was that play going down through the eye of sprains. I couldn't quite work out what was. Oh, here we go.
No, I couldn't. Oh.
Via.
Mm-hmm. It's something.
Yeah, I mean, CUNI could maybe turn into something good. Goes all right with the T.
Yeah. And Alexander's.
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
that's. Yeah, that's the stuff dreams are made of.
Yes. Yeah. Right there. Yeah, you can just, just inducted is great. What else? Where else would that go? Oh, uncandid.
Adducing is the more common word that you might spot, but uncandid is okay. I can't think of anything that might go through the I or the T, apart from inducted through the T. Certainly, there are some more common words that just don't seem to be wouldn't play on the board.
Yeah.
I imagine inducted will be coming down, not least because it's been arranged.
Yeah, whereas Alexander's in a little spot of bother. I mean, it's not the ideal setup there. I mean, I suppose the H hooks onto the C. You don't really get a whole lot out of that.
I mean, the play that I would actually like on this route actually blocks the inducted, which is ILTH, ILLTH, which I think is the opposite of wealth, I suppose.
Oh, that's interesting. You don't think about wealth being coming from well as opposed to ill.
Talent is a 7-letter word that's been popped up in the chat that goes through the A. Oh well, there you go. If you spotted inducted, here's a whole bunch of other places to pop it down.
Never a fan of double L, even though it is technically a consonant pair, but had to be done.
Yeah, crudding also popped up in the chat, and I failed to notice that there were enough squares to fit it in after sprains. I thought, but oboe's in the way. So I'm going to go to put my dunce cap on and go into idiot corner. Yeah, 2 L's. It's not as bad as it could have been because, look, he's got billiard, doesn't he?
Billiard, yeah. Really see that.
And Alex spotted that in the chat as well.
Yeah.
Come on. In the interest of wanting to see the best game possible, I wanted the billiard on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, you want to see Scott draw 7 letters that create a triple with the B.
Unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely, but
particularly, yeah, with that not altogether great play pickup. Hilbert. Oh, come on.
Oh.
Oh, this is like the worst to watch as a commentator because he is one tile movement.
Yeah, away from away. Are we still looking for drill bit? Oh, drill bit. I mean, it's something else as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not.
Well.
Not as high scoring.
Is it 2 words though?
Oh, maybe I'm completely wrong. Yeah, you're right. It is 2 words. I thought it was 1 for some reason.
Give it 10 years.
Yeah.
if anyone still knows how to use a drill bit in 10 years' time. I have used a drill. Once, maybe. Oh no, he's doing it.
Oh, uh-oh.
This is your fault, George.
Yeah, I willed it into his head. I'm sorry, Alexander.
Oh, it's his own fault. He shouldn't have been using psychic powers during the game. It's illegal. I mean, it's a spectacular find, other than the fact that it's not good.
Yeah.
But I've got to say, I've never seen it as one word before.
Yeah. Trying to think where I have. I think, you know, unfortunately, the reason why I have seen it as one word is because I've seen it used as a fictional character's name as one word. Which,
Oh, really? Wow.
yeah, which is a really annoying thing that often sticks in your head when you see, words adjusted or twisted in some way in fiction.
That's disappointing. And no doubt Scott's going to be really happy with that, because he can he can prepare. He can block billiard if he sees it with something like jaw.
Plenty of options to score decently well with the J. Yeah, he's just going with Joe.
Yep, that seems fine. Small points.
Yeah.
The leave is
GRF leave.
The leave is not good, but blocking billiard is nice. He's looking quite pleased with himself, as he should be.
Yep.
And I think there was a sort of a motion of the fingers over the spot, over that A, that indicates that perhaps Alex already what he'd done last turn.
Yeah.
That's the worst. I'd rather be told later.
Absolutely. You'd rather have it come in a stream interview where someone's berating you up to chat, maybe?
Could he now have just played Jailbird as a cute 6?
Oh, that is lovely, isn't it?
Well, not really.
I'm not sure.
I would do it. That is assuming I would find it in game. Because I reckon I'm a much better player when I'm watching other people than when I'm playing these days.
100%.
It's not actually that many points, but it's not no points.
I feel like it's better than, I mean, if he's playing Broil, then...
It's 30, so it's at least 36.
Yeah. And it's not a bingo-y rack aside from billiard.
Yeah, I think Broil is kind of raising up the white flag on your picaroon and saying, I can't win this game. It's like, it's one of those plays you sort of make when you're not really sure what to do. But when you think about it, the leave's not altogether brilliant, and it's not many points at all. You've got to score when you're in this position.
Yeah.
Or make something happen, and Broil just, for me, doesn't do it. Which of course means he's just drawn a bingo. But what the hell do I know?
Yeah. He's using those psychic powers again.
Yeah, it'd be lovely for Scott to be able to stick that F next to the I of inducted and go all the way across, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. He does have flawn in that spot, has been pointed out in the chat, which makes me hungry because I think that's a pancake or something. Same as flan. It would also inhibit the T of 10th, which is a potential site of a 7-letter word next turn, though not the only one.
Yeah.
And with a lead of 94 points, scoring is what you need to do.
Yeah, just a couple of chunky scores would make it very, very hard for Alexander to catch up.
Oh, okay.
Okay. 24, 4.
Well, I think Alex should bingo this turn, which is great, with something like Lint Seed or Enlisted.
Yeah.
Oh, a flan is a custard. Can I have it with flan? Can I have it with a pancake? Look, I can have custard with anything.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to listen to anybody that says I shouldn't have custard with other dessert because I love custard.
Tinselled is valid. I mean, it's worse than the other options, but tinselled is valid, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. Yeah, someone point out Gore and Gazon, not just for fishing for bespoke, but also just a cute play.
Hmm.
And it's a fine play.
Yep. Scott looking at general.
I felt like linseed has been spotted.
Yeah.
Good find. Again, lenited popping up in the chat again as a potential word, but it's not quite there in terms of playability. Oh, I thought he had linseed ready to go.
Hmm.
And with that deficit, I think he's probably damned whatever he does.
Yeah.
As happens, linseed happens to not allow enlarge, and whereas in listed would allow enlarge or generale.
But Josh has pointed out that linseed enables allergen.
Ah, yes. Although it's pretty awful placement, but yeah, this is a not great spot. Alex and Sinead. They're really up against it here, and only 6 minutes left.
Yeah, the time is that felt like a possible reason for Broyle going down, is that there's a bit of an element of just needing to move things along. Okay.
Oh, he's not spotted it, or he. Oh, I think, you know, sometimes it's right to forego the bonus, but this is not one of those times. I think we just have to sort of accept that he's probably missed it. And,
Yeah, and now Scott doesn't even have to shift his rack around. He's just got very clear. Yeah, there it goes, enlarged. Oh no, he's. Oh yeah, yep, he's playing enlarged.
it's any bonus is going to win this game easily at this point.
Yep.
He's got a lead that is insurmountable. If you were in, if you were worried, playing one of the anagrams of that is better, you know, because of the X is out, but it doesn't really matter at this point in time. A 50-point X bomb is not going to worry you, but you should, you know, it's always worth spending a bit of extra time on that to spot largened, or
of course,
or langered, which means wasted.
Oh, okay.
Well, not that wasted, the other wasted.
Yeah, like wasting away kind of thing.
Yeah, no, drunk.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, langed. Okay, lovely.
Almost every word means drunk when I use it.
Yeah, it's all about tone, right?
Yep. Yeah. It's a bit of a pity because he's got, like, you know, a rack that could turn into another bonus, but yeah, that enlarge is just too many points.
Yeah.
And why the Oklahoma sweatshirt, we've been asked. We could ask, but I believe Scott's from Chicago, not Oklahoma. We could always ask. Does he have a connection to, like, Oklahoma,
did he go
State
to
or something?
Oklahoma State? Yeah.
Yeah. As we put it, he is American, but like I don't think, well, in Australia and New Zealand and a bunch of other countries, you wouldn't wear the sweatshirt of a place that you're not from. He may have lived in Oklahoma. He may be one of the 6 people that lives in Oklahoma.
So we've got double U for Alexander, which is never fun.
But it's been pointed out in the chat, unrusted is good, is it not?
Oh,
Unrusted,
Oh.
untrusted. But it's the sort of thing that you just might just think the game's over. I'm not going to do it. And to be fair, the game is over because there's only 13 tiles unseen, so he hasn't got a possibility of drawing into another bonus, as unlikely as that is.
Yep.
Oofy. Yep, I'm sure, almost certain that's the best play. Come on, rearrange that un. Put that onto the start of the word. You know you want to.
Looks like, yep, surely. He might be a little, I don't know, is he, because after not noticing, or after playing drill bit and having it challenged off, it can really mess with your confidence. Even the top players, I feel like in the Masters tournament, it felt like there were a couple of players who got a bit cowed by challenge losses, and then didn't play words that they probably knew were right.
It's been pointed out you should be banned from wearing clothing denoting places that are further than 10,000 kilometers away. All right, so I shouldn't wear clothing for a place that's 10,000 away. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm going to find one of my shirts that references a place that's a long, long way away, and I'm going to pop it on just to troll you, Josh.
I think I have a shirt that says, like a second-hand shirt that says Cape Cod on it, so I think that's more than 10,000 kilometers away.
I have one from the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville. That's a long way away, and I've got one with the Estonian flag on it from when I lived in Estonia.
Okay.
Oh, well, you know, I suppose it is blocking a big play from Ufi. But you already had the bonus. No. And I think if Scott's tracked, he will know quite with some accuracy what's on the rack and would know to block. But he doesn't need to because he is sitting on that 161 point lead.
Yeah. Chat. Pointing out another bingo that Alexander has, that maybe he'll spot this one. Russeted from Alec.
Which again is making me hungry because I think of a russet potato. It's one of those racks that doesn't make a 7, which is really like, it looks like it should make a 7.
It definitely does, yeah.
Someone should have words with the dictionary people.
Yeah.
All right, look, that
any assemblage of letters which seems like it ought to make a bingo should. They should just find a way to make it make a bingo. I think russeted is harder to spot than unrusted, at least from my perspective as someone who doesn't have the greatest Scrabble vocabulary. So
I think it's harder. I think it's harder. It makes a P, gives you pertused, but that doesn't fit. So Scott, I mean, he's got a big lead, but he also has the luxury of being able to work out exactly what's unseen.
Yeah.
And just make sure that he plays a maximum score without opening up something else. So if he were to play, I was just going to say, he plays in that column, it's something like lame.
Yeah.
And he will
What do you think?
kill.
Yeah, do you think what reason? He is putting them on. I was wondering if he was going to stop there, but no, he has gone with lame.
And you just don't even have to worry. Oh, okay, I don't have an outplay, but really, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So russeted still does fit. So he needed to play longer than that. But I've got to say, I don't think Alex will see it. He's only got 2.5 minutes left, and I think his body language is a bit over it, I think.
Yeah, a little deflated.
So Liam would have blocked that.
Yeah, and also male, Maile, like the male plus an E, that source is. Oh no, you can't do Lao. Sorry, I am not thinking about the hooks. No, lean. Yeah. Is he thinking up-rested or what is he looking at?
It's not worth it.
No.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
He may know that there's no outplay. I know that look. I know how he's feeling.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because it does linger in your head. You do have a sense of, oh, I know I've probably missed something, and it's happened a couple of times, so it really does deflate you a little. Hopefully, it's something that can just be shaken off next time.
I was about to play NYA there for a second before he changed it to EA.
Yeah. I feel like NYA's got to be something that's heading into the dictionary soon, given uwu and owo getting in there.
I don't want to talk about that, but like nya, it is like, I mean, it's like meow. I mean,
yeah.
I know. I still feel like most of the letters are capitalized when you see that, and the only place I've ever seen it is on Reddit.
Yeah, that's fair. I think, and it's odd because I feel like it's mostly disappeared. In like the time of that specific type of like forum speak has mostly passed, so it's odd for it to come in just now.
I feel like when they put, sometimes by the time it gets into the dictionary, the word itself is very past it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, the time is over. The word has become chuggy.
So it's
funny
because it means that the usage shifts from a very specific type of very online, like teen, early 20s person to the relatively older demographic of people who are learning it to play it in Scrabble, and no one else is using it. There's no in-between point.
I don't know. I feel like I might judge someone who excessively uses that word.
Yeah, 100%.
And rest. He could have played out there, like with pressed off the P of, oh, what are we doing? We're getting an ers.
Okay.
Well, he could have stuck the S on the end of that. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
No.
Life goes on. Utterly unchanged.
Yeah. Completely ambivalent. Well, that's not the right word. What do I?
Unbothered by what we do today.
Yeah.
So it looked like a fairly close game to begin with, but it's ended up as a bit of a blowout, 150-point win.
Yeah. It could have easily swung back a little with just a couple of small differences, couple of different. Given how Alexander hovered over the spot for billiard, it does seem like maybe he, the road less, the alternative path could have been more fruitful for him overall. But it's just how it goes.
Fortunately, he's very lucky that we speak to the victor of the game. And so it'd be more interesting to ask the vanquished why they did what they did, or when they spotted billiard, or they spotted while drill bit was being challenged.
Yeah, there are usually fewer points of contention with the plays of the victor naturally. So, but still, some interesting stuff that went on.
He's definitely telling a story with his face in this post-mortem there.
Yeah.
Whereas Scott is, well, I wouldn't know if he'd won or lost based on his face. Just awaiting confirmation about whether we'll get to chat to Scott.
Oh, looks like they're handing in.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
Hi Scott, well done.
Hello.
Thank you. And once again, thanks to you, Ed and George, for helping out and doing the commentary, and to Jake and Courtney for doing the work here. I mean, without all of your help, this wouldn't happen. So a big thanks to you.
And we'll plug the donation link after the interview as well, but you might see it at the top of the chat.
Yeah. Alex, is a repo a valid word as well? Our promo one.
What word were you asking about?
AREPE.
Oh, I know arepa.
AREPA.
I've eaten a few arepas.
No,
No,
arepa is not.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
We want to ask, because this came up in the chat,
Yep.
because we know you're from
Dunedin.
Illinois. Well, no, but going back, you're from Chicago, I believe.
I am.
What's the significance of the Oklahoma?
That's where I did my PhD.
Aha! Okay, so yes. So anyone in the chat saying you shouldn't be able to wear a shirt 10,000 kilometers from where you live can be quiet, because if you've got a PhD, you can wear whatever you want.
Yeah, thank you.
In fact, if you have a PhD, you can wear whatever you want, no matter what.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm going to turn up tomorrow wearing a bikini.
Okay. Dr. Okulicz.
Special treat.
Is that Dr. Okulicz? Is that right?
Yes, but great play. A lot of people in the chat were saying that you show Division 1 level quality, and certainly the way you found a lot of the words effortlessly. It was a really well played game from you.
This one was a lot easier than some of my other games today, that's for sure. I mean, they just kind of fell out. I mean, higgy or huggy or whatever there after I played Outmove, it's one of those words I've always wanted to play. It's like, what are you going to ever get the chance to do that? So I took it.
Yes, and that's a bit of a zeitgeisty word too, hygge, from alleged language Danish.
Yes. I mean, was that the best move as well?
I think it was.
Yeah.
You had other options, but they weren't great, and you.
I mean, it scored 30 points or so. So I figured I'm not 39 points, and that's nothing to sneeze at.
Indeed not. 4 was interesting. Were you thinking that you were trying to block bonuses through there?
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Is that, I mean, the A was the only vowel at that time, so it really left me few options. I'm like, well, I'll take out as many of these spots as I can. Won't be able to parallel underneath it as well. It left under induce, but I wanted to take a couple spots out while I could, and then it was just keep going elsewhere. It
was pointed out that if the S was still used for the bonus, there's very, very likelihood of you counter bonusing, including probably for quite a decent score as well.
There's a lot of echo there. There's a lot of echo there. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
I was just saying, well, maybe I'll just let George ask the next question.
Okay, George.
Oh gosh. What was I curious about? I did wonder, because oboe there. You played oboe.
I played oboe, keeping, is it like CUI?
UIT, I think, or something, was it? Was that? Yeah, I believe you had UIT left over.
Yeah, I know. That was. It's bracks like that just break my head. I'm never sure what to do on that. I mean, UIT is 2E, so there's a possibility of that. And I certainly lucked into Aotearoa at that point as well, though.
Yeah, that was a excellent find that Chat was very excited about.
So I mean, I'm looking at this rack going, what a load of rubbish. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, wait. Oh, please don't take my tea away. I saw
Yeah, there are a couple of options.
I saw itis, and I was like, well, can I do anything with that? Oh, yes. And then Alexander, when he played Sprains, I was like, whew, what a relief.
You do also have Tissuia, but Aotearoa is perfectly lovely.
What was the other one? Good golly.
Tissuia.
Oh.
Tissuia.
Oh.
More tissue-like.
Yep.
Because of course that's the thing people say.
Yes.
All right. We have been told we're also. Oh no, we've been told we'll wrap up and we'll have a quick chat to Alex as well.
Okay.
Get his side.
Yep.
But congrats, well played,
Thank
brilliantly
you.
played.
A bit better last time than you streamed mine again a few weeks ago against Chris in the Masters when I played. And I played a bit too fast, you thought, which is probably right. And I should have played gelatos instead of legatos. So I don't forget. All right, thank you again, guys. You go. I want to talk to you, Alex.
Yeah, apparently they do.
Want to go, George?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Sure. Hey, good, thanks. How about you?
I would like to confess to the chat. I would like to say to the chat that I'm a better Scrabble player than that.
Oh no, I mean, there are just a couple of tricky things to spot.
Yeah.
That just didn't quite pan out.
I will say, I saw Billiard the second I sat back down, and I was like, God,
no.
damn it!
Well, if it makes you, I mean, it won't make you feel any better. But before you played Drill Bit, I thought, oh, Drill Bit, and I said that out loud, not realizing it was.
I meant to say that as well.
Yeah. It was. I was initially just gonna sort of play it off, but just sort of shuffle my rack around. But saw that and was like, yeah, cool, give it a shot. Because I was sort of, I think I was a bingo behind at that point, so I was like, well, I also would have challenged it, but figured the chance of it being good seemed okay, Yeah, and then I think by the time Rossiter rolled around, I think I'd probably pretty much given up. Which is, it's not what you want. It's not good Scrabble play. You don't want to give up.
Don't give up. Keep fighting.
Well, no. I mean, I'm the king of giving up.
No!
In general.
Don't say that.
No, I understand especially, I mean, you were running out of time.
Yeah.
As well, so
It's been a rough day for me on the tiles, guys. That's how it goes, Somebody's got to lose.
Hopefully not leading into a rough night on the tiles afterwards.
Maybe that would be a good thing. Maybe that would be a cleansing thing,
yeah, it's like you just push right through.
Yeah. Anything else? Did I miss anything else? What else did I bump?
Do you really want to know? No. Well, look, I mean, I just
I'll
think
watch
you
it
were
back anyway.
You played a couple of good plays early on, and you just, by the time you'd made those mistakes, you really weren't in the game anyway. So it's not like you made a loss out of a win.
Yeah.
And Scott played really accurately.
Yeah.
So once he got the lead, he wasn't really going to relinquish it.
Yeah. It's hard to beat. Scott's effectively a Division A player, and it's hard to beat those guys without both blanks, or without even one of the blanks, So, yeah.
Well, the solution to that is to send the people home that are swelling A division. So the Scots of the world get swept up away from you.
Yeah. Just hope that Scott just gets better so he can go up a grade next year.
Not you, just your opponents.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. Okay. Well, thanks, guys. I probably need to go and play.
Thanks, Alex.
Another game of Scrabble.
Yeah, for sure.
But hope it goes well. Thanks very much.
Yeah, likewise.
See ya.
And I am very excited for the next game because we've got two players who are very good and lovely people. And I think Blue's got to be one of New Zealand's most beloved outsized personalities.
Oh, absolutely. And matching up against, it's Lawson, isn't it? That
yeah.
Blue's playing, and Lawson's just a bundle of laughter and positivity.
He's really a genuinely lovely person. So it looks like Peter Sinton is continuing his reign of terror and winning on 6 wins. It says in round 5, but I think that may be round 6. And Anyway,
Yeah.
and Howard Warner menacingly looming behind with a nice, dangerous-looking spread.
It is interesting to note that. Grade B flashed up now, but in Grade A, Lawson without a win so far. So we'll see.
Well, that's going to change.
Turn that around, yeah, surely.
And look, there's we're back on Grade A. I'm getting
Right.
whiplash. And look, there's some players that are really quite good. Like Joanne Craig is far too good to be on 2 wins.
Absolutely.
I can certainly say that she's an outstanding player. And well, I mean, Chris Torman's a great player as well, and he's on 4, or maybe he's on 5 now. Who can say? But there's a lot of talent in this division. Okay,
Yeah,
Grade B. Murray Rogers is a name that I've seen many a time, so he's obviously a great player. And then Paul Richards of the infamous Richards, not Nigel Richards, of course, but he is the father of Alastair Richards, who's damn nearly as good as Nigel these days when he plays.
Yep.
And a number of long-standing stalwarts.
Yeah. Oh, going down to C. Few interesting names cropping up.
Deal. Is that another draw for Lynn? Is that because it's only on 3.5? I think is that the most up-to-date results there? I can't believe that all those games add up to enough. Oh, there we go. That's better. Yes. Okay. 1.5 point win buffer there after a very narrow victory for Lynn. If you'd swap that around, the division's changed. Wish we'd seen that one.
Oh, down to D. Oh, Janie Litchfield at the top of 5 wins. She's really good, isn't she? A real up-and-comer. Well, not I don't mean that, but she can beat all sorts of players when things are going.
A future winner of D and a future winner of C, perhaps.
Yeah.
Excellent. I think whether we're having a bit of a break before we get on board with our colourful, joyful personalities of the next game, and I say that with complete lack of irony.
Yeah, total sincerity.
This is literal. This is like 2 of the nicest, most animated people in Scrabble.
Within a community that I would say is by and large very, very lovely and welcoming and nice. So it's very an impressive trait. Oh.
Okay, we're going to take a short break on the stream, and back with Blue and Sue. Well, they should swap around so it can be Blue v Sue. But yeah, we've got a big, a wonderful game coming up.
Yeah.
welcome back to all of those on the stream and those who want to be on the stream. I'm Ed Okulicz, and I'm joined by George Dodd.
That's been exciting so far, hasn't it, Edward? It's
been pretty good. That last game sort of ended a bit anticlimactically, but it was quite close for the start, and there were a number of interesting choices in there. And it's all over now, which means that we get another game for the afternoon, and it's sure to be, well, not sure, I mean, it could be bad. It could be a blowout as well, but a higher likelihood of it being quite a good game between two very experienced and high-quality players. And as a non-New Zealand, even though I know both of them, I'm going to defer to you to introduce the first of them.
Okay, great. So first we've got Blue Thurgood. Blue is from Wairoa in Hawke's Bay, in whakapapas to the iwi Ngāti Kahungunu. Currently 3 in New Zealand, number 3 ranked player. So that's super high caliber. A previous champion of this tournament way back in 2004. And he loves his games, loves his snooker and his chess and his poker as well as Scrabble. So yeah, an excellent player, and by all accounts, just a lovely guy.
His niceness is legendary, and I mentioned that he's one of the nicest people in Scrabble that I've ever met. That is not meant to imply that anyone else that we've been watching today isn't also nice. My lawyer told me that I had to say that. And his opponent, Lawson Sue, is certainly no slouch in the niceness stakes as well. I was supposed to play him in a Trans-Tasman one year, and on the way to the venue, I fell getting off a tram and sprained my ankle. He played our scheduled game, he wanted to have a game with me, so we played after the day was over.
Oh,
and he enjoyed the game immensely, even though I did win. He's just that nice. And he's played in 3 World Championships, which gives you an idea of the level of play that he's capable of.
Yeah, and Lawson was one of the first people to really welcome me into the Mount Albert Scrabble Club. Just so enthusiastic, so excited about the prospects of any new player coming in, so keen to see their potential and how far they could go. So just definitely I credit him a lot with feeling at home immediately in the world of competitive Scrabble.
And he says that sometimes he doesn't know what he's going to play, so good luck trying to predict what he plays. I'm looking forward to some unorthodox choices here. Maybe something shockingly good.
And if they're both, I mean, I feel like Lawson can sometimes get away with some quite sneaky plays and quite unorthodox options. So hopefully he can, work some of that magic in this game.
Well, I hope he does. So what have we got for Blue here?
Oh, got 2 U's, I should say, ELAIB, which
doesn't seem like it's going to score many points.
No.
That's the end of that sentence.
Yeah. There are plenty of ways to play off one of your U's and get rid of at least one other vowel, but there aren't ways to do it you can't do it in a way that's super appealing. Oh, is he? Oh, he's retaining I, and then he's retaining both ibble endings, which is already quite unconventional, I would imagine.
Yeah, that is an unconventional choice, and well, I mean, I suppose that's why we watch these things, to see how different people do it. Oh, yeah. I was going to say, well, we mentioned the caliber of these players before.
That's, oh my goodness. Is everyone using psychic powers in these?
Well, I mean, yeah, we need to probably stop doing that. We may be about to get in trouble.
Yeah. Got to just not use any words in this commentary.
The last thing we want is to Scrabble to get its own cheating scandal, like the one that chess had.
Oh, of course.
Let's not say that. Describe that one. But yeah, I've got that choice of bait. AG is not a bad keep.
Yeah.
I think I might have slightly preferred GABY if I'm going to play a 4.
Yeah, it's more flexible set. I wonder what the reasoning was. Particularly given that particularly given that Y is a more volatile tile to place below the double letters instead of, G and B.
How long will it take to spot caliper? Not very long at all.
And it plays very nicely, underlapping. And then Lawson's picked up AEEGHOS as his current rack.
And he would have loved to have had a floating R with that. Well, I see the word often, and I've never known how to say it. Geros.
Oh. Geros.
GHERAOES.
Yeah. I suppose,
apologies.
Interesting.
Apologies for pronouncing that almost certainly incorrectly.
Yep, and caliber goes down, which is exactly what we expected. That triple is shut down pretty effectively.
It also makes a Kraken bonus with a Z that came into the dictionary recently, although it's been in common use for 30 years in certain circles.
Oh, of course. Shoegaze.
Yeah, shoegaze.
I shouldn't have spoiled it for people.
Well, it's not playable, but I mean, I would love to see shoegaze on the board. I had a shoegaze phase myself, but it was just mostly having my hair long.
That counts. You can take any part of a subculture and claim you're a part of it.
It's possible that I did play bass in Ride for a while, but no one can tell me that I didn't. Not quite long enough now, but it's winter.
I mean, I've got a little bit of a mullet going, but
yeah, I mean that's neither because Blues picked up kind of rubbish letters, but he could play Fanna or Finna. Panna is good now. It didn't used to be.
Ah, okay.
So he can certainly dump a bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what you'd. It feels like Fanna or Finna feels like the best option, doesn't it?
If you know it, and it's not like altogether obvious that that's a word. 3 N's. That's rubbish.
Yeah, and you wouldn't consider a phi hook, even if it only lets you get rid of 1 N?
Yeah, you could do Fern, but Fern keeps PNN, and I think that's quite bad.
Yeah, that's not good, is it?
Ooh. Chigo. Certainly that's going to be about close to the best score that's available.
And the lovely SA leave as well.
Yeah. I hadn't thought about it, but I like it.
Yeah, and 40 points is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, excellent find there. Actually, it's been pointed out Hoagie's played as a double-double. But this does keep the S and sets up a hook, so I will apologize for missing that.
I mean, it's what, an 8-point difference versus retaining the S. So
it's 44, isn't it? 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, did I miscount?
But it does keep an E versus AS. Actually, I reckon if you sim that, that'd be quite close.
Okay, interesting.
But I would say that. Okay, Pinner. One of the better choices, I think, available with that rack. And it actually blocks the first 8 I thought of with Lawson's rack. So that's good. Or bad, depending on your viewpoint. He would have had Sesamoid.
And also Damosels is blocked.
Yes, that's even better, probably.
Nowhere to put Samoyeds.
Oh, and the Y is just sitting there.
Yeah.
But not really. well, that's disappointing. Or not, because it means we've got a good contest.
Yeah.
Point out, unfortunately, you can't put an S on someday and play some days and calibers.
Some days.
I mean, I don't think you would have assumed that, but sometimes when it's on the board and you sit there and it's so beautiful, you have to have it. Well, you know.
And that category of words, it doesn't feel like there's always the most, it's not intuitive which ones will and won't take an S. Like obviously you don't think of some days in a sentence, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
So do you play something in the Chigo area? I think you probably do.
Yeah, you've got to make use of that.
Although it's not dames, probably. Still, it does take a good spot out, but it does score quite well.
Yeah.
And given the low score of Pina, out of necessity, of course. Lawson right in it.
Yeah, very unfortunate that Blue picked up another 2 Ns immediately after playing his last turn, but that's how it goes. I had a recent game against Liz Vegeland, actually, where I drew 4 Ts in one turn and then played away 2 of them and drew another 2. So it can be pretty rough trying to balance these things. Fawn.
There's also the possibility of playing something next to Chigo, making like Fan and Def and Mon. But I do think INN is better than INNU.
That's LNN, isn't it?
Oh, is it LNN? Oh, I can't read properly. Well, there you go.
Yeah, so I think that makes
maybe
a lot
I would have played Fan. Maybe I would have played Fan.
Retain the U for your UN or your general vowel needs. Oh, and Lawson's got WOOSSI blank.
Got a snow word or something? Not quite. That's just the first thing that jumps out, that he should look for a word that starts with snow, but that's maybe not correct.
Yeah, it's tricky because the W doesn't fit very well with the more scientific words that you'd often get with your IOS or your like OIDS kind of endings. So it's hard to make things. Oh, okay. Alec has got woosis.
Oh, like a
blank
whatchamacallit. Whatchamacallit.
Yeah, whosis. Whosis? Whosis.
I don't think would you ever use that word in New Zealand?
No.
It strikes me as being quite American, that one.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it is perfectly valid.
Yeah, there's no anti-American sentiment.
No, we celebrate all parts of the diction. No, not wussiest. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, I've seen this come down before. If only HS was a word instead of SH, you could have woodsiest. Woosiest. Oh, look, Blue knows that's not a word.
I wondered if he was going to be getting away with some of these kinds of plays, and it looks like he won't be.
Well, there's that unpredictable play that we presaged in the intro.
Yeah.
Yes, it is 5-point challenge, Mopo. But that will not occur here because this word's not valid. I like a 5-point challenge where you have to challenge even if it is valid. Maybe not points. Maybe it's like a 50 cents every time you challenge, and it could be a fundraiser for something.
Yeah.
And I do want to say, Woos is really hard to see with the blank as an H.
Oh,
That's
definitely.
a very difficult play, and which is
I'm
why
certainly
it's
not
a very good player to find it, like Alec.
Yeah, yeah. And I believe it was the only valid option anywhere.
Rough. And a lot of choices.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of choices that you might make, but you know your opponent's got 2 S's and a blank, and so you wouldn't. Looks like he's eyeing up a Zin of some description. I haven't worked out where that is.
Yeah,
And Lyra's Freeth in the chat has pointed out that there is a
nine.
Matarosas. Again, very hard to find, which is why it's been found by a really good player. I've never heard of that word before. It might be medical. Is it medical? I don't know. It is medical.
Yeah.
So no surprise that Lyra's would know that word.
It's yeah. Eyebrow alopecia.
Of course, use it every day.
Mm-hmm.
But some people probably do use it every day in their work.
True, exactly. Or in their personal life, unfortunately.
I think it's very unlikely that Blue is going to know that Woosis is playable. I'm not saying that Blue's not a fine player because he is, but that's a really difficult word to spot when it's not on your rack. So I don't think that he's going to be thinking about I mean, you can say people are good, but I don't think it's going to be found, and I don't think Blue would have been thinking about it.
Yeah, and I think that's reasonable. Still an abundance of ends, which is unfortunate. Does limit your scoring options outside of G might help. Okay.
I don't believe you can be long men.
No.
So yeah, what do you do with a rack like this? Do you play Owo, Wart, and oh, you probably do, don't you?
Yeah. Easy does it.
And sets up hooks, I think, is very helpful to point out here.
Definitely.
Because soy,
yeah,
many
plenty
hooks on
for
robe.
Yeah.
Even sport.
Oh, true. Yeah, there might be some clever thing you can do with either what he draws or the blank to do an S something beginning.
Blue has I don't think he's got any standout choices here. He could perhaps try to get that Z by just playing something like Nom, but I guess you know that your opponent's got a really, really strong rack. But there's really not a lot you can do to stop a bonus coming down.
No.
If he happens to have one, and he's got several.
Yeah.
That kept what SSI blank. You're going to bingo with that a lot. It's not 100% of the time, but it's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. It's an interesting component of challenging where the additional knowledge, obviously it's helpful to have rack knowledge always, but it can add to what you have to consider, put a lot of more extra kind of mental strain on your next turn, thinking about what your next turn has to accomplish.
And he's accomplished probably putting down what I think is almost certainly one of the biggest scores that's going to be available on this board with Imong.
I assume that's just an alternate among.
And it's got a few like variations of it, like the amongst and amongst as well. So, and with the new 3-letter word arrow.
Oh, of course. Yes, obviously one of the benefits of being a relatively new player is that a list of new words comes through and you think, oh, that's a very manageable chunk I can just learn. And so you end up having a better grasp on the new words versus I think some more established players take time to bring them into their lexicon.
And that's blocked insisted, but he has distills and it plays in 2 spots. So swings and roundabouts. So there's distills there, distills and lobe and swart.
Yep.
Whether that placement ends up coming back to haunt him if, a big score with the K happens.
Yeah.
But you can't run from shadows. If it's the best play, it's in terms of score and leave, almost certainly it's the best play. You can't just say, oh, my opponent might have the X, because they might not.
Particularly when you still need to get some more scores yourself to come back through. You might, scoring lanes can help him as much as they can help Blue while he... Oh, no, I guess he's stuck ahead now. I was thinking of the previous scoring. But
Distills is making me thirsty. I'm thinking of having a gin and tonic already.
How far abstracted from food and drink does the word have to be before it stops making you hungry or thirsty, do you think?
I don't think most of the words on this board are not making me thirsty or hungry.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I just thought, because my first thought with distills was I was thinking of like oil and like
you do you is what I can say. I mentioned that K spot and EUK plays there, but it leaves this like what I think some people refer to as liquids, like those ills and ends. It's like they don't really. It's yucky, is I suppose what I would say.
Is there a good spot to play Luke? L-E-W-K, another modern slangy word. I don't think there's a great place for it to go.
There doesn't seem to be any useful play with the G, unless there's like using the N and the G together. He looks like maybe he's going to play Unwell and Lobe. Is that what he's lining up?
Right, must be, mustn't it?
Well, I suppose the K is there.
Yeah.
But he's now in the position where he's actually not ahead.
Yeah, it changes. It's flipped around a little bit by now, so the calculus has to shift.
I suppose Unwell does things, which is gets rid of 6 tiles, keeps the K for that spot.
Yeah.
I don't know that the K is a letter I would particularly preferentially keep, but in a lot of situations it is better than a W. I mean, in some situations it's not better than a W.
And then Lawson with his rack of ADEOTUY, which a few little things that can kind of surface from there, but it's...
He would love if an N got floated, but an N isn't going to get floated. In any to get Autodyne down. That is not going to happen.
No.
I wouldn't bet my life on it that N won't get floated, but I... Okay, gunk.
Keeping well is interesting.
I feel like he's had L's just like everywhere. L's and N's. The N's are running out, so now he's got the L's. But I don't think he's going to draw another one. But again, I wouldn't bet my life on it. Toady?
Seems like it.
Or today, or Tony. I don't love it because our EU is quite punchless, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and outside of drawing the cue exactly, maybe doesn't offer a ton.
Watch him draw a bonus to it.
Yeah, you keep doing that, don't you? Saying, I don't know about that, and then it materializes.
That can be the most frustrating about paying someone who is quite impulsive and random, and which Lawson is by his very own admission.
Oh.
But he has drawn complete rubbish. I'm not going to say serves him right. Maybe a little. No.
I suppose whatever he played, drawing AA, IN, is gonna wouldn't have matched up super well. Is there anything that would have?
Shame there's not like an ED for the very obvious swiveled here for blue, but we all love to have V and W together. Oh, it would actually make an 8 with an O. For a plural of a not that uncommon word, but it's hard to see. A word that does not describe anybody that's been on the stream today. Does not describe any of them.
Yes, it's tricky because of the
change.
The changing, the shifting consonant. But yes, Alec has brought it up with low lives in chat.
I was going to say trust. Normally I say trust a really good player to find that tricky word, but I trust an American despite low lives.
Hey, I thought we said no anti-American sentiment.
No, we don't. Picking on the Seppos is our trans-Tasman.
True.
Like, it's the thing that unites us.
Absolutely. Seppos is such a fun word.
Yeah.
Because we don't really use it that much here, but it still seeps in through the Australian connection. So good.
I don't think I've ever heard someone say low lives as a plural before. It's usually like, you low life scum.
Yeah.
I use it every day.
Yeah.
With that being said, I've got no idea what I'd actually do here.
It's very, I don't know how you use an L, a W, and a V without, it's,
well, I mean,
stuck
you could
with
just
something
dump something like dwell to get rid of the W, or you could play vil or will and lobe. My instinct is the V is probably a better bonus tile on this board than the W.
Yes, yes. Yes, there are a few lobe options, as you say. Dwell is pretty. Okay, yeah, he's going with will.
And will sets up another S hook.
Yeah, will is good.
For EST
Although
and
it's
ISE.
Yeah, you need an ending rather than a plural. That's fine. It's also going to try and find a. Oh no, he's going. Oh, just Annie. Huh.
I can't make out the first tile that's sitting on his rack. Is it another A?
I thought it was another A, which made me wonder if he was going to try and do
a dew or something.
Yeah.
Although that with the X out,
that would be very dangerous. Oh, Alec pointing out Dwill. Oh wait, no. Sorry, what am I saying?
Wheel, but I have to admit I can't work out where that's being played because I've been hit by the stupid stick today. But it sets up for the S, but it does more common. D.
Oh right, if it should have done right, suggesting that wheel would have been a better option than will.
I know, but where? I'm having a moment. Oh, and there is the X for Oxters.
Oh, lovely. Wheel under toady. Oh, I see.
Oh, under toady. Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
seems a bit risky to me. But Scrabble is risk and reward.
Mhm.
It wouldn't have ended up noticeably worse than what's happened. Because Oxters is a really excellent score. But he's probably very happy he didn't play Adieu now, because Oxter would have scored an absolute
gosh. Oh,
boatload
yeah.
of points and retained the S.
Yeah, that would have been, what, like 80 odd?
So many points. Okay, so it is an A. So if you're having difficulty reading, and I'm not having difficulty reading, that rank is AEEILRU.
Yeah, which is not ideal. And it's tricky to underlap Oxters with only the I as an option under the S and only an E under the R.
And you might decide that it's not a thing you'd want to do anyway, because you'd be leaving yourself with no consonants if you were to do it.
True. You'd have to do Lear, wouldn't you? Which then leaves you with AEU.
It's worth thinking about a relatively small dump here, which
I think he's going
is
for-
not happening.
Oh,
Unpredictable, the unpredictable one.
yeah, no, we went for Lear. Okay.
He's still got the EU, the kind of from Toady. He's still hanging on to those.
Yeah, true. That was, yeah, a couple of turns ago now. Ooh, okay. And blue has blank, the other blank. CGVIRF.
Yeah, that's
great.
Not going to bingo, I don't think. You might have bingo with 12 blanks or something. Either way, it's probably not worth thinking about. But the scores are now Dead's level.
Yeah, which is very cool. It's a tricky board to try and attack with a surplus of consonants.
I mean, there's certainly, you can dump them, but you're not going to get very
but-
many points for them.
Hmm.
And I would love to be rid of at least the V. I think you've got to get rid of the V. Even if it means playing something like Vig through the Eye of Distills, I would certainly consider doing it, because it is
Oh, yeah.
bad in every way. Question in the chat about whether Vox for 49 points in keeping EOST is better than Oxters. Very possibly. That's, I assume, above the will.
Yeah,
I probably would do it. I probably would have done that if I'd seen
Yeah.
it. But blue played it
Yeah.
very quickly, that particular move. I mean, if you didn't mind CV together, you could dump Frig through the O of to I of Distills and getting Foy, at least getting a couple of extra points. But there's no like
Yeah.
obvious way of using the I and getting a word across, like the first I of Distills.
No, not in a way that leaves anything particularly nice alongside that blank.
There's not an obvious word that ends in IC or something like that, like an adjective like.
Oh, he's going for Frig, looks like. Okay.
1, 2, 3. Oh, he's got the case blank. So he's the only person that can hook that.
Right, interesting. That does change the mathematics of it all. And there are ways that it could work out very well for him. I mean, think about when he drew into Caliber, it could be just the same.
A rare. I mean, that is elegant. but it doesn't
Yeah.
score very many points. I
And-
honestly, I'd probably even just play and high over that for 28.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's just really trying to dig. He might be hoping that the second blank's still out there. Oh. And blue has the Q.
Which I'm sure is making him happy, but it's not going to make him sad because he's got a very straightforward 31
Yeah.
points.
Yeah, easy place to just drop it.
And if had gone down previous turn, he'd probably be in slightly more of a dilemma, but he'd still be able to play it. It's not like it would be a huge encumbrance, but he gets 31 points.
Yep.
When arguably he probably only should have been able to get 22. Could be decisive. This is a bit of a nip and tuck game.
Yeah, that's still pretty close. Although Lawson keeps getting stuck with these very vowel-heavy racks, doesn't he? AEEOOPU is a little bit PU.
I'm thinking if he can use the G in freak to dump a few of them. Is there something? No, there's no AGOE. No, what can he do? Like, I wouldn't do Pogo, but like that's what I'm sort of thinking of if there was a way of doing that.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that
Maybe I would do Pogo. Maybe I would do
yeah.
Pogo.
I mean, just a bit of a score bump. Yeah. Yeah, it keeps things ticking along.
Because he does need to keep up in the short term, because if he doesn't, he's going to find that he's going to be behind because a bonus is going to hit him in the face.
Yeah.
Or he'll just be outrun.
Yeah, I mean, because there are only, 4 tiles left in the bag?
Yeah, so I mean, maybe it's best to just play Pogo or something like that, because at the end of the day, you do probably want to play 3 letters.
Yeah. I think given what's left, it seems very unlikely that anything you draw will get a bingo. I mean, obviously, from his perspective, the blank's still out there, so he might bank on that. But yeah, you just have to score, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it does mean that with the letters that are outstanding, he's probably going to pick up the J and probably will do all right out of it. But he doesn't know that. He might be about to draw VV from his perspective. Unless Alec in the chat's endorsing Pogo.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Oh, so it's interesting.
Okay.
He suggested. No, joke.
No, I was thinking about something. I'm sorry.
Because I think if there's a bonus involving swill or twill coming down, you kind of maybe just have to accept it.
Yeah.
If your opponent hits you with the blank, or if they've got the blank, they're going to get you no matter what. If they have the bonus, I think you're probably better off putting yourself in the best position. And Pogo does mean that you have to have the bonus start with an S, really. Well, it makes it much more likely you have to start it with the S.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And yeah, as I was intimating earlier, if he would likely get the Pooja draw, because if the J is in the bag, well, if the J is not in the bag and it's on Blue's rack, it's likely to stuff him from getting a bonus, because it is one of those letters. One of those letters that stuffs you from getting a bonus all the time.
Yeah, so in each scenario that you could imagine, it's either an inevitability that the bonus is coming, and so you can't really worry too much about it, or it's completely.
He's going to play Upa, which does block
Okay.
Vitiate. Or does it? Because he's always taken it down. Well, it does block vitiate, but not if he doesn't play it. Which, of course, anagrams to caetive.
Caetive. Ah.
And vitiate can be spelt with a T instead of the C, assuming that is the same word.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Huh. And caetive. Yeah. I'm looking that up. It's a captive. Okay. Interesting.
I wonder if that originated from a printing error.
Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it? Because it's not a natural elision in speech. So, yeah.
Only in a Scrabble chat could you bring out a term like that and have people go, "Oh, that's thoughtful," rather than just people go, "Oh, it's got anagrams as well." That's just the right level of nerdiness, I think.
Yeah. It's directed for a very specific purpose, and beyond that, generally not super interested. We're not digging into the depths of every etymology just for its own sake.
I do have my Chambers dictionary here, which it's just out of reach.
Uh,
I mean, you can get it on the app, but I'm just too cheap. Go. Oh.
Okay.
I mean, the thought's there. The S is the danger tile in that position. And I guess because you've got to thread the needle to get the bingo on will. I mean, of course, we can go, oh, vitiate's going to come down or whatever. But you've got to thread the needle there. You've got to hit it in that exact spot, whereas you've got a bit more wiggle room with frigs, perhaps.
Yeah. It's tricky,
And
I suppose.
the T is in the bag. So he knows that vitiate is going to come. He would know vitiate's there because the T is in the bag.
Yeah, so it's vitiate plus blank.
Yeah.
With unseen tiles.
And ADOPUV, so no floater is going to save that rack.
Yeah, J and T both in bag is. Yeah. Alec pointing that out. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting if he doesn't see vitiate and draws the J and it's not playable.
It could really mess with his endgame.
But I mean, there is a G spot.
Oh, true.
That was a G spot, people. For those whose connections cut out, I do apologize. Oh, there's the blank slip. Yep.
Okay.
No mistake here. Well, we're assuming that he has, in fact, circled a T.
Yeah, surely.
Well found. Well, you can't blame yourself, Lawson. You miss Matarosi's. Yeah, it takes a Richards to find a play like that.
Right, the challenge coming through.
A desperation challenge there.
Yeah, but I suppose it's only shot.
If it's wrong, you can find out what's in the bag.
True.
And for all the good it's going to do you. Blue is far too experienced to make up that particular word.
Yeah.
This is one of the times where I wish we had a bit of a feed of the direct audio coming from the game, because I'm sure it's jovial.
Yeah, it's interesting because I mean, obviously, when people are playing, expressions tend to be fairly neutral the whole time. But I'm sure that they're having some lovely chat between the two.
Look how happy Lawson looks. He looks so happy.
He's just excited to be there.
Like his face is literally his personality. He's just such a happy, friendly person. Whereas Blue does not look like his personality at all. He looks like someone that might be doing a haka at you, but in actuality, he's like an incredibly kind and gentle soul and a beautiful singer.
Oh, I wasn't aware.
Again, not to say that anyone else that's been on the stream is not also a beautiful singer, but I can firsthand vouch for Blue.
I mean, we have the interview spot available so people can prove that they are a good singer if they wish to do so.
This is the worst part of the game, by the way. Like, you've lost the game. There's nothing like really obvious for you to do, and you just have to sit there like a chump waiting for the game to end. And because he can't stop the J going down. No. There's RG, there's JA.
Yeah. So you're just, it's much less fun at that point when you realize that there isn't, your move choices aren't affecting the outcome. They're just kind of dribbling away the last of your tiles.
I mean, you just play paved or something like that, and then apparently PIDOV is a Pokemon, which I did not know.
It's from the 5th generation, so
I'm going to say nerd now.
Dropped away. Yeah, no, fair enough.
I think I can name about 5 Pokemon.
Yeah, no,
5,
that's probably healthier. But it's bad. It's the thing I was saying before about fiction kind of messing with you. Obviously, I would never actually play a Pokemon's name in Scrabble, but you see them on your rack occasionally, and you think, oh, even if it just for a second flashes, it messes with your anagramming a little bit.
I mean, I would give at least a 5% chance that Squirtle gets into the dictionary.
Yeah.
I may not live to see it, and I hope I don't live to see it.
Yeah. Squirtle will be a fantastic triple. I'd love to get Squirtle down as a...
The people that are watching this, just clip that part of it and then upload that to TikTok.
I mean, as quilters, quilters would be valid. So
yeah, it's fine. Oh, look at it! Looks like there's going to be a flourish here of something.
Oh. Just wanted to get the V down as well. Interesting.
Not where I expected that. Was he blocking an outplay of some description?
I don't think so. But
is that the same U he's had ever since?
It is the same U he's had since he played Annie.
That U. He must have a file on him, eh?
Just you and me. He's thinking.
RG, yep, as expected.
Yeah, there we go.
And presumably he'll play duo or something. Oh, Pave doesn't go out next turn. Okay. Doesn't it?
There's no... Well, he'd
have OUE, yeah, okay. Yep.
OUV.
I suppose maybe Pave and then Paved and Duo might be slightly better, but it's hard to care. If you're the losing player in the game, it's hard to care.
If he uses the triple for Pave, then he still has his V.
No, I mean Pave first.
Oh, right.
Just leave
Pave
the D off and then
Duo
go Duo next turn.
Triple.
I mean,
yeah, interesting. Yeah, that probably is better, isn't it?
If you are the sort of person that cares about that, then you're probably better at Scrabble than me. Oh, hang on, Updove, but the V's in the wrong place for Updove.
Oh.
we go. Finally, he's rid of that U. He'll be able to sleep tonight.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't end up stuck on his rack somehow at the end.
Well, it might have if he had
Yeah,
drawn
if he
J.
hadn't. Yep. Oh well. So yeah, it was very close for such a long time, and then at the end, it's just sort of got away from Lawson. It wasn't really a way to.
I think it's worth using this game to highlight that playing a false word is one of the things you try to avoid at all cost. There was a sort of a school of thought maybe 20 years ago that missing a bonus was the worst thing you could do, but now we know that that's not true. Like, missing a word is not great, but particularly when you've got a blank and you can get a decent score, it's not so bad. But playing a false word loses your momentum, you lose points. You likely won't get the bonus next turn because your opponent will probably block you if they are pretty cluey. And particularly when you've got that blank, you've got the flexibility, and I think we're going to get a chat to blue.
Yeah, looks like it.
From the Mount Albert.
Yes, please. Just hold it up to your mouth. Hold the mic up a little closer. So that, hold it up a little bit closer to your face.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Doesn't this one go?
No, it's just that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Hello, Blue. Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It was a battle. Jeez, it's been a battle all day.
Yeah, a war of attrition with lots and lots of ends, I think, for you.
Yeah, that just seemed to swamp me at the beginning. Yeah, I was trying to get rid of them, and I had to start scoring points as well. I just couldn't just start getting rid of them without getting, some kind of value on my letters.
And just lovely to see you and Lawson smiling, as is your wont. Obviously, a game played in brilliant spirits.
He's a good fellow, old Lawson. I remember him driving me and my wife from Wellington at 1-2 o'clock in the morning to here, or Tauranga. Yeah.
Do you have a question, George, from the chat, or just from you?
Ooh, if someone in the chat wants to ask something, then go ahead. I don't see anything.
Did I miss any kind of better plays? I know. Yeah, I was. Geez, some of the racks I was really having to fight through them. But was there any better plays that I could have made?
Did you think that maybe there was a true bonus instead of wooziest? Did you think there might have been one?
And which one?
When Lawson played wooziest, did you think there might have been a word that did fit?
Well, when I first saw it, all that I could see was what's it, but it didn't have another O. But I couldn't see anything, and I was just worried about him looping onto my Z. I had Zen to play in a few plays, but he can just score Sal and get a load of points off it. So, but I didn't mind if he played Sal where I put it because I had an N. So like I could have played BZ and ARE and Zen there, or Zen down from Fairs, but then he's just going to F it anyway. But I have no idea what his 2 words were. What were they?
We had who's-us.
Oh, yes.
So when you're thinking what's it, you're really, really close. But that's quite hard to see. I think the other play that I'd love to highlight, because in hindsight I like it, was Freak, because you noticed you had the case blank at the end.
Which one?
You had the blank, so you played Freak, and it was like a one-way.
I had the last blank. All the S's were gone, and I know it was a bit of a gamble because he could easily stuff it up, but then maybe I can get VIC's not much cop, CIV, but maybe I could get a bingo under the F. Yeah, I had to take a bit of a punt on that one, and even if I didn't get underneath the F, maybe I could score with Frigg and Friggs and make up something, whatever I got running down. So that's the only reason, because FRG, CVI, blank. Very hard to deal with those kind of things.
And I'd just like to highlight, there's a you've got a fan in the chat. Asasasa says, literally never watched competitive Scrabble before. Blue, I'm a fan. You got this. Isn't that beautiful?
Who's that?
Asasa
Oh, I don't.
is their name. I know nothing about this person, but they stan you.
Oh, I don't. Yeah. I thought I might. There might be somebody from the World Champs that recognise me, but yeah, no, I don't think I know.
No, don't know them, but well, you've got a fan, and well, you've got an appreciative. What's the opposite of a fan?
Yeah.
An appreciative celebrity. So, well, congratulations on the win. Hopefully, we'll see more wins from you on the stream and off the stream in the next 2 days.
No, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I've been tilted all day. I lost my first 4 games quite comfortably, so I was not really keyed up really, and but just got to deal with it.
All right, well, congrats, Blue. Enjoy the win, and good luck for the next 2 days.
Okay.
Because you've got fans that are depending on you.
Thanks, guys, and thanks for doing the commentating job, eh? Okay.
That's all good.
Cheers, man.
Wait.
Thanks, Blue.
That's the last game on the stream. We're going to get some standings up on the screen shortly, which is what no doubt you're clamoring for. So you can see what happened in a bunch of games that you'll never get to see.
Yep.
Just for added FOMO. And oh, that's not quite. That's not quite there. We've got grade A results, but we've got a bit of B and a bit of C.
Scrolls down, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll come back.
Technology.
It's interesting to hear about Blue having a series of losses, because we're just talking about Lawson having not had a win all day. So it was a game that either one of them could have used to get a bit of a confidence boost, maybe, and it just happened to go Blue's way.
Yeah, I think Blue did play the game better, and that might just be because I'm a bit biased if I see someone put a false word down. But, he was very solid. Whereas, yeah, I think there were some odd choices there for Lawson, in keeping with his own description of himself as unpredictable and a bit of a loose cannon. Okay, standings are not working, so you just have to pretend. You'll just have to make it up.
Yeah, I mean,
pretend your favorite is winning.
Yeah. We can all stay in the illusion that the people we're standing are succeeding.
There's a link in the chat though, so stop listening and start reading. All right, so I think it's probably time for us to sign off.
Yeah, I think we're all done for the day.
Yeah, congratulations on your first stream. It's great to have a new, young and enthusiastic person in the chat, because I'm none of the above.
Well, you did a great job of guiding me through it and leading by example, so thank you very much.
And you'll have great commentators in the morning tomorrow, and then you're stuck with me again in the afternoon. But do come along and enjoy this great event. And as a last thing, please like and subscribe and look at the donation link. 100% of your donations go to the association. They help bring you high quality content. There, I said it. High quality content for you.
Yeah, so much work goes on behind the scenes that doesn't requires this kind of funding and the support. So it'd be really great if people could contribute.
None of the people have eaten or slept in the last 6 days. Save them.
Oh. Well, I guess we're all done.